Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 4 of What If Kakashi Healed from His Depression and Took Ninjahood Seriously. Let the tale begin. Chapter 31, Reaction. Irika sweated underneath a typical warm day in the Land of Fire. He had taken a training spot near one of the small streams that ran at the outskirts of Konoha. This allowed him ready access to water for his Suiton jutsu. Over the past month, Irika had taken to using weights on his arms and legs. At first it had been slow going, but now he could feel himself getting stronger and swifter. Irika spent a lot of time training in between his class work. He had the smarts and knowledge to be a jonin, but his body was lacking. His chakra reserves were also depressingly small compared to a jonin. While he would never be a chakra powerhouse, his reserves were increasing. Naruto's favorite academy sensei launched into another round of blistering fast attack combinations. After another half hour of rapid-fire kicks, punches, and lunging strikes, he stopped and drank some water. His clothing was covered in sweat and he wrinkled his nose slightly. He peeled his shirt and vest off his body and threw it to one side. Effortlessly manipulating the water, he had it wash away the sweat and dirt. Feeling refreshed and ready for another round, he launched into another taijutsu routine. As Irika found his rhythm, he felt another chakra signature approach. Whoever was hiding was trying to keep hidden, but he was a skilled sensor and was able to detect the other shinobi's presence. Who could it be? A friend would identify himself. It could be a prankster, but no, it seems too strong for someone like Konohamaru. Irika had not stopped his routine. If the unknown shinobi meant him harm, he wanted to have an edge. Several minutes went by and still no move was made. Irika started letting his taijutsu routine take him closer to the stream. There was still no movement from the nearby bushes. Alright, let's see if this makes you move. Irika gathered in water and let it gush out using Suiton, Mizurappa, water release, wild water wave. The C-rank ninjutsu was unlikely to be lethal but would quickly flush out whoever had been spying on him. The water crashed into the bush and Irika sensed the chakra signature switch over to a nearby tree. Naughty Irika. Trying to get me all wet. Irika saw the relatively familiar form of Anko Mitarashi standing on one of the nearby tree limbs. Knowing who he was talking to led Irika to figure out the alternative interpretation to Anko's words. Irika felt heat flare in his cheeks. What are you doing out here, Mitarashi-san? Anko gave a little shrug and dropped off of the tree. She sauntered over to a now nervous Irika. I was just walking by and I saw a glimpse of a half-naked man and just had to get a closer look. Irika was now backing away. There were stories about Anko, most of them he had thought were vicious rumors spread by people who distrusted her for being Orochimaru's apprentice. But maybe those rumors were accurate. Anko moved sinuously forward. Oh, Irika-kun, why are backing up? Don't you like what you see? Irika began to stammer out a reply when he felt a kunai at his back. A second Anko was there. If you're serious about becoming a jonin, you really need to get some situational awareness. Anko lightly trailed the kunai down his back, not breaking any skin. The clone behind him then popped into a puff of smoke. Irika expanded his senses to keep track of where Anko was located. Konoha's one and only snake mistress had used Shunshin to leave. Irika shook his head. Mitarashi-san may be crude, but she was right. I can't let a pretty body, air face distract me so much. An enemy kunoichi could have easily killed me there. Determination to do better was etched on Irika's face. The lesson was well taken, but he couldn't help but wonder why Anko had bothered to teach it to him. Break. When the news reached Konoha about Naruto being Minato's child, the village as a whole was dumbfounded. The boy they had ignored or tormented was actually the beloved Yandame's child? Those who had taken a vocal and antagonistic approach to the demon brat felt incredible shame. One civilian even aped the samurai tradition of seppuku and kill himself. A very few still nursed their hatred and thought that even if the child came from the flesh of Namikaze-sama, it was still tainted by the Kyuubi. Would the son of such a wonderful shinobi and leader truly deface the monument that bore his image? No, it was the damn fox that wore a flesh mask of a boy that was in control. This attitude did not endear them to the village populace, and more than one nasty brawl took place. Some even claimed it was all a lie, that it was an attempt to use their beloved fourth Hokage's name to hide the crimes of the demon brat. Few civilians and no shinobi listened to that once the Godame himself announced to the village that yes, Naruto Uzumaki was in fact Naruto Namikaze. Much of the village had ignored the boy, but most weren't around him day by day and so did not actively harm him. While they felt mildly guilty still at their previous attitude, they felt great joy that the Namikaze clan still lived. It was a time of much rejoicing for those individuals. Konoha had always fawned over its bloodlines like Hyuga and the Uchiha. It brought great pride to the village that Konohagakure still held the bloodline of the fourth Hokage. While no Kekkai Genkai was attributed to the Namikaze clan, it had to have strength to produce shinobi like Minato and now the budding prodigy that was Naruto. Attitudes could be fickle in village hidden in the leaves, and the same gossip that led to Naruto being shunned as a child now worked in reverse and built the name of Naruto up. Was he not one of the saviors of so many at the gates of the arena when the joint invasion took place? Wasn't he rumored to be part of the mission that helped kill the arch-traitor Orochimaru? The hype around Naruto Namikaze grew and grew. Attention was also turned to Kakashi and his team. Kakashi was widely considered the most powerful shinobi after Jiraiya-sama. It made sense that Yandame's son would be on his team. The team also consisted of Sasuke Uchiha, the last loyal vestige of the vaunted Uchiha clan. After the massacre, the village had actively adored Sasuke, and now men and women talked about how the two brightest pupils were being tutored by the very best, just how it should be. Their love and respect for the Sandaime grew since they assumed the pairing was done purposefully. This actually brought quite a bit of attention to the Haruno family. If the heirs to the Namikaze and Uchiha clan were brought together to form a team under Sharingan no Kakashi, then who was this third pupil? Was she another secret the powers that be had kept under wraps? Was she a secret heir to some dormant clan? Rumors and tall tales were being spun, each more fantastic than the last. Some claimed she could be the Godame's secret love child, after all he did write those books. Others thought she could be the heir to the Senju clan, maybe even Tsunade's child. And of course the Sannin were teammates. Maybe Sakura was the child of both Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya had winced when he heard that particular rumor. Hokage hat or no, he didn't want to be near Tsunade when she heard that. Of course it was all nonsense, as the poor Haruno family kept trying to explain. Sakura was definitely their child, and no, they weren't part of a secret or ancient bloodline. Eventually they stopped being harassed, but for the first few days they had nearly asked the Hokage for shinobi to turn away villagers who kept following them and asking questions. Word also reached the village, Team 7 had been attacked by IWA. Outrage was the first response. Naruto's heritage had been announced and immediately IWA dogs tried to assassinate him. The drumbeat of war was being sounded by the civilian population. The shinobi forces were relieved that Team 7 had made it out alive and took a different view. Attacking IWA was always a risky proposition since the terrain so heavily favored their hidden village. Nearly everyone who had served in the Third Shinobi War was wary of going to war with a Wagakure. Not that it was the civilians or the shinobi of the village's choice. That was the purview of Jiraiya, the fifth Hokage, and he was not going to be the one to start the next war. Break. Danzo sipped a bitter yet flavorful tea. The contrast was intriguing to Hamura and Koharu. Danzo liked to send subtle messages to those around him, and the two advisors wondered what Danzo was trying to say to them. Koharu began, "Danzo, something must be done. Our advice is being completely ignored by Jiraiya." Danzo took another sip and did not respond. She continued, "The boy ignores the advice of we elders, and his arrogance is putting the village at risk. We could have lost the Jinchuriki to IWA." Hamura added, "He hardly even agrees to meet with us anymore. Shikaku and Kakashi have basically replaced us." Danzo finally responded, "It is unfortunate that he is not willing to work with us. And yet, despite my initial doubts, Jiraiya has proven himself." Koharu's eyes widened in surprise. "What? What are you saying?" Danzo replied, "I am saying that Jiraiya has strengthened Konoha. The snake attacked our village and murdered Hiruzen. In response, he hunts down Orochimaru and destroys Otogakure completely. His talk of peace is just that, talk. Otogakure annihilated, Kumo cowed, and Iwa crippled. All of this in the first year as the Godame Hokage. Koharu replied, "Then what would you have us to do? We have been alive longer, seen more and have collected more wisdom. It is all being wasted." Danzo gave a nearly imperceptible shrug. "Perhaps our wisdom is no longer needed. As long as Jiraiya continues to make the village strong, I have no complaints. He had unearthed root but has allowed operational control to stay with me. I am content." Koharu frowned. She wasn't happy, but without Danzo's support there was little she could do about the current situation. Break. Team 7 was treated to a parade when they returned. Naruto appreciated attention, but even this was a bit much in his eyes. It seemed like the entire village had come out to cheer their return. Kakashi gave his student a push. "Up front, Naruto, they are here to see you." Naruto was still wearing the white haori in the style of his father. The volume rose up to an almost painful level as Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and asked, "How are you taking all of this, Sasuke?" Sasuke smirked, "Just fine, Kakashi-sensei. After all, now Naruto gets to learn how to deal with fangirls." Naruto looked back in horror. Sakura muttered darkly under her breath, and Kakashi graced them with a rare chuckle. The crowd cheered them all the way to the Hokage Tower, where Jiraiya was standing there waiting for them. He was outfitted in full Hokage regalia and gave the crowd a few quick words before having Team 7 follow them in for a debrief. It was a formality since Guy had personally informed the Hokage after running on ahead after they had joined the secondary relief force. The moment everyone was out of sight, Jiraiya made a hand sign and sealed his formal Hokage robes and hat. "I hate wearing that costume," he explained. Naruto shook his head. "Are you kidding me, Pervy Sage? That hat is awesome." Jiraiya glared at Naruto. "You know, if we were in any other village you'd be in big trouble for that." Naruto shrugged. "I'm aware, but that's what makes Konoha the best village." Jiraiya had a few questions for Team 7 so he could get a clearer picture of Guy's report, but nothing too strenuous. He actually had a lot of questions on how the SEALs worked in combat more than anything else. He also congratulated them on a job well done and handed out 3 Chunin vests. "You are all Jonin level, but for now we'll keep you as Chunin unless there are major objections." There were none. Rank really didn't mean anything to them. Kakashi shared jutsu independent of the normal rules associated with it. Finally he said, "I bet all of you are ready to relax. Consider yourself off duty for the next 3 days barring any major catastrophes." He paused and then went on, "Stay on guard even if you are in the village. It's not a matter of if assassins come for you, Naruto, it is an issue of when." Naruto nodded stiffly but confidently. Kakashi inclined his head and told his team, "Meet at our training grounds tomorrow at 6. The Toad Sage grimaced, "I just gave them a 3-day vacation." Kakashi gave his leader a look. "Right. This is on a volunteer basis then." All 3 newly minted Chunin looked at each and as one said, "Hi Kakashi-sensei, we'll be there." "Get out all of you," Jiraiya groused. Break. Kakashi left his team to their own devices for the remainder of the day. He had somewhere he had to be instead. While on the mission he was in control of his body and emotions. He was an elite shinobi, how could he not be in control? However, the idea of not properly acknowledging Tenzo's death soured his stomach. Tenzo had looked up to him. He had trusted him, perhaps even idolized him. The simple truth was that if Kakashi hadn't planned this mission to lure out the IWA forces, Tenzo would be alive. If Kakashi hadn't chosen Tenzo to be on the backup mission, he would still be alive. Kakashi stood still at the memorial stone as he allowed those thoughts to run through his head. He had felt similar to this on many occasions. Obito, Rin, and Minato had also struck him. After Minato, however, he had changed. He had forced himself to get over his grief and be the shinobi his sensei had known he could be. He had trained his body to its peak. He had mastered over 1,000 jutsu and had refined many of them to a greater point than their original crafters. Fundamentally, he knew that people would die around him. He hoped he would die before any of his current students did, but the risk was always there. He would not drown himself in sorrow like he had in the past, but he would honor his friend. Kakashi kept vigil at the monument as the sun crept past the horizon. The moon was out and still he kept his silent still vigil. At some point Jiraiya arrived several feet away. Kakashi did not acknowledge his arrival and the two stood silently for a time. Eventually Jiraiya spoke, "I'm sorry Kakashi, I know you shared a bond with Tenzo. If you are worried that his death will compromise my abilities, you need not worry." Jiraiya looked at Kakashi hard for a moment. "I wasn't worried. You've been through this before and you still have responsibilities." The Toad Sage remained quiet for a few more minutes. "While I'm not worried, I'm also not in dire need of your services. Iwa's been defanged and I doubt Kumo will try anything soon." Kakashi looked up. "What are you suggesting?" "A vacation. Live a little while you can, bond with your team. Don't do missions for a bit, keep training but be a bit more relaxed about it." Kakashi narrowed his one visible eye. "We may have prevented war for now, but it's still coming. And even if it wasn't, Naruto will be a target. He and his team need to be even stronger." Jiraiya countered, "Burnout is a real phenomenon. In fact, Shizen thinks it's one of the leading causes of shinobi turning into missing nin." Kakashi's first reaction was to vehemently voice his assurance of his team's loyalty. But it wasn't necessary. Jiraiya didn't doubt that for a second. Instead, Kakashi reflected on what Jiraiya was trying to say. Training would continue, but perhaps the pace could be eased slightly. He could give time for them to develop stronger bonds with other shinobi their age. Kakashi finally said, "Tell me more about what's been happening since I've been gone and then I'll consider it." Jiraiya began to explain a few minor internal events that were of no real concern. There were two pieces of major news, however. The first was that the long war within the Land of Water was finally over. It may have been over for several months now. A new Mizukage had taken charge and order was being restored. And she's a pretty one too. We don't know a whole lot about Mei Terumi, but all reports say she is formidable. She has a Kekei Genkai, making it so all bloodline users know it's not a convoluted trap to ensnare them. I've heard she can be brutal in battle but is fairly charismatic. Kakashi pondered how this would impact Konoha. Even if she is able to stamp out the pockets of resistance, her country's economy is shot. Her shinobi forces are decimated. She'll be in a similar position that Suna is in. Kakashi reconsidered after a moment. Not exactly. Mizu no Kuni, Land of Water, had more natural resources and trade routes. And while their shinobi population was probably just as low if not lower, they would be quite top-heavy. The weak would have died in the bloody civil war, leaving a lean and hardened core of shinobi. What is Konoha's position going to be? Jiraiya smiled. That's a good question. I'd love to lend a helping hand and show the shinobi world a better way, but I'm uncertain about their intentions. I'd hate to help build up another warmongering power that will be a kunai poised at our back. Kakashi considered the dilemma. This was Chijiri no Sato, village of the Bloody Misty, they were talking about. The shinobi from Kirigakure often resembled what many civilians thought all shinobi were like. Cold, ruthless, bloodthirsty, stealthy, and compassionless. Before the Civil War, Kiri had accepted more assassination missions than any three other villages combined. Kakashi knew firsthand how ruthless Kiri could be. Still, of all the villages, Kiri hates Iwa the most. A useful counterpoint even if they don't share a border. It sounds like we need more information. Jiraiya grimaced, exactly. And sadly my spy network isn't that effective. Kakashi cocked his head. What do you mean? Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, my agents were just people who listened for rumors. If something sounded interesting, I used my abilities to spy on the area for a while. Most leads didn't produce anything, but hey, I had a lot of time on my hands and investigated personally. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya. Are you telling me that your vaunted spy network was just you poking your nose at anything that looked interesting? Yes, I did tail Orochimaru for quite some time too. When it comes to infiltration, there isn't anyone better than I am. Jiraiya let Kakashi mull that over for a few moments and then continued, but that does leave us painfully in the dark now that I'm stuck behind a desk. It would be foolish to make a decision about the new Mizukage without more information. And with their spy network not in the best of shape, that information may not be forthcoming soon. What is the second piece news? Baki has announced Temari will be the next Kazekage, the Hokage responded. Kakashi thought through the possible reasons for the announcement. It pointed toward potential internal drama in Suna more than anything. By announcing the decision, it pulled the rug out of those who were against it. Suna would now look foolish if they chose another Kazekage. On the other hand, if the opposition had strong enough feelings against her, they will be sending assassins. Any word on when Baki plans on stepping down? Jiraiya shook his head. That was another piece of information they didn't have. You're caught up now, so how about that vacation? Kakashi gave a small sigh. My team will rest for a week. They will still do some training, but I'll have them train with others from their academy class, so it will be more social and less strenuous. After that, you can send us on a mission suited for our talents, or we'll stay in the village and train at full capacity. Jiraiya grinned. Deal. Break. Naruto went out in the village without his Haori. Everyone still knew who he was, but they were less likely to fawn over him when he didn't have it on. It had been over a month since he had been able to dine in the greatest restaurant in the elemental nations. So when he arrived at Ramen Ichiraku, it was with an appetite. It was also a bit of stability. They didn't treat him any differently when they learned about his heritage. He was still just Naruto, not Namike-sama. Naruto had finished one bowl when he was spotted by a pair of girls who had been in his academy class. They had failed the genin test and had dropped out of the shinobi program. One squealed and pointed, Naruto-kun, it's so good to see you. The other girl took a seat on the other side of Naruto. Naruto frowned at them. Naruto-kun? I thought my name was Baka, or was it loser? It was probably both. The girl had the decency to blush. That was different. I was young, and now I see how great you really are. Is this what Sasuke had to put up with? Now I understand why he was so moody all the time. To the girls he said, I'm enjoying my meal and I don't want your company right now. Please leave. The other girl jumped right in. Oh, don't be like that, Naruto-kun, we just got here and we haven't talked in ages. Naruto was getting irritated, much to the amusement of Iam. I'm not interested. Go away. Only they didn't. They kept on jabbering about how much they missed him and wanted to talk to him and get to know him. Naruto put down some money in frustration and used a shunshin to get away from them. Sasuke grinned as he hopped down next to Naruto. Having fun, Naruto? Naruto gave him a withering glare. They won't take the hint. Can't they see they are just pissing me off more? Sasuke laughed at his friend's plight. It really was humorous. Naruto growled, stop laughing at me, team. That just made Sasuke laugh harder. Sasuke rarely laughed or smiled. He had done so more now that he formed bonds with Team 7. But this? He hadn't laughed this hard since before the massacre. That thought did stifle some of his humor. Naruto saw it in Sasuke's eyes. What is it? Nothing, I just find your current situation amusing. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Sasuke gave Naruto a long look and finally said, I was just thinking how I hadn't laughed so hard since before the massacre. And that brought me back to what matters. Kakashi is having us take it easy for the week, but I shouldn't be doing that. My clan still has to be avenged. I shouldn't be laughing like I don't have a care in the world when my damned brother is still out there. We'll get him, Sasuke. You know we aren't strong enough yet. Kakashi-sensei says that Itachi is even stronger than he is. Sasuke wore a look of frustration. I know that. That's why we should be doing real training. I don't mind helping our fellow shinobi get stronger, but fighting at half speed isn't going to help me get to the next level. It's a weak Sasuke. And you never know, when we go after Itachi they might be with us. Kakashi told us he's traveling with another S-class shinobi from the mist. H&N. Naruto rolled his eyes. Don't start that again. Kakashi told us not to do additional conditioning and training to rest our bodies. But that doesn't mean you can't be improving yourself. Make a clone and sit in with Sakura as she works with my clones on making a fresh batch of specialized seals. Sasuke agreed to the suggestion and made a Kage Bunshin to go with Naruto. Sasuke's reserves had grown significantly in the past year. Chakra was no longer an issue with creating shadow clones for him, though he would never be able to replicate Naruto's massive numbers. Sasuke sent a pair of clones to watch and help with the seal construction. And now it's time for me to finish my ramen. Not worried about fangirls, Naruto? Naruto formed a perfect hinge to turn into a nondescript shinobi a few years older than this actual age. Not at all. Want to join me? Sasuke shrugged. No, I have something else I need to do. Naruto shrugged and went on to the ramen stand. After beginning his first bowl of fresh ramen, two different girls approached. Naruto-kun, why are you hiding beneath that illusion? The other girl added, yeah, let's see your handsome face. Naruto blinked in surprise. How did they know? Naruto then had a flash of insight. Sasuke had seen him put on his disguise. He must have told other fangirls where he was and how he was disguised. Sasuke, I'm going to kill you. Break. Inoki trembled with rage. The Akatsuki had refused him. He had offered a bounty that bordered on the ridiculous. At first he had thought they were just trying to weasel a higher price, but when he had doubled his already astronomically high price, he realized they were firm. They were not going to take the job. The rage of the Tsuchikage was a terrible thing. His temper had been feared by many, but he had never killed one of his own shinobi. He did on that day. He murdered several of his advisors, and his indiscriminate blasts of his Jinton, dust release, killed others. Now shinobi trembled and feared his shadow. Kitsuchi confronted Inoki. Father, what have you done? You have turned your hand against loyal shinobi of the village. Inoki glared at his son. They were traitors or incompetents. How else can you explain how the Namikaze escaped the trap? We need to root out the spies in our midst. Kitsuchi looked on with worry. He was paranoid. Something had becoming unhinged in the mind of the Tsuchikage. Kitsuchi tried another tack. Your own granddaughter is afraid to approach you. You need to calm down. I was there on the battlefield. It was a trap by Konoha. There was no treachery. There were 3 S-ranked shinobi waiting for us. Inoki clenched his fists and tried to calm down. Kitsuchi pressed on. Perhaps it would be best if you delegated some of your responsibilities. Maybe you can use the extra time to plan how you want to deal with the Namikaze. Inoki glared at his son. Don't coddle me, boy. I'm still the Tsuchikage. Kitsuchi bowed his head. Inoki looked at the debris his destruction had wrought. While his jutsu destroyed things down at the atomic level, if it struck only part of a building, the rest would collapse, casing the wreckage he was now looking at. Inoki looked down at his hands, and now he saw them tremble with something other than rage. What had he done? Leave me. What had he done? He had turned his jutsu on his own people. He had lost hundreds of his best shinobi. His village's morale was its lowest since their shameful defeat in the Third Shinobi War. And now his own people feared him. What have I done? Chapter 32, A New Mission. Good job, Naruto. I think you've finally got the hang of the seal, Sakura complimented. She wasn't actually talking to the real Naruto, but since the clone would dissipate and Naruto would get all of the memories, she didn't see much of a point in changing the way she spoke. The clone had learned how to perfect the air pressure sealing scroll. All that was left to do was to add in 40 kunai and it was battle ready. Sakura turned her attention back to her own work while the Naruto clone began to repeat his efforts on another scroll. Sakura loved Fuinjutsu. It was like a puzzle with infinite combinations. Right now she was busy learning and experimenting with barrier Fuinjutsu. Barrier Fuinjutsu came in all sizes and varieties. The easiest to create were chakra-intensive combinations that physically stopped passage to a location. At its basic level, it could essentially make an invisible wall. However, the basic barrier that many budding Fuinjutsu-minded shinobi study was highly inefficient. The barrier could easily be broken at a single point, or its area was so small that it couldn't protect much of anything. As the formula changed to increase size, so did the weakness of the chakra construct. More advanced forms of the barrier jutsu could be used to deflect attacks away by automatically siphoning energy from the rest of the structure to the point of attack. Still more advanced was adding energies that could strike back at would-be attackers. Others provided a layered defense so that one massive strike wouldn't completely collapse the structure. The most advanced form of barrier fuinjutsu was completely hiding the protected area outside of the rest of the world's space/time location. Like everything that existed in the shinobi world, it wasn't a perfect defense. It still had physical links to the real world that could be severed. However, those physical links were often trapped somehow. A trapped barrier anchor could be almost anything, even a physical chakra manifestation like a shadow clone. The sheer complexity was quite intimidating to Sakura. That type of barrier was masterwork, on the level of Jiraiya. She figured it would take years of intense study to even begin how to decipher that kind of seal. But that wasn't Sakura's current aim. Her current aim was to create a more combat-effective barrier seal that could quickly be used to imprison or alternatively used as a way to shield an area from a particular dangerous attack. The combination attack involving Kakashi's right ton, Jibashi Deno, lightning release, massive electromagnetic murder, got her thinking about how Team 7 could defend against something like that. On an even larger scale, how could Konoha defend against something like that? It would be easy for an S-class nin to get past the wall and deliver a devastating attack at the heart of the village. The only reason it probably wasn't done more often is that most villages wouldn't risk their most powerful shinobi on massacring weaker shinobi and civilians. But who knew what kind of foes the village would fight in the future? In Sakura's mind, it would have been easy for someone like Orochimaru to kill hundreds if not thousands of innocents before escaping. And so Sakura devoted her studies to barrier seals and how they could keep her team and her village safe. If I alter the kanji just so, the barrier could be deployed automatically given certain stimuli. It could work on the same principle as a temperature-modified storage seal. If the heat rises to a certain threshold, it could initiate the fuinjutsu barrier. It would be nearly instantaneous. If Sakura's calculations were correct, she could plant the fuinjutsu formula on any solid surface where it would lie dormant until a sudden temperature spike. At that time, the barrier would form instantly and block the heat of the attack. She was excited and quickly put the finishing touches to the formula. I'll anchor it between these two trees to test it. She called over one of the Naruto clones and told him to stand in between the trees. The clone looked at her nervously. This is going to hurt, isn't it? Sakura grinned. Not if I did it right. Some of the other clones looked on with sympathy as their brother was about to be used for one of Sakura's experiments. Sakura's hands spun through seals as she said, Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. From her mouth, fire erupted. It headed straight for the hapless Naruto clone, who didn't bother dodging. To its surprise, the flames slammed into something just a foot away from his face. The Naruto clone blinked in surprise. He didn't even feel the heat of the attack. Yes! It worked. Now let's see how many attacks it can take. Break! Team 8 had sparred off and on with different members of Team 7. As the week drew to a close, Kakashi had a mission lined up for his team, and Team 8 wanted to have a nice meal together to thank Team 7 for their assistance. Of course, what starts out as a small gathering can often turn into something larger. Choji heard word about a group dinner and wanted to attend as well. If Choji attended, then the rest of the close-knit Team 10 also would be there. With the size at 12, no one saw an issue if Irika joined them. Before they knew it, quite a few people were in attendance. Tenten, Hey8, Shizun, and several other people, some of who didn't even know the teams very well at all. Kakashi grumbled to Kurenai, small dinner, you said. Invite some friends, you said. This is why I try not to be social. Kurenai waved off his concern. Don't be like that. I've heard your mission is going to take you out of Konoha for quite some time. They deserve a chance to say goodbye to, well, let's just call it half the village. The last part had been completed with a mischievous smile. Kakashi apparently agreed with the argument, since he quieted his complaints and began discussing the training regime of Team 8. The more experienced Jonin then asked Kurenai, and how is your training going? I'm working on a new genjutsu that targets the olfactory receptors. Kakashi was intrigued. Making a chakra connection via smell was notoriously difficult. Even audio genjutsu was easier. As interesting as the genjutsu could be, that wasn't the point of his question. New genjutsu is always useful, but I was wondering more specifically about your taijutsu. Kurenai gave a small shrug. I keep my body conditioned. Kakashi shook his head. That will get you or your team killed. You are Konoha's Genjutsu mistress. I'd hate to see you defeated because you couldn't move fast enough. The less experienced Jonin disliked being judged by Kakashi. It reeked of arrogance since Jonin normally didn't critique other Jonin when it came to their training regimes. It was impolite and implied that the other Jonin wasn't taking their role seriously. Kurenai thought Kakashi was in fact arrogant in this regard, but he had also earned that arrogance. If Kurenai had been there in place of Kakashi during the battle with IWA, she and Team 7 would have probably died. Why are you so concerned about my personal training, Kakashi-senpai? Kakashi tilted his head a degree and replied, the Jonin and Konoha are lax when it comes to their training. Attempting to point out the flaws in another Jonin isn't frequently done. In fact, at most would find it insulting and nothing beneficial would come of it. Kakashi continued his explanation, you and I have a shared bond since we have helped each other's teams. In addition, you have proven your ability to swallow your pride and heed good advice. I see, Kurenai replied. I imagine you are still miffed at being lectured on your training, but this is important. War will come again in our lifetime. I want every Konoha shinobi at their best. Kurenai accepted the answer and thanked Kakashi. They mingled separately after that. Kakashi wandered over to where Naruto was eagerly talking about the Chunin exams in Kumo. And then Sakura kicked a guy into his own explosion. The crowd went nuts. Believe it! Kakashi wasn't concerned about Naruto becoming a killing machine who took pleasure in the destruction of his enemies. He was not a vengeful person himself, however the Hei's Nin had tried to kill Sakura. Naruto had no qualms about celebrating the death of someone who had attempted to kill a teammate. And truth be told, it had been a rather spectacular finish. Kakashi ghosted past that conversation. He saw Sasuke playing a game of shogi with Shikamaru. The party atmosphere made the game stick out like a sore thumb, but the participants didn't care. Sasuke had become fascinated with the game after their little trick in Kumo. A glance at the board showed that Sasuke still had a lot to learn before being able to challenge the likes of Nara. That said, he was taking his loss gamely. His final student was talking about Fuinjutsu with an exasperated Ino. All you do is talk about seals. Let's talk about clothes, or what kind of fashion is in Kumo or something. Just please no more Fuinjutsu talk. Kakashi smiled beneath his mask. Sakura's obsession could only be good for the team. A true Fuinjutsu specialist was extremely versatile. Sakura was perhaps one of the few people in the history of the elemental nations not carrying the name Uzumaki that had given serious thought and concerted effort to developing battle-worthy applications. Kakashi put a hand on his student's shoulder. Ma Sakura, you've gone on about seals enough for one day. No more Fuinjutsu talk or I'll take away all of your ink and paper. Sakura had a horrified look on her face that caused Ino to burst out laughing. Moving away before Sakura could voice her indignation, Kakashi left the impromptu gathering. Large gatherings had never been his thing, even as a child. There were healthy benefits to bonding, it cemented loyalty between squads and to the village, but his loyalty was unshakable, so it was not necessary to partake. He had only gone to plant another seed and to be polite. The night was still young and it would be the perfect time to get some training in. His Sharingan had memorized all of the moves he had observed during the battle with IWA. Now he relived those battles, extrapolating what his opponents would do if he had changed his tactics. Hatake moved at full battle speed to better create the realism needed. Shadow clones dissipated too quickly, but mud clones could act as good sparring partners and survive a few decent hits. Hours passed as Kakashi relentlessly drilled to eke out new efficiencies or find flaws in his combat style. Kakashi finished up with a run around the village. It was an intense workout, but more importantly it exercised Kakashi's tactical planning and strategic thinking. He had identified 2 instances where he could have likely ended the fight with Juro earlier, and 1 instance where he could have taken a serious wound if his opponent had noticed one of his rare mistakes. Satisfied with his efforts, Kakashi settled down at his home to sleep. Tomorrow would be the start of a long-term mission, and while he wouldn't need to be well rested, it was never a good idea to skimp too much on sleep. Break. In the morning, Team 7 packed for an extended mission. They had said their goodbyes to friends and family, in Sakura's case, and gave every appearance they would not be back for some time. When they left the gates of Konoha, Naruto immediately created an army of shadow clones and grouped them off in fours, where they then used a henge to disguise themselves like the full squad. Some headed toward Suna and others headed toward Water Country. The real Team 7 went merely half a mile away. 2 members of the ANBU Black Ops that Kakashi trusted completely were stationed behind a Jinjutsu. Part of the reason why Kakashi trusted them perfectly is because Inoichi had done a thorough mind scan on the 4-man cell that rotated guarding the hidden entrance. Team 7 dutifully responded with the proper phrase and were then allowed admission into one of Orochimaru's abandoned facilities. These facilities were one of Orochimaru's very first hidden laboratories. It had been tunneled out with Doton Jutsu deep underground. Kakashi led the way as they walked down a set of stairs that spiraled down. Deep into the earth the stairs went. It was dark until Kakashi pushed his chakra outward into one of the walls. The walls began to glow with soft light. Sakura stared with wide eyes. There are seals on the walls. They turn chakra into ambient light. That's incredibly useful. Kakashi nodded. Orochimaru was not considered Jiraiya's equal with Fuinjutsu, but he was close. This entire cavern is riddled with Fuinjutsu seals. Jiraiya himself reviewed them all for any hidden traps. In addition to light, no chakra sense can pierce the walls of the seal. Not even the Byakugan can see through these walls. Sasuke asked, "Won't they know something is here when they see a great blank space?" "Yes, which is why Orochimaru built this place so far underground. It is beyond the range of the Byakugan, even if it was directed straight down." Naruto looked around and saw several work tables with stacks of paper and chakra ink. The cavern wasn't just one room. Past the main workroom was another hollow area even larger. Along the walls were a variety of weaponry and medical supplies. A hallway took him to several sleeping quarters as well as a kitchen and library. "Wow, this place is almost as big as the Hokage's tower." Sasuke asked, "Why are we down here?" "I gather this is a place to train, but why all the secrecy?" Naruto has just revealed himself as the Yandame's son. Despite the showing in Kumo and the battle with IWA, others will come for him. The world and even Konoha think that we are on a lengthy mission. This is the last place they would expect to find us, Kakashi explained. "HNN, I say let them come. Unless they bring an entire army, we can take them." Kakashi frowned. "Do I detect some arrogance?" "Remember your training. Pride and arrogance lead to death." Kakashi pointed to Sakura. "Explain another reason why we wouldn't want assassins coming after us right now." Sakura glanced at Sasuke and then responded, "Collateral damage. Opponents who think they could handle us will have destructive jutsu at their disposal. If we fight within the village, it's likely other shinobi and civilians will die." Kakashi graced her with an eye smile. "Good answer. Naruto, give me another reason." Naruto thought for a bit and finally said, "We can train harder if we don't have to worry about assassins sneaking up on us. We'll probably sleep better too," he finished with a grin. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, who sighed and nodded. "Must you have answer for everything?" "Yes." HNN. Naruto twitched. "Oh no, the eye twitch is contagious," he thought to himself in horror. "As I was saying," Kakashi continued, "there are a number of seals embedded in the walls. They are similar to what we use to reinforce the shelters in the mountain where civilians evacuate in case of emergency. This place isn't indestructible, but it can take more than a few high-powered jutsu before causing a structural problem." Naruto threw his fist into the air. "Yada. This place is awesome, believe it." Sakura was busy drooling over the seals on the walls and the massive amounts of paper and chakra ink she could use for her scrolls. Kakashi raised a finger. "One more thing. We aren't off duty. We are actually going to be filling in a role that the Sannin once played. Our team will be a rapid response strike team designed to be used when other shinobi teams run into problems they cannot handle." Sasuke's face finally cracked into a small smile. He was looking forward to another battle. While he had done well in Kumo and IWA, he felt that he had a long way to go. Training was great, but it was the actual heat of battle where he felt his skills could grow the most. And thanks to Sakura's accidental Fuinjutsu invention, we are going to be even faster than the Sannin when responding. Sakura flushed lightly. It really had been accident. The Godame had been beside himself though. He had heaped more praise on Sakura than she thought she deserved. Sakura had been trying to devise a way to not just block a katana attack but to reflect it. She still thought it could work in theory, but so far it had been a miserable failure. The budding Fuinjutsu mistress had experimented in numerous ways. She had used 2 seals to form the anchor between 2 trees. Her study of barriers had allowed her to alter her initial Fuinjutsu formula to compensate for weak spots regardless of where the barrier was struck. The seals working in unison would draw extra chakra from each other as needed. Not only had the seal she had dubbed Reflection failed to reflect the attack, it had also not stopped the attack either. It had crashed through the Fuinjutsu barrier like it wasn't there. The jutsu had set some of the trees on fire. One of the bits of paper she had used as one of the Fuinjutsu anchors on the tree had been burnt. That was irritating because she went through paper and ink like crazy, but it had been twice as annoying when the other slip of paper that had acted as the second anchor crumbled to ash. After using a few unladylike words, she was hit with an epiphany. The second anchor hadn't been touched by the fire. Instead, it had been destroyed when the first Fuinjutsu anchor had been burnt. She remembered feeling her heart race as she drew the 2 seals again and then casually lit one paper on fire. Without fail, the other one did as well. She had tested distance by having Naruto run one sheet of paper several miles out before destroying it. Jiraiya had taken it a step further by summoning a toad and having it go back to Mount Myaboku and having it destroyed there. Sure enough, the seal was destroyed in his office a few moments later. Sakura explained this to Naruto and Sasuke. Hokage-sama has been working Yamanaka-san to the bone. Each Jonin and ANBU captain cleared up to this point has one of the chakra papers. The moment they destroy the part of the pair they have, our part will also be destroyed, alerting us instantly that they are in trouble. Kakashi added, "It isn't perfect as we may have to guess at their location. Missions don't always go according to plan, but it will allow us to head out immediately." Kakashi took the seals out and pinned them against a wooden table. A dossier of the carrier of the seal and the current mission they were on were placed below each seal. Naruto gasped at the implication. Every single A and S rank mission the Leaf did was to be contained in this room. No wonder security is so tight if an enemy got a hold of this information. Naruto's thoughts trailed off. An enemy with this information could use it to all but destroy Konohagakure. Sasuke came to the same conclusion and raised an eyebrow. Even with all the security measures, is this wise? His sensei shrugged. The Fuinjutsu seals around here are just as good as the ones in the Hokage's office. No one but Orochimaru knew about this location, and we have utterly loyal ANBU patrolling it. Oh, and let's not forget the layered Jinjutsu. Nothing is perfectly protected, but this place is as close to it as we can get. Mollified, the team took some time to unseal of their personal belongings and stake out their rooms. Naruto grinned slyly. "Sakura-chan, if you want I can move my bed next to yours." Sakura rolled her eyes. "You've been around Jiraiya-sama too long if you think that's cute, suave, or anything other than the worst joke I've heard. Hey, Pervy Sage is the Hokage. I want to be the Hokage, so it makes sense if I act like him." Kakashi's eye twitched violently. Instead of strangling his student, he serenely said, "Every person must walk their own path." Naruto laughed. "That line would work better if I didn't know you stole it from a book." Kakashi smiled wryly under his mask. The boy had become well read. "Make sure your clones read over all of the mission details. They are also going to be in charge of organizing fresh documentation as it comes in during the morning, noon, and at night." Sasuke came out of his room and asked, "That is a lot of documents to deliver. Won't that make this place less secure?" Kakashi was proud of how paranoid Sasuke was acting. That was how a shinobi was supposed to act. A true shinobi always examined the situation for dangers. Sasuke was right, having someone deliver documents 3 times a day was a risk. And these documents especially. Only a Jonin would be tasked with such vital documentation, and it would be a criminal waste to have a Jonin play messenger all day. "Good thinking, Sasuke, but we've already figured that part out too." He explained further, Jiraiya will have a copy of all of the mission reports and information. He will seal all of them into a scroll. Then he will summon a toad and give the toad the scroll. The toad will return back to his home and then Naruto will summon the toad. From his office 3 times a day he can pass along information within minutes. We've coordinated the times of day Naruto will need to summon a toad. The base of operations was stocked with food, water, weapons, ink, and scrolls. The light in the cavern that was turned on through a chakra-filtered seal mimicked the effects of the sun and preventing the side effects of going without sunlight. Here Team 7 could train and perfect their individual fighting styles without the worry of assassination attempts. Break! Hinata was happy for Kiba when he was made a Chunin. Now that all 3 of Kurenai's students were Chunin, she was afraid her team would break apart. That wasn't the case, however. Kurenai explained it to her. Hinata, we are going to be classed as a tracker team. Between Kiba's nose, Shino's bugs, and your eyes, we are the perfect combination to track someone down. The Hokage won't change that now. Hinata was happy about that, but Kakashi had also taught her to see underneath the underneath. She could disable a person without killing them. Shino and Kurenai could do the same. The team was designed to hunt down missing nin. Her team would specifically be targeting those shinobi who turned their backs on the village. It was dangerous and necessary work, but she was concerned about her team. Shinobi who turned their back on their village tended to deadly when cornered. It would also take her away from the village for extended periods of time. Naruto was already on a long-term mission and she would hate to miss crossing paths. Not that Hinata had a choice in the matter or would even speak out about her concerns. She was a shinobi of the leaf and she would play her part in the defense of the village. Break! Naruto continued training with the Kyuubi chakra. It was slow going, partially due to Naruto's fear of losing control. He had seen the raw destructive power that Han was capable of. While Kakashi hadn't been significantly injured facing the IWA Jinchuriki, he hadn't actually defeated it either. And so progress was sluggish for Naruto. Even after 2 months of working at it, he had yet to develop the 3rd chakra tail that Jiraiya wanted him to master before letting him train with the toads of Mount Maiboku. That was not to say that all of his training efforts were stymied. He continued to work with the chakra weights and was now moving at a speed that was beginning to rival Madogai. He put in a lot of hard work doing it, but his main advantage was the rapid healing that eliminated the major weakness of working with weights. Even if he broke a bone, it wouldn't have slowed him down for long. His Kenjutsu skill was maturing as well. In raw skill, moving at the same speed and strength as Heiei, he would have lost, but in a real battle Heiei would now be crushed. Naruto paired above average skill with the katana with unbelievable speed. The power of his blows was another devastating factor. Combine that with the ability to channel chakra into his blade to slash apart the vast majority of all other weapons, there would be few who can challenge him in a Kenjutsu duel. In anticipation to fighting Itachi, Naruto also spent a lot of time refining his ability to detect and stop Genjutsu. He primarily practiced it against Sakura, but Kakashi used his Sharingan as well. Kakashi had warned him that even with his ability to fight Genjutsu, he should never look Itachi in the eye. Outside of enhancing his combat ability, Naruto received some of the best long-term training he could possibly have. He learned how a Hokage assigned missions. With access to volumes of data about missions and the teams assigned to them, he was beginning to see into Jiraiya's thought process. Better training to be the next Hokage could not have been asked for. Sasuke continued to improve with his taijutsu. He was behind Naruto in raw speed and strength due to the Kyuubi healing advantage. But his ninjutsu was becoming more and more deadly as he rapidly began mastering the backlog of ninjutsu Kakashi had copied with his own Sharingan. In order to help with this third element, Sakura had created tiny strips of paper with a variation of the sealing Fuinjutsu. All they carried was water, but it allowed Sasuke to pull out water for his Suiton Jutsu without being near any natural body of water. The slips of paper had the potential to be damaged in combat, but unlike a regular scroll, they didn't need to be physically opened. All Sasuke had to do is push a tiny bit of chakra into it and the scroll would open and he could instantly use it for a Suiton Jutsu. Sasuke further refined his ninjutsu by learning how to do one-handed seals. Being able to strike in close proximity with a kunai in one hand while the second hand molded chakra for ninjutsu was a deadly combination. Sasuke was pleased with his progress and now considered himself one of the most dangerous shinobi in Konoha. The Uchiha heir had a minor obsession with ranking himself versus others. Right now the only ones who he felt would be stronger were Kakashi, Jiraiya, Guy, and Tsunade. He internally acknowledged that maybe some of the ANBU could be stronger since their abilities were kept mostly secret, but of the other Jonin he was confident he could win. Asuma had been lax in his training, and while a deadly fighter with a number of vicious tricks, Sasuke thought his Sharingan would make the difference. Shikaku Nara was another opponent that he acknowledged could give him trouble. In a straight-out fight at a moment's notice he was confident he would crush the wily Nara, but if Shikaku had time to prepare, who knew what that genius would think of? Clan pride made him dismiss the Hayashi. The Hyuga clan foolishly only fought in one way, and that made them susceptible. He dismissed many of the other Jonin as too specialized or not as skilled. He didn't share his thoughts with the rest of the team since Kakashi would go another lecture about arrogance and pride. Sasuke intellectually realized that they could cost him in a fight, but that didn't change the fact that he was proud of his abilities. In a real battle he would not get cocky, but within his own internal rankings he freely exercised his confidence and saw no harm in doing so. Sasuke did want to round out his power. All of the great shinobis seem to have a powerful summon. Tsunade has slugs, Jiraiya has toads, Orochimaru had snakes, and Kakashi has dogs. While dogs weren't in the same power tier as the others for an ANBU agent, they were incredibly versatile and useful. Sasuke wanted a summoning contract as well. His options were rather limited. He wanted something that could help him against Itachi. Dogs weren't going to cut it. Summoning contracts weren't incredibly common, and the creatures being summoned had to agree to work with the summoner. Sasuke had researched some of the other contract holders in Konoha and had ruled most of them out. The only two that seemed suitable were the monkey contract currently held by Konohamaru and the snake contract held by Anko. The monkey contract had been in the Sarutobi clan since before the founding of Konoha. It was a long shot, but he could make a convincing argument to be added on as a subordinate contract holder, just like Naruto had with the Toads. If he was to be part of Konoha's heavy combat team, wouldn't the monkey contract be a perfect fit? The snake contract seemed more doable, but their most powerful summon seemed extremely difficult to work with. If even someone like Orochimaru had to bribe Manda with 100 sacrifices, it was doubtful he could force compliance or work together toward a mutual goal. Still, there were plenty of mindless snakes, some of whom were quite larger, that could be useful. Sasuke resolved to talk to both Konohamaru and Anko after they finished their current duties. Sakura continued to dive into Fuinjutsu experimentation and training. If Kakashi didn't force her to continue working on Jinjutsu and Taijutsu, that would be all that she would do all day. Her progress on a reflection barrier was stalled, but she had been able to create personalized barriers. Etching the Fuinjutsu into the metal on metal-plated gloves was a good spot for it. To avoid marring the seal, Sakura attached the Fuinjutsu formula on the interior side of the metal, making it so it was not damaged in regular hand-to-hand combat. The seal was activated by the user to create a barrier in front of them roughly 5 feet in all directions. It would stop almost any jutsu cold, however the barrier only lasted for a few moments and it was one use only. Sakura had hoped to go much further in terms of combat applicable Fuinjutsu seals. As it was, she felt the barrier didn't have much practical use. It was barely faster than a kawarimi to activate. Kakashi had chided her on being foolish. He had told her that there were plenty of applications for her barrier. The barrier could actually stop a Chidori, Rasengan, and a combined Katon/Futon attack. That had extreme value not just for the shock value but also in cases where there is nothing nearby to substitute with. Sakura also continued to churn out her storage seal bombs. The scrolls were beginning to stack up and she had over 20 different varieties. Knockout gas, lethal gas, kunai bombs, oil, water, and others were now stocked and ready to go. She also worked on miniaturizing the sealing formula as tiny as possible and then having the trigger mechanism be a rush of chakra. By doing this, she could have a single clone hold multiple payloads that could trigger all at once. 2 months into their training, Team 7 had their first seal go off, indicating that one of the Leaf squads was in trouble. In less than a minute the team put on their all-black uniform and donned their false AnBu masks. It took another minute to shun their way top of the base. The two real AnBu operatives let them pass and Team 7 sped off quickly to the southeast. Chapter 33, Mission 1-4. Team 7 rocketed toward the southeast. Their speed was much faster than a normal team's travel rate. Chakra was constantly being pushed through their system to eke out more velocity. Even with their weights deactivated when they pushed off a tree limb it badly scarred or knocked the branch clean off. Naruto relayed the information over their shortwave radio. The distress signal came from Hana Inuzuka. She's Kiba's older sister and was just promoted to Jonin. She has 3 Chunin under her command and they were on a B-rank mission to investigate what happened to one of our villages near the border. The threat level was suspected to be primarily bandits but back up a few Chunin and genin level missing Nin. Sakura frowned. We need to get there in time. Kiba is just now finally recovering from his mom's death. If Hana dies it would be awful. Team 7 all agreed with that sentiment. Team 7 didn't socialize with other teams very often but they had formed a bond with Team 8. No one wanted to see another tragedy happen to the Inuzuka family. They poured on the speed eating up the miles at an astonishing rate. Naruto filled them in with additional details. Choji's older cousin Chaku was a Chunin on the squad. The rest of Hana's team was filled out by individuals that Team 7 didn't personally know. One of the squads specialized in Katan ninjutsu and the other was a taijutsu specialist. Hana herself had some medical ninjutsu, was a beast in combat like all Inuzuka and had 3 ninkin with her. If they ran into trouble it meant that there were Jonin-level threats in the area. The landscape blurred past them as they traversed Hinokuni, Land of Fire. Team 7 didn't know it but they completed the trip from Konoha to a border village faster than any shinobi squad in history. As they approached within 20 miles they slowed their brutal pace down. Naruto summoned a swarm of Kage Bunshin to scout out in all directions. One of the Bunshin soon found traces of Hana's squad. The terrain in this area was a combination of swamp and forest. Hana's team had holed themselves up in one of the few rocky areas that were drier than the rest of the landscape. Rain clouds could be seen in the distance. While the border region with Mizu no Kuni, Land of Water, didn't have as much rain as Amagakure no Sato, village hidden by rain, it did take second place in the elemental nations for yearly rainfall. The clone let out a bird whistle followed by a slightly higher pitched one. From near the cave the required hawk screech response was given. The clone had made contact with Hana's squad. It had Naruto's Kakashi trained eye for traps and easily avoided several of them as he approached the cave. A surprised and limping Hana remarked, I didn't know an AnBu squad was in the area. Good timing. Are there any enemy forces nearby? Hana shook her head, they are all in the village. I am a clone, I will relay the information to my squad, and with those words the clone dissipated. It didn't take long for Team 7 to arrive. Kakashi had Hana report what had happened. A couple of days ago a civilian arrived in an interior village with a horrible account of what happened. An army of bandits numbering over 50 took the village by storm and killed almost everyone. Hana swallowed thickly. She was a hardened shinobi but even her voice had a catch in it when she explained further. Except they didn't kill everyone, they left some survivors. Children. Naruto felt uneasiness spread over his body. They are still alive. Hanging in cages within the village, as best as we can tell they have been like that for days and they aren't being given any food or water. They were dying in those cages. They were trapped hanging in the air without anything to eat or drink. Hana had to pause in her recount before continuing. When we saw this I immediately ordered the attack. It was stupid. It wasn't just bandits with a few Chunin, there were at least 2 Jonin-level shinobi and over a dozen Chunin. Naruto felt rage bubble up in his gut. The flash of Kyuubi chakra was quickly suppressed but not before Hana stepped back. Naruto? I thought there was a familiar scent in the air. Kakashi didn't care if Hana and her squad knew that Team 7 was their relief. He trusted Inoichi's screening program. He did have an issue with Naruto's control. While it was unlikely a sensor shinobi was in the area actively looking for them, if there was one they would have detected the chakra flare. Sakura asked, "Where is the rest of your team?" Hana looked down. "Chaku is in the back. Arata and Wakasa didn't make it." Hana blamed herself for the botched attack. She and 2 of her ninkin had been wounded. Chaku had to use one of the Akimichi food pills and would be useless for the next few days. "We fought clear on our own, but if they had bothered to hunt us down we would have been dead by now." Kakashi asked for more details. Hana described the attacks and jutsu used. None of the shinobi had worn a forehead protector or had anything that signified their allegiance. The vast majority of their jutsu, however, was Suiton, which strongly implied they were from the Mist Village. Kakashi turned to Naruto and asked, "Thoughts?" Naruto was still thinking about the kids who were suffering and had to concentrate for a moment before answering his sensei. "This is a false flag operation. No way would the new Mizukage be stupid enough to provoke a fight with us. The massacre of the village and the open torture of children are designed to incense our nation. They also let at least one civilian go, so rumors of this event are already going to be making their way across Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire." Kakashi nodded. "Solutions?" Naruto forced his anger aside and modulated his voice. "We kill them. Rescue the children and take a few alive. Through interrogation we can hopefully figure out who is behind this." "And who do you think is behind it?" "Not enough information available to make a decision. It could be IWA, who still may want vengeance. It could be Kumo, who wants to see us weakened. It could even be minor villages who want to see Konoha's shinobi off fighting a war which would allow them to take missions that normally would have gone to us. It may even be those who oppose the new Mizukage and are hoping to have her thrown down." "I concur." Naruto leave behind half a dozen clones to make sure the area is safe. Sakura layers some genjutsu in the area. "Hana, you and Chaku will stay here while we deal with the enemy." Hana knew Kakashi's reputation. She also knew about the slaughter of the IWA shinobi. While she was humbled at the idea that another squad could resolve the issue without reinforcements where her squad was crushed, she mostly cared about the children being freed. Being caged like that was an anathema to an Inuzuka. "Good luck," she said as Naruto quickly made the clones and Sakura efficiently weaved an advanced form of Magen, Kokoni Araizen no Jutsu, demonic illusion, false surroundings technique. Sakura hesitated for a moment and then tossed a scroll to Hana. "What's this?" "Open it with the seal facing outward. It will launch 40 kunai. Each one approximately at the same strength as a jonin can throw one." Hana whistled and took the scroll. "When we get back to Konoha, I'd love to get some more of these. My clan favors close combat, having an alternative like this would be helpful." Sakura nodded and then joined the rest of her team, who moved at a swift pace toward the village. Break. The plan, like most plans Kakashi and his students made, was simple. Naruto would create a large amount of clones. Their primary objective would be to rescue the children. To avoid any rigged traps on the cages themselves, half of the clones would go with Sasuke and the other half would go with Kakashi. They each had a Sharingan which would easily detect most any kind of trap. Sakura and Naruto would stay together and confront the enemy shinobi. Kakashi sent a pair of his own shadow clones to the opposite side of the village to hunt down any who tried to flee. Each member of the team was also tasked with capturing at least one enemy shinobi alive. Their enemy had guards both of the civilian bandit and shinobi variety. None of them realized there were enemies within the village. Kakashi was an assassin and assassins were by nature highly stealthy. As Team 7 sensei, he had naturally taught his students how to avoid being detected. The clones quickly butchered the guards. Most of them were civilian bandits, but the lone Chunin-level opponent who was out there was also butchered by a blindingly fast slash across the throat. Shinobi started to trickle out and the alarm was raised. Sasuke and Kakashi quickly disarmed the few traps that had been set. Most cages were not trapped and their occupants were quickly rescued by the clones. A group of 20 or so civilian-level opponents backed by a few Chunin-level shinobi charged at Naruto and Sakura. Civilian-level bandits could still be a threat to a shinobi. But bandits were never a threat to shinobi of Team 7's caliber. Naruto flashed through the hand seals and launched a futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough, into the mass of them. The damage was considerable. A few had broken necks and many of the others were severely bruised or had other broken bones. One of the Chunin began his own ninjutsu, but to the shock of his companions the Suiton, Suibin, water release, water whip, lashed into his comrade, slicing through his torso and delivering a fatal wound. Sakura's Jinjutsu had taken hold and he readied the same jutsu against his comrade, who danced backward yelling at him that he was under a Jinjutsu. Naturally, Sakura's control was skilled enough that she made it so that piece of sound was never actually heard by her victim. Naruto made a dozen more clones who charged after other shinobi who were drawn to the fight. They finished the still screaming Chunin and Sakura knocked out the one she had placed under a Jinjutsu. Naruto caught a memory from his clones. The Chunin they were fighting had already lost several to the clones, but they apparently had a couple of Jonin-level shinobi who were starting to fight back. One of whom was a massive man with a sword that was as large as Zabuza's. Naruto recalled him from one of the old bingo books. The man known as the Eighth Swordsman had been passed over for selection into the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, 3 times in favor of someone else. After the 3rd time he had left the village in a rage and became a missing nin. Naruto and Sakura drifted toward where the Jonin was fighting his clones. Once in range, Sakura tried to put him under a Jinjutsu, but to his credit he resisted the false images and sensations. Naruto sucked in air and used the seals for futon, Shinkajouku, wind release vacuum bullets. However, instead of exhaling the deadly bullets, drew his katana and dashed forward at near top speed. The large swordsman felt him coming and hastily parried the deadly strike. Naruto's strength shocked the man as his blade was pushed downward and away from his body. Naruto exhaled and sprayed the air bullets at point-blank range. The A-rank missing nin showed fast reflexes for his bulk and managed to avoid being fatally injured. He may not have been fatally injured, but that only delayed his death for a moment. One bullet had clipped his shoulder, another took off his ear, and a third had smashed into his ribs. After exhaling the vacuum bullets, Naruto had not stopped his assault. His katana shimmered with futon energy and struck at his opponent. The missing nin tried to get his massive cleaver-like blade into position, but the shock of his wounds slowed his reaction and Naruto easily sliced the chakra-conducting blade through the man's chest. Resistance in that area ended after that. Some tried to run, but none of them were faster than Naruto's clones. One of the clones made sure to capture an enemy alive. A few moments later, Sasuke and Kakashi arrived on the scene, each with an unconscious nin being carried by Naruto clones. Kakashi did one last sweep around the village with his Sharingan. It's clear. Naruto had the clones carry the kids back to Hana. She's competent with medical ninjutsu. The children were not in great condition, but it could have been worse. It had only been a few days trapped in those cages, so they were all hungry. Dehydration was a factor as well, but that too could have been worse. It had rained the previous day and the children had awkwardly been able to drink some of the rainfall. Naruto was relieved that the kids would be physically okay, but the mental pain they suffered must have been terrible. They had seen their parents slaughtered. Then they had been left to die in cages. To slowly starve and thirst while sitting in their own waste must have been both terrifying and terribly degrading. Naruto made some clones to fan out for protection and then told Kakashi he needed some air. Sakura went after him. Naruto, wait. I can't be in there seeing their faces. How can anyone do this? They are just kids. Sakura could see tears leaking down from out of the ANBU mask that covered the young Jinchuriki. She pulled her own mask off and quietly said, "This world is full of evil. I hate killing, but if we didn't come here and kill them, those kids would still be suffering and then they would have died a slow, lingering death. This is what makes all the blood on our hands worthwhile. They can live because of us. Hold on to that, Naruto." Naruto lowered his own mask and let it drop to the ground. Tears wet his cheeks. It was so hard, Sakura-chan. I was able to do it, not a bit of the QB hatred leaked out in the village, but I heard a voice. It wanted me to kill. It wanted me to rip all of those missing nin to shreds. I almost couldn't stop it. I honestly don't know if it was the fox or my own voice. Sakura rushed forward and enveloped Naruto in a hug. It's okay, Naruto. You held it back. Naruto hugged Sakura back and whispered, it was close, too close. Sakura gently pushed him away. No, it wasn't. You didn't even leak any chakra. You're too hard on yourself. This would have pushed anyone to vengeance. Naruto looked at Sakura. She had said the words with utmost confidence. Her belief in him filled him with renewed self-confidence. In one of the most horrifying sights he had ever seen, he had kept a hold of the fox's chakra and didn't let a single red strand of it out. Sakura is right, I can do this. Naruto, being Naruto, was instantly as right as rain. And when Naruto's conviction and confidence was restored, his prankster heart was revealed. Kakashi had trained all of his students on deception, controlling body language and expressions. Naruto still tended to react first before controlling his body, but he was just as good as the next shinobi when not being reactive. Naruto's lip trembled. Really? Do you really think I can do it? Sakura nodded again and Naruto moved to hug her, saying, thank you, Sakura-chan. Sakura hugged her teammate back and then felt Naruto's hand slide down her backside and onto her posterior. Sakura's eyes grew wide and she shoved the now laughing Naruto away. You pervert! I'm trying to comfort you and you grab my... Sakura couldn't seem to get the words out of her mouth. She stalked back to the cave in angry huff. Kakashi had caught the whole scene and was laughing on the inside but wisely said nothing. He would have to talk to Naruto as that really was inappropriate behavior. Jiraiya was obviously to blame as he was proving to be a terrible role model. The poor boy probably thought groping women you liked was an acceptable form of courtship. Sakura was furious and Kakashi stopped her before entering. Two things, Sakura. 1. The children inside have been through hell, an angry face might scare some of them. 2. Remember, Naruto looks up to Jiraiya. I'll talk to him and make sure there isn't a repeat occurrence. Sakura nodded tightly and sat down, allowing herself to calm down before re-entering the large part of the cave. They would be moving the kids back to the village after the Naruto clones removed all of the dead bodies and blood. They would wait for a couple of Chunin teams to arrive to take over and then they would head back to Konoha. Kakashi was proud of his team. Despite the horrible situation, none of them had lost their cool and violated orders. They had 4 captives and Kakashi was going to recommend Ibiki be the first interrogator. Inoichi has worked a lot of extra hours clearing all of the jonin who had been given the distress seals. He really does deserve a break. Good thing we have other methods of interrogation. Break. Team 7 had returned to Konoha to resume their rapid response duties. The information from the captives was not particularly helpful outside of clearing the hidden mist village. The shinobi were all once part of the mist who had been independently contacted for a mission that provided S-rank pay. Attack a village, massacre and torture the residents. Wait until a significant force of shinobi arrived and sneak into water country. The plan was simple but effective. The shinobi would be very tempted to hunt down the monsters who had butchered their citizens. And if they crossed the border, the new Mizukage would have to respond or lose all credibility as a competent leader. War could have been sparked despite both the Hokage and the Mizukage not wanting it. If the Konoha shinobi didn't cross the border, war could still occur without careful diplomatic discussions. In the end, the rapid arrival of Team 7 foiled the plot. The perpetrators were punished and the interrogation absolved the hidden mist village. What they didn't learn was who actually hired the diverse band of missing nin. With nothing more to do, Kakashi continued to push his team in their training. Sakura kept her promise and gifted the Inuzuka clan with 100 air-pressurized kunai scrolls. With renewed confidence, Naruto began drawing more Kyuubi chakra and kept the rage and hate that came with it contained. He was close to mastering the third tail, which would then open up sage training. In the next 2 months, Team 7 was called upon an additional 2 times. Their second mission proved a false alarm. The border guards thought a large group of shinobi from Kumo was attempting to enter into Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire. And while there was definitely a large group of Kumo shinobi, it was but a probing effort. Since none of them crossed the actual border, no conflict took place. Kakashi disliked the possible information the Cloud Nin had learned from the effort, but there was little that could be done. The third mission involved a conflict with Tanigakure no Soto, village hidden in valleys. A team of 3 Chunin and Aoba Yamashiro, a special jonin, had been assigned to capture a noble who had been exiled from Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire, on the orders of the daimyo. The noble had disgraced himself with deals involving illicit drug traffickers. It was only after he relocated to Kawa no Kuni, Land of Rivers, that the true extent of his crimes was discovered. The noble had assassinated a number of rivals, and it was only later that his actions had come to light. Some of his trade rivals had been nobility themselves, and their deaths were inexcusable. The Hokage had tried to negotiate with Tanigakure, however they had been obstinate. Jiraiya was unwilling to wage war even if Konoha could have crushed the smaller village. Instead, he had ordered a team to infiltrate the country and assassinate the exiled noble. Team Aoba had been sent and managed to cross the border without a problem. However, when they spied on their target, they learned he had a dozen shinobi and a score of samurai-trained soldiers. The term samurai-trained did not imply they held to the code of loyalty and ethics that the samurai had become known for. It meant that they could focus chakra into their weapons. Since they could mold chakra, they could typically move faster than civilians and had greater stamina. Generally, they tended to fight at the level of mid to high genin, though there were exceptions. Aoba didn't like the team's chances, but this was a high-profile mission. The mission request came from the feudal lord himself. Reluctantly, he used the distress tag, and several hours later he was surprised to see 4 ANBU operatives before him. He didn't comment about the speed of their arrival and instead quickly broke down the situation. Kakashi considered having Sasuke complete the mission personally as training, but he held to his familiar adage, missions were not training. They were missions. While it was productive to allow subordinates an opportunity to formulate a plan, the potential success of the mission was paramount. In this case, Kakashi chose to go by himself. He left Team 7 with Aoba and personally infiltrated and carried out the assassination. The Chunin-level shinobi he had surrounded himself didn't even know he was there until after the deed was complete. Afterwards, Aoba's team and his team left the Land of Rivers without further incident. Tanigakure was in no position to do anything about the incursion. The easy incursion past their borders and a dozen Chunin guards also made them hush the details of what happened, lest potential clients stopped doing business with them. Sasuke had been disappointed by the lack of combat. They had responded to 3 distress signals and only one of them had any fighting. And that had been no real challenge. Sasuke didn't know it, but he was about to get his wish. Break! Hinata had been correct. Team 8 was to be used almost exclusively as a hunter team. They were excellent at tracking down missing shinobi. Kiba and Akamaru only needed the scent, and then there was no getting away. Hinata could detect almost any sort of ambush or trap their quarry could set up. Team 8 was good at what they did, so when Kusagakure, Hidden Grass Village, offered Konoha a mission for a premium to hunt down one of their missing nin, it was Kurenai's team that was selected. The mission was to hunt down a jonin that had stolen something extremely valuable to Kusa. The mission specifics did not go into detail. It could have been an artifact, a kenjutsu, information, or really anything. The priority was his capture and safe return to Kusa. The parameters allowed him to be injured but not maimed. The difficulty of the mission was A, but Kusa was offering S-rank pay. In addition, they would receive absolutely nothing if the missing nin was killed. The target's name was Mutsu. His skills showed that he was average in ninjutsu, skilled in taijutsu, and lackluster in jinjutsu. In short, he was the ideal target for Team 8. It was not an easy hunt, however. He was far from Kusa when they picked up the trail. Deep on the eastern side of Hai no Kuni, Fire Country, Kurenai's team caught up with him. The fight wasn't much of one. Kiba and Hinata charged in from opposite sides. Mutsu threw a hail of shuriken at Hinata and turned to face Kiba and Akamaru. Hinata easily deflected all of the projectiles and dashed forward. The missing nin missed Kiba completely due to the jinjutsu he was under. Kurenai had opted for a more subtle approach, which made her jinjutsu harder to detect. With the easy opening, Kiba got in several good blows before Mutsu could break the jinjutsu. Battered as he was an easy target for Hinata to finish off with Juken strikes. He collapsed to the ground with his chakra pathways blocked. Shino had been ready to have his swarm descend on him, but it was unnecessary. Instead, Shino attached the chakra-blocking manacles on him. Kiba had asked previously why they couldn't just seal him in a scroll, and he had received an impromptu lecture from Kurenai. You don't know much about Fuinjutsu, do you? A dead shinobi can be sealed into a scroll easily. The dead don't have chakra. A living creature has chakra, and that will interfere with a storage scroll. The containment could break, or it could even kill the occupant. Kiba had flushed. How was I supposed to know? Putting criminals in storage scrolls is common in stories. Kurenai laughed softly. Kiba, you shouldn't trust every story. However, those stories are based on true events. Huh, you just said. Kurenai had held up her hand. A Fuinjutsu master like Jiraiya-sama could develop a seal on the fly that takes into account the victim's chakra. Also, civilians and genin have very little chakra, which makes it mostly safe. I'm not a Fuinjutsu specialist, and our target isn't a genin, so we'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Kiba, of course, was the person who was responsible for carrying him. His strength and stamina were highest on the team. They bound their victim and began their trek toward Kusa. It was only an hour or two in their journey that Hinata gasped. 2 shinobi are heading straight for us. One is very strong, the other. Hinata trailed off. She wasn't quite sure how to describe what she was seeing. The man with the triple-bladed scythe had the most ominous chakra she had ever seen. It wasn't powerful per se, it just looked wrong. Kurenai paused and veered course. Hinata reported they were following. She called for a halt. Let's see who it is. We are in our own lands. If they are enemies, we at least need to know about them. They picked their position and waited for the 2 figures to emerge. Kurenai stiffened as soon as she saw the black cloaks with red clouds. There was a standing flee on sight order for the Akatsuki. She signaled her team subtly. The first figure was a tall man with his face covered, wearing a hatae with a line slashed through, symbolizing his missing nin status from Takigakure, Hidden Waterfall Village. If a missing nin blatantly wore their hatae like that, declaring for all the world their status as a missing shinobi, it meant they weren't afraid of enemies hunting them. His green eyes were unsettling, and Kurenai had to suppress a shudder. The second figure was of lesser stature, but had his weapon drawn and ready. Silver hair and purple eyes were an odd combination. The distinctive look made Kurenai recognize him from an old bingo book. The man was Haiden, and his bounty had already been collected years ago. Kurenai strained her memory, trying to remember what his abilities were. All that she could remember was that he was a religious fanatic that had been wanted for starting a cult in Yonokuni, land of hot water, that practiced human sacrifice. Why are you trailing our team, and what are you doing in Fire Country? Haiden laughed and twirled his scythe. Jashin likes the pretty ones. Let me have her, Kakuzu. Kakuzu shook his head. Her bounty is pathetic. We might get something for that brat's eyes, but it isn't worth the effort. Bringing him back alive will net us far more. Kakuzu turned to Kurenai. I don't want to risk damaging the merchandise. Give up your prize and we'll let you live. Kakuzu flared his killing intent with a force that could be felt even half a mile away, where the real Kurenai and Team 8 were at that moment tree-hopping away from the scene. Kakuzu blinked and then flushed his chakra, breaking the Jinjutsu. Haiden shrieked, detecting Jinjutsu is your job. Kakuzu snarled, shut up. Kakuzu was highly skilled at detecting Jinjutsu. He considered Jinjutsu one of the few possible ways he could be defeated. His Doton, Domu, Earth Release, Iron Skin, made him all but impervious to physical attacks. His ninjutsu with his Heart's Release was second to none. His battle experience and intelligence were also factors he had considered when it came to his abilities. But Jinjutsu, that was a danger. With it he couldn't activate his Iron Skin, with it he couldn't use his formidable ninjutsu. Kakuzu despised weakness and had trained to detect and break Jinjutsu for decades. To be caught by some relatively no-name shinobi was humiliating. If the Kunoichi had come closer and actually tried to attack, he would have detected it far sooner. If he hadn't blatantly underestimated her, he probably also would have seen through it. Nonetheless, he would keep all of his senses at full alert. She would not be able to use the same trick twice, not against a shinobi of his stature. Team 8 didn't have much of a lead on the nuke mine. It was fortunate for them that being trained as a tracker squad, each of them had worked on their tree hopping and overland speed. On the downside, none of them were as swift or had as much chakra to burn as their pursuers. Kiba was going strong for now, but eventually the extra weight of their captive would begin to tire him. Kurenai instructed her team to quickly lay traps as they fled, as she destroyed the Fuinjutsu distress seal. Kurenai dropped a hasty Jinjutsu to cover the explosive seals planted on likely tree branches to push off of. Shino and Hinata strung ninja wire between the two of them and the trees. Unlikely to cause any real harm, but it could slow them a step or two. Kiba landed briefly on the ground and quickly used the hand seals to bring up an earth clone. After doing so, he quickly picked up Mutsu and chased after the rest of his team. Hinata watched as the two reached the first of their traps. The ninja wire was detected and either avoided or simply cut down with one sweep of the scythe. The missing nin from Takigakure shouted a warning to his partner. Haiden merely laughed and continued on, only to hit the explosive tag on the tree limb that was hidden under Kurenai's Jinjutsu. The explosion tore his foot to shreds and he rolled onto the ground. Fuck them. Divine judgment will come down on these heathens. Wait for me. Hinata was too far away to hear the words, but she could read lips and the Byakugan could make out most of it. Kakuzu slowed for a moment while Haiden picked himself up. Hinata was shocked that in less than a minute Haiden's foot had completed healed. She relayed the information to Kurenai. Kurenai was getting extremely worried. Regeneration was a powerful tool. It was one of the reasons that Tsunade of the Sannin was so feared. She urged her team to move faster. The pair continued their hunt. When they came within sight of the Kiba mud clone, he opened the scroll the real Kiba had given it. The scroll opened and 3 dozen kunai lashed out at the two pursuing shinobi. Haiden really didn't need to deflect them, but did so anyway, easily manipulating his scythe to scatter all of the offending projectiles. Kakuzu merely hardened his skin and suffered only a few pockmarks in his Akatsuki uniform. Haiden charged at the mud clone, twirling his scythe as he moved. The Kiba clone dodged backward and barely avoided being hit. Haiden was much faster than the clone. Realizing this, the clone decided to use its remaining chakra before being ripped to pieces anyway. Doton, Doria Taiga, Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The ground beneath Haiden transformed into mud, but he was too quick to be caught in the attack. Instead, his scythe was already slashing horizontally, ripping into Kiba's mud clone. Between the jutsu and the scythe ripping through its body, the clone collapsed. Damn it! Cowards! Haiden was furious at their tricks. Kakuzu ignored his partner's antics and continued chasing Team 8, carefully probing forward with his senses to ensure another Jinjutsu did not snare him. Hinata again relayed the information. Their stalling tactics were not proving to be effective. The young Hyuga heiress did some quick calculation in her head. At their current speed, without distractions, the enemy would catch up in less than 15 minutes. Their arsenal of tricks was finite too. Kiba couldn't make many mud clones, and they were running low on ninja wire, explosive tags, and other trap-making items. While she thought about their darkening chances of getting away, Shino instructed a third of his allies to form a bug clone. Shino dropped the last of his explosive tags at the feet of the clone. These had to be manually activated, so he would be depending on Hinata to signal him when the time was right to trigger them. When Haiden spotted what he thought was one of his targets, he gave a whoop and veered off. Kakuzu snarled, "Idiot, it's a distraction. Keep moving." Haiden glowered at his partner but listened to him. The Kakashi made-up clone desperately tried to chase, but the bugs were not fast enough. Hinata shook her head. A third of Shino's swarm was now hopelessly behind their enemies and would unlikely be able to make it to the fight in time to change anything. Hinata spoke up, "Kurenai-sensei, they are going to catch up to us soon. Should we let the prisoner go?" Kiba spoke up, "What? No way. The village will think we are cowards. We should turn and fight them. It's 5-on-2. Kurenai thought about the ramifications of what could happen. If they let the prisoner go, the leaf would look weak in the eyes of anyone who knew about the mission. Kusa wanted the prisoner alive. It was possible the Akatsuki were also going to take the prisoner back to the hidden grass village. Of course, it was also possible that someone else wanted to interrogate the prisoner. Given that Kusa was offering S-rank pay, whatever Matsu had stolen must be important. Relations between Kusa and the Leaf could quickly sour if they just gave up on the mission. The Genjutsu mistress frowned thoughtfully. This scenario was similar to Tsukumo Hataki's dilemma. On the one hand, she could ensure her comrade's survival or she could risk her students' lives to attempt to complete the mission. Tsukumo had chosen the lives of his comrades and had been ostracized for it. A multiple of variables swam through her mind as her team of Chunin continued to race away from the threat. I won't let my team die for this mission, but I won't give up without a fight. Kiba, in a few minutes I need you to make a pair of Earth clones. Shino, use your Kakeichu to create another bug clone. Head out at top speed toward Konoha. Hinata, rest a bit at the edge of your Byakugan vision and then catch up to the team and report what happened. If I can, I'll catch up. She paused for a lingering moment. If they catch up to you despite what I'm planning to do, give them the prisoner. The swarm around Shino buzzed in agitation. Shino was the first on the team to speak up, a rarity given that Kiba was his teammate. Sensei, this is illogical. We have a better chance if we stay together. We aren't going to leave you behind, Kiba shouted. Akamaru also barked, showing his support. Sensei. Hinata trailed off. Kurenai looked at her team, her very first genin team, who were now all Chunin. She loved their loyalty, but this was the way it had to be. My plan is to slow them down and lead them away from your flight path. They don't want me, I'm a secondary objective at best. They voiced additional objections, but Kurenai was firm. You are shinobi of the Konohagakure. I cherish the loyalty you have, but now I need you to obey my orders. Kiba growled but dropped to the ground and made the 2 Earth clones. His chakra reserves were getting low. Having to make clones that could fight and constantly use chakra to push himself at top speed while carrying a shinobi was stressing even his stamina. He handed the clones each one of Sakura's kunai scrolls. Shino likewise had his allies form into another bug clone. Hinata used the last of the ninja wire and all but one of her exploding tags to trap the easiest ways around Kurenai's position. Now go, you don't have time to waste, Kurenai ordered. Kiba hoisted Matsu and quickly left before his sensei and teammates could see the hot tears in his eyes. Shino bowed his head, acknowledging Kurenai's actions. Hinata forcefully took control of her body and refused to show weakness, just like Kakashi taught her. Kurenai-sensei, I know you sometimes think you don't live up to the other jonin like Kakashi, Guy, or Asuma, but you're wrong. You are a strong kunoichi and I wouldn't trade you for any of them. Please don't die. And with that, Hinata left Kurenai alone with the clones. And, as always, please read and review. A few guest reviewers had some questions that I'll answer. Will Sai be in the story? Sorry, no plans to incorporate Sai into the story. Sorry. At this point I do believe Sai's brother has died, but either way, outside of a cameo, I don't think he'll get any screen time. Is Naruto's speed being close to Guy's speed realistic? Someone had a concern that Naruto shouldn't be close to Guy's speed. I disagree. Naruto has been training with his weights for 2 years now. 2 years is an eternity in anime world. This is the same world where Sasuke is significantly weaker than non-gated Lee, and after 1 month of training he is able to surpass him. This is the same world where Naruto learns powerful jutsu in a couple of days. And he gets much more out of weight training than Lee does because he can push himself further than Lee can due to how quickly his muscles heal. I also consider speed to give diminishing returns at some point. I.e., most of the improvement in speed comes in the early part of training. After that you still get faster, but it's not the huge leap. Otherwise every jonin fight would be a blur resolved in 3 seconds. And finally, the comment assumed base Naruto speed versus base Guy speed. Guy with the gates is still faster than Naruto even with the Kyuubi cloak. Also, speed is huge, but skill also plays a part, and Guy is much more skilled in taijutsu. Who knows about Itachi? Jiraiya knows, but Kakashi does not. At some point this does become an issue. Summoning contracts? Wow, I didn't think there would be that many opinions on it. Thank you for providing input. I'm going to think about it some more. My original leaning was the monkey contract, which would have given Sasuke a weapon that is damn useful in a number of situations. But Anko giving him the snake contract adds more interaction options. I was surprised by how many people love the Hawks. Will Naruto learn Fuinjutsu? He is learning it. You see this because his clones are helping Sakura. Sakura will be on the bleeding edge of creating new seals and in using them, but Naruto is going to be the assembly line that allows the mass production. Chapter 34, Haiden and Kakuzu. Team 7 raced toward the eastern portion of their nation. Naruto had informed them that it was Team 8 that was in trouble and they were determined to get there in time. Kakashi was actually concerned about what Team 8 must have encountered. He had overseen their training and their teamwork was impressive. Team 8 was essentially impervious to ambushes, which meant they had run across shinobi who in an open fight were just plain stronger. Kakashi advised Naruto, make a few clones every 50 miles, we need to cast a wide net. Team 8's target would have been on the move. Teams on long missions would check in at villages and send messenger hawks back to their home village. Unless of course the mission was covert. This meant that Team 7 had a rough idea where Team 8 should be. Naruto did as instructed and poured on the speed. Everyone was worried about Team 8. Even Sasuke was concerned, however he was also excited at the prospect of facing a real foe. All of them hoped they would make it in time. Break! As soon as Haiden and Kakuzu appeared, Kurenai weaved a Jinjutsu that showed dozens of kunai raining down on them, all with explosive tags. She carefully observed how Haiden laughed and lashed out at the foe projectiles. Kakuzu didn't flinch in the slightest. The loud one will have to be my target, she thought to herself. The bug clone leapt at Haiden, who scythed through it easily. Since they were actually made up of Kakachu, it didn't hurt more than a couple of them. The rest swarmed around the scythe wielder and attempted to drain him of his chakra. They succeeded in draining some chakra but then promptly died, their insect bodies twitching madly. Kakuzu charged at Kurenai, moving at an impressive speed. One of the Kiba mud clones used Doton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu, Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu, to try to drag him into the ground. Kakuzu was too fast, and when he felt the chakra gather he simply avoided the upthrust hands. Kurenai used the body substitution jutsu to replace her body with a log. The log came from where the mud clone had risen from the earth. The red-eyed Jonin blurred through hand seals and used another Jinjutsu. She targeted Haiden, who was obviously less adept at detecting it. The vision that clouded his eyes inverted her and Kakuzu's positions. Haiden slashed forward at Kakuzu, who dodged the sudden strike. Break the Jinjutsu, Kakuzu's deep voice barked at Haiden. Kurenai launched a real kunai with an explosive tag at Kakuzu's back as he tried to dodge the speedy scythe. The missing nin was hit by it, blasting part of his clothing away. His skin was unmarred underneath it. Kakuzu dodged another strike and then placed his palm on Haiden and forcefully disrupted the Jinjutsu with his own chakra. Haiden looked stupidly around for a moment. Sorry about that. Kurenai backed away, heading north, away from the rest of her team. Haiden immediately charged after her. She used Megan, Jubaku Satsu, Demonic Illusion, Tree-Binding Death, to pin him in place, while the Kiba clone used the Fuinjutsu scroll to launch kunai in a hail of death. Haiden was struck by at least 20 kunai. His upper torso was riddled with them, but the pain allowed the Jinjutsu to be broken. Hell, that hurts, I'm going to kill all of you. Kakuzu ignored his partner's complaints and raced toward Kurenai. Again, Kurenai used the replacement jutsu to try to get away, however Kakuzu had his senses attuned to her chakra and knew instantly where she was going. He used a shunshin to appear right in front of her and coated his arm with earth chakra, delivering a vicious punch toward her chest. Kurenai tried to twist away, but Kakuzu was faster and nailed her across the shoulder. She gave a grunt of pain and rolled with the blow. Kakuzu came on and launched a quick kick to the side. Not able to dodge this one at all, Kurenai blocked with her arm and felt it break. She allowed the blow to send her flying into the foliage. Before Kakuzu could pursue, both mud clones launched a quick Gitsuga, Fong over Fong, at Kakuzu. Their bodies rotating at incredible speeds, and the drilling power struck Kakuzu like a ton of bricks. Due to Kakuzu's earth jutsu that protected his body from physical attacks, he was not harmed. However, the sheer momentum of the attack launched him off his feet and slammed him into a nearby tree. The two mud clones made ready to continue the attack, but Kakuzu was too swift in his recovery. Both of his arms were launched from his body by a black string-like substance that was under his skin. His two hands clutched both mud clones by the throat and crushed them, causing the mud to collapse. Since Haiden had primarily been hit in the torso, his body was still able to move well enough even while it was healing. He raced toward the direction Kurenai had fallen but couldn't find her. He put his hands together and said, "Kai." However, he still couldn't find her. Kakuzu had retracted his arms and probed with his senses. The Jonin was hiding somewhere, but she was suppressing her chakra as to not be detected. Both Akatsuki members looked around for a few moments. Kakuzu started to say, "We should," before he was cut off by a humongous fireball raining down on the two of them from the sky. Kakuzu could feel the heat, smell the burning air, hear the roaring fire, and see its massive size. For just a split second he believed it was real. In that split second, Kurenai dashed away again, heading north. Haiden screamed for a few moments before he too broke off the Jinjutsu. The Jonin was not their target, but Kakuzu was getting extremely angry. His past rages had been legendary, often leaving him with a dead partner. His anger was great enough to ignore for the time being the path that led to higher profits. He pushed chakra into his feet and chased after the wounded Leaf Kunoichi. Haiden followed in his wake. Kurenai felt some small measure of triumph as the 2S class Nin began chasing her in the opposite direction of her team. Break! Hinata's eyes saw the battle. Kurenai's self-appointed task had been successfully, and she was now drawing the enemy shinobi away from the rest of the team. She also saw that she was wounded. As her sensei ran, she kept one arm tight to her body. If the enemy ninja caught up with her, Kurenai would stand no chance. Hinata's heartbeat threatened to override her control. Breathing calmly, she forced her pulse to slow down. Every shred of chakra she had may be needed before the day was out, and she couldn't afford to waste a single bit of it. Break! Kurenai sprinted at top speed, freely using every ounce of her chakra control to give just the right push off the ground to go just a bit faster. The Jonin swallowed a soldier pill to replenish the chakra she had used early in the chase and battle. She tossed Makabishi behind her, though she doubted it would do much. But even a tiny deviation in her opponent's rhythm could give her another inch, another foot, and another second. Despite her all-out sprint, her enemies were gaining on her. But they weren't gained on her as fast as before. Without her students with her, she was able to go faster. And each step she took in the opposite direction would give her team more time to get away. It was better than standing still and fighting, since the Akatsuki were making negative progress. Kakuzu's hearts were pumping with rage. He couldn't believe an inferior shinobi was delaying him and his partner like this. Step by step they drew closer and closer. Kurenai forced her trembling muscles to push her onward. They were 50 feet away. Kurenai pushed more chakra than needed into her feet in order to leap into the air, twist her body around, and toss several shuriken one-handed at her enemies. She completed the twist and landed back on her feet, keeping her rhythm. The shuriken had been aimed at the eyes. Kakuzu merely titled his head while Haiden blocked it with the scythe. "You're about to be sacrificed to Lord Jashin. Are you afraid? Tell me." Kakuzu looked at his partner. "We don't have time for your ritual, save it for the others." Kurenai glanced behind her. It was now only 40 feet. Kurenai had to focus on the battle, but thoughts came unbidden to her mind. How would Asuma take her death? They had grown closer together recently. They had even started talking about having a family. 30 feet. 20 feet. She thought about her team. Would Hinata remain the Hyuga heiress, or would she be branded like her cousin Niji? Would Kiba sink back into a depression now that his other parental figure was gone? Would Shino close himself from social situations even more? They were Chunin now and not genin. It wasn't her responsibility, but she cared. What would become of them? 10 feet. Haiden launched his scythe at her legs. Kurenai dodged to the side, breaking her stride and allowing Kakuzu to catch up. His torn clothing revealed an arm whose skin was turned dark and earth-like as it raced for her. Instead of attempting to block the attack, she shoved it aside at an angle, thankful that she had taken Kakashi's advice and worked on her taijutsu. The deflection allowed her time to jump off the ground and push off a kakuzu using churka channel to the soles of her feet. In mid-air, she flashed through the hand seals despite the broken arm for another jinjutsu designed to blind. Haiden ruthlessly broke the jinjutsu and Kakuzu simply didn't let it affect him. Kurenai landed on the ground and immediately had to dodge Haiden's attack. She dropped a smoke grenade onto the ground and suppressed her chakra. Haiden swiped where he thought she would be but missed. Kakuzu positioned himself outside of the smoke, ready to strike regardless of the direction she went. She burst through the smoke only to be hit by Kakuzu's flying arm that had become detached. The blow caught her square in the face and bloodied her nose. Kakuzu sent the other arm flying and Kurenai rolled out of the way only for Haiden to strike down with his scythe. Kurenai used her kunai to intercept the descending blade, trying to deflect it away. Haiden's strength was superior and the angle was wrong. Kurenai managed to push the blade away slightly, but it still stabbed into her shoulder, pinning her to the ground. Kakuzu was then there as well, and one earth-colored arm shoved down on her neck, choking her. He brought his face down next to Kurenai's and said, "You piece of trash, I am etching the faces of your pathetic team in my memory. I will hunt each and every one of them down and kill them." Kurenai struggled against his superior strength as he spoke, but it was futile. He allowed the kunoichi one last moment to dwell on the threat to her teammates before casually snapping her neck. He stood up and growled, "They have an even larger lead on us now, but there is no way they can make it to Konoha in time. Let's go." Haiden licked his scythe. "Fine, but when we catch up to them, one of them will be sacrificed to Jashin." Kakuzu nodded and the two took up the chase again. Break. Despite Kakashi's training, Hinata freely let tears course down her face. Kurenai had been her mentor and a parent figure. Yes, she was a shinobi and had done her duty by turning Hinata into a shinobi that could kill for the village, but she had done more than that. She had cared for her and comforted her through her trials. She had deserved better than to die like she had. Hinata jumped from tree to tree, gaining on Kiba and Shino. Kiba and Shino weren't going top speed. That was okay because not even shinobi could go at their absolute fastest pace for long. Instead, they were traveling at a brisk pace, which allowed Hinata the chance to catch up. "We have to run faster." "Go!" Kiba asked, "What happened to Kurenai-sensei?" Hinata looked down. "Tell me what happened, damn it." Hinata responded, "She's dead." "I'm sorry, but we must hurry, they are still chasing us." Kiba growled, halfway tempted to turn around and avenge his sensei. His grip tightened on the Kusa shinobi who had gotten him into this mess, and he briefly considered killing the bastard. He didn't because that would be disgracing Kurenai's memory and making her sacrifice pointless. But it was tempting. They traveled swiftly, but the Akatsuki was rapidly closing the distance. The option of turning around and fighting was gone. They were all low on chakra from the long chase. Hope was beginning to fade when a Konoha ANBU arrived. Kiba sniffed the air. "Naruto?" It wasn't actually Naruto, of course, but one of the clones he had sent out. "Report quickly so I can dispel and guide the rest of my squad here." Hinata spoke mechanically. "Two Akatsuki are chasing us. Kurenai-sensei is dead. The one with the scythe can regenerate and the other one is almost impervious to harm. Both are S-classed. They are 15 minutes behind us." The clone was shocked to hear of Kurenai's death, but quickly told the remnants of Team 8 to alter their course slightly so their team can intercept. After passing along the instructions, the clone dissipated and the real Naruto jerked up. "Damn it. Kurenai-sensei is dead and we need to intercept two S-ranked Akatsuki." Sasuke felt a surge of adrenaline rocket through his body. "Is one of them Itachi?" Naruto shook his head. "No, I only got a brief description, but neither of them is Itachi." Kakashi gave instructions. "First, let the clones engage. We need to learn what they can do. Naruto, I want a lot of wind jutsu from your clones thrown out that will allow Sasuke and my clones a distraction so we can strike. Sakura, time your jinjutsu to distract. Don't assume they will fall for it." "Hi Kakashi-sensei," the team intoned as they raced into position. Upon meeting up with the exhausted Team 8, Naruto made a dozen clones to escort them back to Konoha. Hinata stopped for a moment. "Naruto-kun, please be careful." Naruto gave her a thumbs up and then brought up 40 clones that he arrayed in the trees. Sasuke and Kakashi each made a pair of clones that hid their chakra signature and moved out of sight. They had all been briefed about the Akatsuki. They were an organization whose goals were not clear. The organization seemed to be made up of exclusively powerful missing nin that had reputations that rivaled the Kage of the 5 major hidden villages. Break! Kakuzu felt the chakra signatures ahead. Looks like the brats found some backup. Good! More sacrifices for Jashin. 40 ANBU-attired figures were in the trees. Kakuzu's practiced eye saw the way each of them moved in a similar fashion and came to the conclusion they were clones. The first 4 Naruto clones attacked with Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Kakuzu quickly dodged out of the way while Haiden let out a whoop and let the wind smash him back into the trees. Half a dozen clones went right and left seeking to surround the pair. 3 other Naruto clones let loose with Futon, Shinkajoku, Wind Release vacuum bullets, aimed at Kakuzu. Kakuzu hardened his skin with Doton, Domu, Earth Release, Iron Skin. The air bullets planked through his robes and bounced off his toughened skin. Other Naruto clones raced after Haiden. Kakuzu knew he was not facing amateurs. The jutsu were being fired off with precision and power. A couple of clones raced toward him drawing katanas. He wasn't concerned with dodging attacks. With his iron skin, no physical attack could harm him. He blocked the first strike and was surprised by the force behind the blow. Nothing scratched his skin, but he was knocked off balance by the strike. He struck back and the clone dodged. It could not afford to block an attack because it would dissipate. With that advantage and Kakuzu's skill in taijutsu, he quickly finished off the 2 clones, only for another pair of clones to launch more wind jutsu at him. He felt another chakra signature flash next to Haiden and he called out a warning that was a moment too late. Haiden had been knocked back by the initial Futon jutsu. After he got up, another ABNU masked shinobi pushed a Raikiri through his heart. Haiden shoved his side backwards and managed to nick the clone, causing it to dissipate. "Fuck, that hurt." Haiden clutched the hole in his chest. His body would heal, but even he would fight less effectively with a giant hole in his chest. Kakuzu needed to take the fight seriously, and in a moment he allowed his hearts to erupt out from his back. When using his most powerful techniques, he had to form the hand signs to unleash the jutsu from the corresponding heart. However, for techniques not as strong, the hearts could act independently. First, he needed to clear the clones and find his real opponents. And for that he used Futon, Atsugai, Wind Release, Pressure Damage. The resulting explosion of air shattered trees and destroyed dozens of clones. Only a few managed to get away from the flying debris and sheer destructive power of the concentrated wind. Only a second later, another 40 clones appeared and countered with their own attacks. Kakuzu's fire heart used Katan Jutsu, turning back the wind jutsu on the clones. Another figure, this one taller than the futon-wielding clones, moved in close. Kakuzu was startled by his opponent's speed. Lighting covered the man's hand as it raced for him. Right-ton attacks were one of the few chakra types that could actually get past his iron skin. Kakuzu dodged away from the deadly jutsu and flipped through the hand seals for right-ton, John, lightning release, false darkness. The deadly bolt of lightning obliterated a path through the clone, however the clone had instantly used the substitution technique and came at Kakuzu again. Yet another attacker presented itself, hurling slivers of lighting in the shape of Sanban at his masks. His masks dodged the attacks, but it was a close thing. The clone gathered lightning in its fist and charged. Behind Kakuzu he could feel additional clones of the futon user racing for him. Kakuzu hardened his skin again, the inevitable katana strike, and prepared to dodge the Chidori. The Chidori crackled with pent-up energy and Kakuzu again evaded the attack and accepted the katana attack to his backside. The problem was at the last second one of the clones at his back used the substitution technique to change places with the Chidori-wielding clone. In a split second Kakuzu sensed the danger and twisted his body. The clone with the aid of the Sharingan compensated but didn't quite get a strike onto his opponent's heart. However, the lightning current did deaden a good portion of the black strings that made up his internal body. In response, Kakuzu flung his dark innards in all directions. A shadow clone only needed to be grazed in order to be defeated, so this popped the Chidori-wielding clone as well as the Naruto clones around him. He spared a glance to where Haiden was and stiffened in dismay. Somehow Haiden had been carved up like a turkey. Kakuzu could sense there was a lingering chakra signature around him, which meant the fool had been hit with another genjutsu. And that had led to a half-dozen of the futon users' clones to slice him into a multitude of pieces. If Kakuzu had time, he could stitch Haiden back together, but his opponents were not letting up. The air became saturated with kunai as the clones used the same fuinjutsu scrolls as the mud clones had earlier. His masks were sturdy enough to take a kunai, but they didn't have the benefit of his doton, domu, earth release, iron skin. Enough hits could shatter them. Fortunately for Kakuzu, they were nimble and could even make gaps in the black threads to allow the kunai to pass through them. Kakuzu again thinned out the area with futon, atsugai, wind release, pressure damage, and yet again more clones sprang to take the place of the ones dissipated. Some of these clones rushed his masks with their katanas. His hearts countered with independent low-level jutsu. Lightning strikes, blasts of water, miniature fireballs, and wind bullets were all used to stop the clones from getting in close. The fight taxed even Kakuzu's intellect as clones, projectiles, and jutsu filled the air. He felt a tendril of a genjutsu attempt to disorient him within the chaos, but he ruthlessly released the effect. A clone slashed at him and he killed it quickly with his black threads, only for it to explode with the strength of multiple explosive seals. Hot metal shrapnel also pelted the area of the explosion. Luckily for Kakuzu, his iron skin was purely reflexive from his long years of using it. Still, the explosion rocked him backwards. Pillars rose up around where he landed, and he quickly identified the jutsu as Raitun, Shirchu Shirbari, Lighting Release, 4-pillar bind. His body arced as electricity froze his muscles. He mentally directed the futon heart to blast the air with futon, atsugai, wind release, pressure damage, which would break the Raitun jutsu but not do him any harm. The plan was successful, however, with the futon mask's attention directed elsewhere. Another figure with a blade coated in chakra sliced through the mask like a hot knife through butter. Kakuzu figured this was the real ANBU agent, and he had been responsible for all the clones. He directed his Raitun heart to let loose with Raitun, John, lightning release, false darkness, but two clones interfered by unleashing lighting's opposite element via the C-ranked futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough. False darkness was a stronger attack, however wind naturally defeated lightning. Lightning Senbon forced Kakuzu to dodge away right into the arms of an apparent taijutsu specialist. Kakuzu wasn't worried about getting hit with physical attacks, but he wasn't able to land a solid blow either. Unlike his kick against the genjutsu woman, his opponent could block his attacks and not suffer broken bones. Again, a genjutsu tried to invade his chakra network and he flooded it out. In that same instant, his opponent grabbed his arm and flipped through one-handed seals and coated his hand with lightning. Kakuzu broke the grab and danced away from the blow of the lightning chakra, only for it to extend out and smash into his chest from 10 feet away. "I call that one Chidori Iso, Chidori Spear," a smug voice told him. Kakuzu collapsed on the ground. His hearts knew what to do, and the Raitun one blasted lightning at the one who had speared him. The ANBU masked shinobi dodged away and the Suetun mask jumped into Kakuzu's body. The Katon mask burned a circle around Kakuzu's body, keeping back any opponents. Kakuzu's heart began pumping chakra through his frame again, just in time to see the chakra-conductive katana wielder flash through the hand seal for a summoning. In a flash, he used the body substitution technique to escape the arrival of a gigantic toad. The massive magenta-colored beast would have pulverized his body and his heart if it had come down on him. For the first time in a very long time, Kakuzu felt fear. 2 of his hearts were destroyed, leaving the Raitun and Katon-natured hearts. The Suetun heart was inside his chest. "I'll bit your throats out, let me go, heathens." Kakuzu burned with rage at how easily his partner had been taken down. If he had someone like Sasori with all his puppets, or even Deidre with his explosions, he wouldn't be in this mess. The massive toad wielded a Susumina that was swung with vicious speed at his Katon mask. Kakuzu wanted to get rid of the massive create as fast as possible. The mask danced backward and then Kakuzu flashed through the hand seals for Katan, Tsukaku, fire release, intelligent hard work. A roar of fire screamed toward the massive toad. The futon using shinobi jumped right into its path and crossed his arms. Kakuzu's green eyes widened in shock. The jutsu just stopped as it connected with the ANBU operative. Bits of fire leaked past it since the fireball was quite large, but it wasn't enough to cause significant harm to the toad. What kind of defense is that? This is impossible. The leaf shinobi wasn't done quite yet and threw a trio of chakra lace kunai directly at the mask. The mask dodged the first two but was struck square in the center with the third. It cracked instantly and the black threads turned to slush. His right ton-focused heart was busy frying clones as they swarmed around him. Kakuzu had yet to draw blood on any of his opponents. Disgusted with his failure, he used the shunshin to get some distance and began to sprint away. Clones chased after him. The irony of what was happening was lost on him. Just a couple of hours earlier he had chased an outclassed shinobi to her death, and now the same was happening in reverse. He felt his right ton heart become crushed and he pumped chakra into his feet to gain distance. Yet another shinobi appeared before him, hands already moving for a jutsu. Kakuzu shifted to the right hoping to dodge the attack, but his opponent either guessed or sensed the direction he was going to and compensated. Reiju Hashiri no Jutsu, lightning beast running technique, was used, and in Kakuzu's eyes he saw a massive canine creature speed out from his adversary's hands and close the distance to him in a fraction of a second. The jutsu electrocuted every fiber of his body, paralyzing his nerve endings, chakra pathway, and ability to think. A half-second later a fistful of lighting crashed into his chest and stilled his final heart. Chapter 35, Challenge Accepted. Team 7 had picked up Kurenai's body, Kakuzu's corpse, and the still screaming dismembered body and head of Haiden. Team 7 wasn't quite sure what was keeping Haiden alive. The brain needed blood and oxygen to function, but evidently Haiden's strange chakra allowed it to operate despite not being connected to a heart and lungs. The return trip to the village went uneventfully and they reported in. After careful discussion with the TNI unit, they released Haiden to their tender mercies. Kakuzu was taken to the hospital and given to Tsunade to perform the autopsy. Jiraiya had met with them and let them know he would inform Asuma. He also congratulated them on taking down 2 S-class shinobi. While Jiraiya would rather have Kurenai alive than the potential intelligence they were going to get from Haiden, he would not look a gift horse in the mouth. For a long time he had been operating in the dark about the Akatsuki and their true motives. Their cell-based operation meant that Itachi didn't know the full scope of the Akatsuki plans. Having intelligence from a different angle would be invaluable. An emotionally exhausted Team 7 returned to their base of operations. In 2 days they would attend the funeral and be out in the village under their real faces. Break. Anko had not taken the news of her friend's death well. Kurenai had been one of the few shinobi in the village who didn't ignore her or outright look down on her. As Orochimaru's old apprentice, the village had distrusted her ever since his defection. With her being part of the kill team that went and finished him, it was getting better, but habits were hard to change and Anko wasn't quite ready to forgive and forget. But Kurenai had been different. She had seen a hurting Kunoichi and had comforted her. They had become fast friends. Outside of information she learned as part of her torture and interrogation duties, she was cut off from village gossip and information. Kurenai had kept her in the loop and they had spent long hours drinking and chatting. And now her friend was dead. And one of the bastards that had done it to her was in the interrogation cells and she wasn't allowed to pay him back. Ibiki had told her it would not be professional for her to personally take a hand in the interrogation. Anko thought that was stupid. The piece of shit regenerates, what the fuck are they worried about? Anko went to work out some steam in her favorite training grounds, the Forest of Death. It held no danger for a Jonin-level shinobi like her. Well, that wasn't quite true. It wouldn't be a good idea to take a nap there. Anko worked out her frustrations by turning one of the thick trees into kindling with nothing more than taijutsu strikes. The snake style of fighting was all about attacking with tremendous force and precision from unexpected angles. It had served her well in the career she had made for herself. Teasing Irika, chatting with Kurenai, and a thorough enjoyment of her job had kept her sane. Teasing Irika was new. Her job was pleasurable, but its joys transitory. Her only real grounding was Kurenai. And she was gone. Orochimaru had beaten the tears out of her, and even now they would not fall. But she still trembled with regret and rage. After another several hours of tree murders, she had spent her rage for a time. In her exhausted state, she thought about what made Kurenai. Kurenai was happiest when she was with her team or when she was with Asuma. I know you would want me to be happy, Kurenai. You told me I should stop teasing poor Irika and actually ask him out. I still think you're crazy. It's never going to work. But for you, Kurenai, I'll give it a shot. Break. The Akatsuki convened using Genishin no Jutsu, astral projection jutsu. They had to use this jutsu since not all of their members were in the same geographic location. Pain began. Kakuzu is dead and Haiden has been captured by Konoha. Kisame laughed. The zombie combo taken out? Good riddance. Pain turned his gaze on Hoshigaki. You should respect your comrades. Sasori asked, who defeated them? Zetsu rasped, Kakashi Hataki's team. Kisame grinned and looked over to Itachi. Hey, isn't that the team your kid brother is on? Itachi inclined his head. Deidara looked intrigued but didn't say anything for the moment. Sasori asked, should we try to retrieve Haiden? He was new to our organization, but the Leaf could still learn too much. No. Suna and Konoha are allied. If we attack Konoha, it will put our negotiations with the Kazekage at risk. Haiden did not know much enough about our plans to take that risk, Pain replied. Hataki's team is getting stronger. Are you sure you will be able to handle the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Sasori asked this and looked toward the projections of Itachi and Kisame. No problem, Kisame replied. I do not foresee any issues, Itachi all added. Pain called the impromptu meeting to a close. Your current orders are still standing. Sasori, you will take over as treasurer. One by one the projections winked out and the Akatsuki went about their duties. Break. Jiraiya sat behind his desk as Ibiki Marino explained the lack of progress with their prisoner. Hokage-sama, the prisoner has yet to break during interrogation. Pain affects him but has not caused him to give up any information. Jiraiya nodded. Have Inoichi try his hand at it then. Ibiki bowed and then said, we still aren't sure how he is actually alive. I'd like to have Tsunade-sama review the rest of his body and head. There may be some medicinal benefits if we can learn how he is regenerating. I don't think we will. His chakra is not natural. But it wouldn't hurt go and have Tsunade take a look. Ibiki bowed and left the Hokage's office. The funeral would begin soon and Jiraiya was not looking forward to. He hated funerals, but as Hokage he had to preside over the fallen. There are too many names on the memorial stone already. And I have a feeling before we are done with the Akatsuki there will be many more added. Break. The funeral was a solemn occasion. Kurenai Yuhi was well liked in the shinobi community. The Aburame, Hyuga, Sarutobi, and Inazuka clan were present in numbers. In the academy, young would-be shinobi were taught not to show emotions. The academy instructors would be hard-pressed to justify that rule if their students were in attendance. Asuma Sarutobi lost almost all composure. Kiba was right there with him. Hinata and Shino pulled off a neutral facade, but even their blank faces had an aura of mourning and barely suppressed pain. It was a day eerily similar to the day of the third Hokage's funeral. While attendance was lighter, some of the emotion was stronger. The Sandaime had lived a long and legendary life. He had seen his students become master shinobi and had seen his children and grandchildren grow. Kurenai had died childless, her future cut tragically short. Death wasn't a rare occurrence for shinobi, but this one touched more than most. When it ended, Team 7 filed off while the rest of Team 8 and Asuma stayed and kept a silent vigil. Break. Kakashi and Shikaku were with the Hokage when Asuma stormed into the office. It had only been a day after the funeral and Asuma didn't look like he had slept a wink. The ANBU had let him in because they knew Jiraiya. Jiraiya would not have wanted blood in front of his office because of a greeting shinobi hadn't followed proper protocol when seeing the Hokage. Jiraiya-sama, I request, no, I demand information on the Akatsuki. I am going to hunt every last one of those bastards down and kill them. The Akatsuki was a secretive organization, not a secret organization. They were a mercenary group that was highly skilled and took missions. They had done a lot of work in the land of Earth and had also collected a number of large bounties. The fact that Asuma knew of the Akatsuki was unsurprising. Jiraiya sighed heavily as he looked at Asuma's angry eyes. The Akatsuki who did this to Kurenai is dead and his partner is being interrogated and will eventually be killed as well. Don't give yourself over to vengeance. Asuma slammed a hand down on Jiraiya's desk. No. Kurenai was everything to me. I wasn't there to save her, but I will avenge her. Vengeance has already taken place. Kakuzu is dead. Haiden will soon follow, Jiraiya countered. There are more of them. I refuse to let them live out their lives while Kurenai lies dead in the ground. Jiraiya was about to say more, but Kakashi spoke up first. Actually, we do plan on dealing with the Akatsuki, but there is a problem with having you help. Asuma did a double take. What do you mean? You're too weak. Asuma exploded. I'm an elite Jonin. I was one of the 12 guardians. I may not be an S-class Sharingan implanted freak like you, but I can fight. Kakashi looked bored. You're not half bad, but you've stopped progressing. You've gotten lazy, and against the Akatsuki you just don't cut it. This is the organization that has Itachi Uchiha as a subordinate. Asuma growled at Kakashi and took a threatening step forward. Kakashi simply looked on placidly. Asuma thought better of attacking someone in the Hokage's office and struggled to regain his composure. Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi is wrong. I am strong, and if his team can fight the Akatsuki and win, then so can I. Kakashi responded before Jiraiya could. There are two differences between you and my team, Asuma. My team follows my orders, and in your emotionally compromised state, I don't think you will. The second reason is simple, all of them are stronger than you. Asuma's jaw dropped for a second and then he laughed. Your arrogance is amazing. Your team is good, but one-on-one I can take on any of them unless Naruto used the Kyuubi chakra. Kakashi stood up. Asuma, the Leaf Village needs to be strong, so I'll make you a wager. If you can beat the opponent of your choosing from my team in a one-on-one battle next week, you'll be part of the next operation against the Akatsuki. However, if you lose, then you get put on a training schedule devised by Guy and myself. Only after you finish your training will you be allowed to join in any mission against the Akatsuki. Asuma confidently agreed. All right, Kakashi, you have yourself a deal. Jiraiya asked, Asuma, who do you wish to fight? Sakura, the bearded Jonin replied. Kakashi didn't react, and Asuma left feeling as if he had gotten one over on Kakashi. After Asuma left, Jiraiya turned to Kakashi. He's going to be pretty mad when realizes there is no operation planned against the Akatsuki. Kakashi gave his Hokage an eye smile. True, but I have a strong feeling we'll have to fight them again. The Akatsuki does a lot of work in the land of Earth, and I know they are going to be itching to send assassins after Naruto. My strategy of faking missions outside of Hai no Kuni isn't going to work forever. Jiraiya changed the subject to the upcoming Jonin trials. Any surprises? Kakashi shook his head. No, it is gratifying that Iruka feels qualified enough to be a Jonin. He was pegged as a career Chunin, but with some pushing from Naruto he agreed to continue training. Imagine if every Konoha shinobi started to train that way. Kakashi trailed off in a thoughtful voice. Shikaku groaned, not this again. Kakashi held his hands up, just making a point, not starting another argument. Jiraiya scanned the list again. Looks like your son is ready, as is Niji Hyuga. Shikaku sighed. Shikamaru has the intelligence to win if he bothers putting in the effort. His taijutsu is still only Chunin level. His genjutsu detection, clan-based ninjutsu and battlefield tactics are Jonin level. The discussion drifted onto other village business. Jiraiya and the Mizukage had exchanged correspondence, and they were trying to make arrangements for a formal meeting. Neither side had full trust in the other. Kakashi gave it some thought and finally said, we're going to have to take a risk if we want this to go beyond letters back and forth. May won't come here and it would be too risky to go the hidden mist village, but we will have to meet in the land of water. Security will be a major issue. I would insist on going with you if that is your decision. Jiraiya waved him off. Kakashi, I was surviving ambushes while you were learning how to walk. Kakashi nonchalantly responded, I know, you're old, that's why I need to protect you. Why you? Shikaka barked out a laugh, walked into that one Hokage-sama. Jiraiya muttered something about a lack of respect and the three continued to go through the myriad issues that came up when running a hidden village. Break! Kakashi broke the news to Sakura the following day during training. What do you mean I am fighting Asuma Sarutobi one-on-one? Ma, you'll do fine. Naruto showed his support as well, you can do it Sakura-chan. Asuma is even older than Kakashi-sensei. Sakura had to smile at the remark while Kakashi did his best to pretend he never heard it. But sensei, I'm low jonin in taijutsu. My ninjutsu is limited to the academy basics and one Kapton jutsu. While my jinjutsu is probably the best in the village, he knows it and will expect it. Trying to drop a jinjutsu on someone who is expecting it is twice as hard. Kakashi simply shrugged, I guess you'll need to figure out a plan then. Sakura began thinking about various battle tactics and strategies she could use against the far more experienced Jonin. Oh, and to make it more interesting, my cute little Chunin, if you lose no Fuinjutsu for a month. Sakura shuddered, no! You can't be serious, sensei. I'm about to make a breakthrough on the chakra limits per kanji dilemma. It could revolutionize how items are stored. I guess that means you have ample incentive to win. Kakashi turned to Naruto. While Sakura is preparing for her fight, it's time you invent your own jutsu that can harness the extreme amounts of chakra you have access to. The two left a now utterly motivated Sakura to her thoughts. Naruto asked, hey, where is Sasuke anyway? In the village, he had a few people he needed to meet in regards to signing a summoning contract. Naruto grinned, that's good, but nothing ever beats Toads. Having a summon is not just about combat strength. For example, the contract I hold allows me to track shinobi as well as any in Izuka. It's good that you have pride in your allies, but don't look down on others. Hi Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi had moved to the largest training room in their base. The room was massive and had seals etched along the walls that would prevent all but the most devastating jutsu from causing too much damage. Naruto, jutsu are created with efficiency in mind. Some jutsu can have extra chakra forced into them and expand the effects, but even then it is wasteful. I want you to create a new futon jutsu that is both powerful and chakra intensive. A jutsu that only someone with massive chakra reserves can use. That means I'm not looking for some overpowered futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough. I'm looking for something unique. What should it do? Massive area effect damage. Both Sasuke and I have assassination techniques for single targets. You also have the Rasengan and your chakra-conducting katana. What we need is another large-scale jutsu, something even bigger than Raitun, Jibashi Deno, lightning release, massive electromagnetic murder. Naruto wasn't quite sure how to create his own jutsu, and so the two had a long discussion on how it could be done. The hand seals directed the flow of chakra in specific ways. The first step was to imagine how a possible jutsu would function and then find the hand seals that would direct the chakra in that fashion. Jutsu crafters and theorists went through hundreds of different combinations before actually trying something. The process could take years. But Kakashi explained how Naruto had the amazing advantage of being able to test ideas at a much faster pace thanks to his clones. Naruto, you've come a long way in the intelligence and knowledge department, but I don't expect you to be a jutsu crafting genius. Instead, I want you to try to anything that seems like it could work and through simple brute force numbers come up with something viable. My father created awesome jutsu and I am going to too. Believe it! Naruto was confident in his eventual success. Kakashi was pleased with his enthusiasm. I'm sure you will, Naruto. Break! Sasuke chose to seek out Konohamaru first. It was written in the accounts of the Kyuubi attack that Enma the monkey had been summoned by the Sandaime. He had transformed into a diamond-hard adamantine staff that had enough power to knock back the nine-tailed fox. That kind of power was appealing to him after his clash with Iwa's Jinchuriki. He waited for Konohamaru to finish his day at the academy. The boy would be graduating soon, and Sasuke dropped down next to him and his friends. He inclined his head slightly and said, "Konohamaru Sarutobi, I would like a few moments of your time." Konohamaru looked startled and said, "Hey, aren't you Naruto's teammate? Is he back in town? Why doesn't he ever visit me anymore? I'm his rival, you know." Sasuke smirked at the idea that the kid was a rival to Naruto. "I can pass along your questions to Naruto. But I wanted to talk to you about something else." "Like what?" "I'm an incredibly talented ninja. I guarantee you that I'm better than whoever they have training you is. What I'm offering is private lessons from me. I know jutsu that they wouldn't even dream of teaching you until you reach Chunin. I can help tutor you and make sure you are ready for the very first available Chunin exam." Konohamaru's eyes were shining. Sasuke Uchiha had a reputation. He was the last Uchiha, the top-ranked member of his academy class. He was a natural genius, wielder of the Sharingan, and on the deadliest team in the village. The chance to train with him was an excellent opportunity. "I'm interested. What do you want in exchange?" "I want to sign the monkey contract." Konohamaru opened his mouth in surprise. He then looked down. "Sorry, but that isn't an option." "Why not?" "The monkey clan has been in my family since before there was a Konohagakure. We have never allowed any shinobi outside of our family to sign." "Sorry, but I cannot allow it." Sasuke was taken aback by the firm rejection. Konohamaru kept talking, "But I'm still interested in training. I don't know a lot of jutsu, but I do know one called the sexy jutsu that..." Before Konohamaru could even finish, Sasuke disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Break. If Sasuke couldn't have the monkey contract, then he would settle for his second choice. The snake contract had a lot to offer. Not being able to summon Manda would be frustrating, especially since Naruto could summon the Toad Chief, but it would be better than nothing. The current holder of the snake contract was Anko Mitarashi. She normally worked with Konoha's torture and interrogation department but was currently on leave. That meant he had to track her down. He eventually found her in a secluded training area sparring with Iruka. Sasuke watched with his Sharingan. Iruka had improved significantly. His taijutsu strikes were swift and had power behind them. His Suiton ninjutsu wasn't flashy, but it was quite effective defensively. Sasuke applauded the fast creation of a water clone to accept the blow of dozens of snakes that had poured out of Anko's sleeve. The real Iruka had counterattacked, and Anko had been forced to break off her attack. The two noticed Sasuke and called a halt to the spar. Iruka spoke first. "Ah, Sasuke, what can I do for you?" "Actually, I came to talk with Anko-san." Iruka blinked. "Oh, all right." Iruka looked slightly unsure of himself, but he cleared his throat and then said, "Anko, did you still want me to, Anko smiled. "Of course, and you better not be late." Sasuke saw heat enter Iruka's cheeks, and he quickly waved goodbye to the both of them and used a shunshin to beat a hasty retreat. Anko had smiled in the direction he had gone. Even if Sasuke wasn't a genius, it was obvious the two had something going on between the two of them. Sasuke, however, was the last person to care about who was dating who in the village and didn't comment. "All right, brat, what did you want to talk to me about?" "I'll be direct. I want to be a signer of the snake contract." Anko was taken aback by the request. With Orochimaru's death, the snake contract had reverted to her. She was now the human link to the snake clan. She could add signers on if she wished. It actually didn't cost her a thing either. Most snakes served the holder of the contract based on strength. In snake society, the weak served the strong. If you summoned a snake that thought you were weak, it could get extremely ugly. Before Orochimaru had turned against the leaf, he had told her the history of the snake contract and how in the past several shinobi had lost their lives to their own allies. There are some things I should explain about the snakes first. They aren't like the toads, slugs, or monkeys. They only respect power. But if you feel it's worth the risk, I'll let you sign on one condition. Sasuke had expected some sort of quid pro quo. And that is? Anko sighed, tell Kakashi to get over it. I know I screwed up on the Orochimaru mission, but I'd like him to go back to the way things were before. What do you mean? Anko explained, most of the village hates me. Half think I'm some sort of traitor and the other half think I'm a psychotic torture-happy homewrecker. Kakashi was one of the few who would treat me just like any other shinobi. We weren't friends or anything like that, but it was nice to have someone who treated me like what I am. A kunoichi who serves her village to the best of her ability. I'll see what I can do, but that seems reasonable enough. Tell me more about the snake contract and I'll talk with Kakashi tonight. Chapter 36, Sakura vs. Asuma. Sasuke had watched the Jonin trials with his Sharingan to see if he could uncover any new jutsu. Sadly, the field was rather limited when it came to jutsu he would find useful. Iruka used his Suiton jutsu effectively and efficiently, but it was primarily C and B ranked. Shikamaru used his clan jutsu that Sasuke was not able to copy. And Niji Hyuga used his clan's gentle fist. There were a couple of civilians who had made it to Chunin and were trying to take the next step up but were simply not ready for the jump to Jonin. And Akimichi was talented but had been utterly outclassed by Niji. Sasuke doubted he would get the nod, but there was potential there. Kotetsu had an interesting skill set, a bit of Fuinjutsu, Jinjutsu, and he also wielded an odd weapon in close combat. However, Iruka breezed by his Jinjutsu and proved superior in close combat. Beko, a Chunin who favored close combat, had been outplayed at every part of his match by the genius Nara. The Jonin exams were not like the Chunin exams. One-on-one fights occurred, but also demonstrations of particular talents and ninjutsu outside of combat were assessed. Unlike the Chunin exams that were a spectacle, the Jonin exams tended to be private and only trusted shinobi could observe them. Sasuke understood that a Jonin secret technique should be hidden until used against an enemy. Well, that was useless. Niji would be fun to match in close combat. His Kaiten isn't nearly as perfect of a defense as he likes to think. Naruto will be happy that Iruka was one of selections. It was unlikely Anko would join him for training as she was going to be celebrating with the newly minted Jonin. Sasuke returned to his snake training alone. As per Anko's instructions, he had started summoning relatively unintelligent snakes. They ranged from tiny grass snakes that could be used to spy to massive building-sized constrictors. Manda's direct family was not summoned by Sasuke, at least not yet. For now, he was content with having another tool in his arsenal. Eventually, he would summon more intelligent and therefore dangerous snakes. While he doubted any of them save for Manda himself could kill him, there was no need to take chances. When he did summon one, he would do so under conditions that favored him completely. Break. Kiba had been upset, angry and rude when he lost his mother. He didn't act like that when Kurenai-sensei was killed. Hinata almost wished he had. No, instead of acting out in anger, he had become extremely withdrawn. The once boisterous boy had lost all energy. His sister had to bully him to the table for meals. Even Akamaru couldn't get a smile out of him. Hinata was concerned and confronted Kiba directly. Hana smiled at her as she entered the Inuzuka home. Thank you for coming, Hinata. Kiba, isn't Kiba right now? I'd never seen him like this and I really don't know what to do. Hinata wasn't sure what to do either, but she owed it to her teammate to try to get him out of his funk. Yes, Kurenai's death had been recent, but what he was doing was unhealthy. Hana took Hinata to Kiba's room. There they found Kiba staring out the window. Akamaru barked when they entered and greeted the two. He then looked toward Kiba and let out a whine. Hinata moved next to Kiba and said, Kiba, it looks like Akamaru is worried about you. Silence was Kiba's response. Hana growled, Kiba. You have a guest, do not shame our family. Kiba twitched and looked at Hinata. Oh. Hello, Hinata. I'll be fine, Hana. Can I talk to Kiba alone? Hana nodded and left the area while Hinata turned back to Kiba. I have barely seen you since the funeral. What have you been doing? Kiba inhaled sharply. Why do you care? Our team is broken and will be split up. It's probably for the best. The old Hinata would have recoiled as if she had been struck at such a remark, but Hinata had been trained by Kakashi. When you are surprised is when you should have the most control because that is when you would tend to be most vulnerable. Instead Hinata didn't react and after a moment or two asked, why would it be for the best? Because maybe you and Shino will join a team with someone who can protect you. Hinata sighed, it wasn't your fault. Kurenai-sensei ordered all of us to leave. Because I was too weak. I was the team's muscle. If I was a shinobi like Naruto or Sasuke, I could have protected her and the entire team. You can't blame yourself for not being a powerful prodigy. Not everyone can be a genius. Kiba snarled, bullshit. Naruto was the dead last of our class. He was a moron. But you know what? He worked hard and look at where he is now. Strong enough to fight the bastards we ran from. So if that's the case, why are you moping about and not getting stronger so you can protect everyone? It's too late. Hinata's hand blurred as she slapped Kiba across the face. Kiba backed up stunned. Is Akamaru dead? Is Hana dead? Is Shino dead? Am I dead? Do you care about any of us? Kiba shuddered. I don't want to care. I don't want to feel like this again. I just want to be left alone. Hinata's heart was breaking for Kiba, but she kept her mask firmly in place. Kiba, you have been a good teammate. You were wild, you didn't care about rules, and you made me laugh. But you know what I respected the most about you? Your courage. Kiba flinched. Yes, courage. You would throw yourself at any danger to protect the team, your pack. You were willing to fight two S-class shinobi that would have killed you. Can you still be courageous? Because if the reason you are acting like this is because you are afraid of pain, then you aren't Kiba Inuzuka, you're a pathetic coward that is a disgrace to the village, his clan, his team, and to the sensei who sacrificed her life for him. Kiba was shocked. Hinata never spoke like that. After Kakashi's training she no longer stuttered and acted in the confident manner one would expect from a Hyuga heiress, but she was never like this. Kiba's hand trembled and he clenched it into a fist. Kiba was breathing heavily. He closed his eyes and felt the pain in his chest amplify. It screamed to get out. He let loose a howl of mourning for what he had lost. His mother and then his surrogate mother. He never wanted to feel this kind of pain again, but he wouldn't be a coward. That wasn't Kiba Inuzuka. He looked at Hinata and saw a proud kunoichi. She was beautiful, strong, and would make a worthy mate. Kiba's emotions were on a roller coaster, but he knew one thing. A woman who could break the suffocating despair was a woman he wanted at his side forever. You're right, Hinata-chan. Enough moping, I haven't sparred since that mission. Let's go, now. Hinata was perceptive and saw the change was tinged with a desire for her. She loved Naruto, not Kiba, but Naruto was obviously still infatuated with Sakura. Neither would be a choice that the Hyuga family would probably accept anyway. Why must things be so complicated? Hinata let none of her thoughts show on her face. Instead she nodded, "Hi, let's go train. If we prove that we can work as a team, I know we can persuade the Hokage to keep Team 8 together." Break. Asuma had spent the week practicing on his Jinjutsu detection. He figured that the pink-haired girl's only hope was to catch him in an illusion. Being aware of the potential made it unlikely to be successful, but he was damned if he was going to let Kakashi's student beat him. The area Kakashi had set aside for their battle was a large circle in Training Field 41. It left plenty of room for both fighters to spread out. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Shizune, Iruka, and Anko were already present. Asuma had told his old team about the fight and they had come with him. Ino had lectured him on not hurting Sakura too badly. Sakura appeared relaxed, wearing a modified Chunin vest that had additional pockets. Asuma's sharp eye caught that and he thought, oh himself, she must have packed a bunch of the few ninjutsu scrolls Team 7 likes to use. Kakashi explained the rules. The fight would go on until one side gave up, dropped unconscious, or stepped outside of the circle. Kakashi could also call the fight if the lives of the participants were in too much danger. Shizune was present to provide immediate medical attention if it was necessary. Naruto shouted out, "Kick his ass, Sakura-chan." Shikamaru looked very thoughtful as he glanced between Sakura and Asuma. The two started at opposite ends of the battlefield. Kakashi gave the signal to go and Asuma pulled out his trench knives and waited for the inevitable genjutsu attack. Sakura's hands moved fast and she pulled out a scroll and opened it. The scroll expelled a sizable amount of fog that soon covered the circle. As Asuma expected, he felt a tendril of genjutsu try to alter his perceptions. He easily shut it down and called out, "You'll have to do better than that, Sakura." Asuma's keen hearing and awareness allowed him to sense the kunai streaking toward him. The infamous kunai scroll, dangerous to a chunin but not to someone like me. The first kunai entered his field of vision and he saw the exploding tag on it. He had intended to block the kunai with his knives, but that would be risky with explosive tags trailing from their hilts. Instead, Asuma used futon, repusho, wind release, gale palm, to scatter the projectiles away from him. Asuma watched in horror as a massive fireball crashed into his wind jutsu. If Asuma wasn't as elite as he had claimed, he would have badly burned and in need of Shizen's medical attention. But he was one of Konoha's elite, and so he used the substitution jutsu without hand seals that took him away from danger at the last instant. Even so, he still had mild burns from the heat. Asuma realized he had been played perfectly so far. The fog blocked his line of sight, so he couldn't see Sakura use complete Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. With Asuma being a futon specialist, it would have been natural for him to use the gale palm to defend against a swarm of explosive tag-laced kunai. She must have already started the jutsu even while the kunai were traveling. Asuma growled in irritation. He saw Sakura still pouring on the flames. The heat had dissipated much of the summoned fog. He rolled smoothly and threw one of his chakra-conducting kunai at Sakura's shoulder. He didn't want to kill her after all. But to his horror, Sakura saw the kunai at the last second and dodged the wrong way. Asuma could only watch in despair as the futon-covered kunai speared right through Sakura's heart. Ino's scream came with a surge of horrendous guilt. "What have I done?" Asuma was still with shock, and only his preternatural senses allowed him to feel the danger incoming. The kunai had almost reached him when he broke free of the genjutsu. He didn't even have time for a near-instantaneous kawarimi. Instead, he turned to the side with every ounce of his battle-hardened reflexes. The kunai exploded into a pile of noxious gas as it sailed past him. The gas enveloped him and he exhaled sharply to avoid breathing any of it in. His eyes watered badly. Whatever the poison was, it was nasty. He was confident it wasn't lethal, but breathing any of it in would end the fight. Asuma leapt away from the cloud and turned his blurry vision toward Sakura. The young chunin hadn't been idle. In fact, she had 5 scrolls open in mid-air, held up by nothing but chakra strings. One of the scrolls opened up with a hail of kunai. Asuma dodged to the side, his speed quick enough to avoid the swift-moving kunai. Another scroll opened, sending a second wave. Asuma dodged again and went on the offensive. Futon jutsu would be dangerous against a Katon user, so he went with his second affinity. Katon, Goenka, fire release, great flame flower. 3 large blasts of flame leapt toward Sakura. Sakura used the body substitution technique to avoid the blazing fireballs. Asuma saw where she went and saw the rapid hand seals she was using. That isn't any kind of Katon jutsu. Kekai, Yan Koatari. Barrier art, 4 parts. 4 kunai that were on the ground shone with purple light that in an instant connected to each other and created a 4-sided rectangular shape around Asuma. The light extended to each of the kunai and then became 3-dimensional. It was roughly 8 feet to a side and 8 feet high. Asuma found himself trapped in a barrier. In shock, he saw the other kunai on the ground start to expel more poisonous gas. Several of the kunai were inside the barrier. The first thing Asuma tried to do was cut through the barrier with his chakra blades. The blades seemed to cut into the barrier. He could sense chakra being redistributed from around the barrier. If he could cause enough damage to the barrier, it would be break and he could get free. He only had a limited amount of time to do so, since the gas was quickly filling his Fuinjutsu-created prison. Asuma held his breath as he cut into the barrier over and over again. He had slashed the barrier numerous times in the first 15 seconds until he changed tactics. He used futon, repusho, wind release, Gale Palm, to clear some of the poisonous gas away. Unfortunately, the barrier was airtight and the gas just rebounded from the barrier walls. He sipped a tiny bit of air and felt the noxious chemical compound filter into his chakra system. With little time, he unleashed a powerful katan jutsu at the far wall of the prison. The fire seemed to scorch the purple walls, but again chakra was redistributed and the prison remained intact. Asuma fell to his knees as the gas choked him, and in another few seconds he was unconscious. Sakura waited another minute before releasing the barrier jutsu. The gas dissipated and Shizen rushed over to the fallen Asuma and demanded to know what was used. Shizen-san, it was not lethal. He'll be all right with a day's worth of rest. Shizen checked to be sure, but Sakura was correct. The gas was not lethal, it just caused unconsciousness and interfered with the chakra network. It was actually used quite a bit by Moegakure, village hidden in the haze, when they had to take targets down alive. Ino was positively shocked at the outcome. It had only been 2 years since they had graduated from the academy. They were all Chunin now and they had heard stories about Team 7, but this? Sakura had taken down her sensei. Ino loved to gossip, and she knew by reputation Asuma was considered by many to be part of the top 10 most powerful shinobi in the village. Either rumor was wrong or Sakura had completely eclipsed her when it came to ninja talent. Kakashi congratulated Sakura and then turned to Shikamaru. Shikamaru, you are now a jonin of Konohagakure. Can you tell me why Asuma was defeated? Shikamaru yawned. It should be obvious. Indulge me, Shikaku speaks highly of you and I'd like to see if it is more than a father's pride talking. Shikamaru shrugged. Asuma-sensei lost for a lot of reasons. From the start he underestimated Sakura's abilities and was far too passive. Go on, Kakashi instructed. Sakura did her research. She planned for the fight. She knew he was a futon user, and with that knowledge she set the stage to counter his wind jutsu immediately. More importantly, it allowed her to dictate the fight. Every move she took was part of a larger goal. Asuma just took the fight as a series of exchanges. It's probably why his shogi game needs work. Could you do better? Shikamaru was surprised by the question. Probably not. The problem is her jinjutsu and fuinjutsu are so versatile. Kakashi respected the boy's opinion. Shikamaru was one of the people he had been able to influence peripherally. While Shikaku disagreed with Kakashi's enforced training schemes, he had pushed his son to take his training seriously. The fact that Shikamaru was a jonin at 14 was a testament to Shikaku accepting Kakashi's argument that war was coming. Genius without effort made Shikamaru a dangerous target for enemy nin attempting to gain intelligence. By being able to defend himself adequately, it made Konoha's secrets far safer. Naruto walked up to Sakura and said, "We should celebrate. Where do you want to go?" "My treat." Sakura was still coming off the post-victory high. She had done it. She had defeated an elite jonin of the village. She would have never thought 2 years ago she would be this strong. Her hope at the time was to snag Sasuke and become his girlfriend. Now she had a passion, a true passion. Sure, Naruto, but everyone from Team 7 is invited. Sakura had easily seen through his attempted offer of a date. Naruto snapped his fingers. Hey, a guy has to try, right? Kakashi slid in next to his 2 students. It sure was nice of you to offer to pay for everyone. Naruto groaned theatrically. Team 7 was by no means short of funds. Their equipment came from the village budget itself, and that included the largest expenditure, fuinjutsu scrolls and ink. Sasuke had also been watching and only now appeared. Nice work, Sakura. I'm glad you're on our team. Sakura felt a warm glow fill her. She had earned Sasuke's respect a long time ago, however, to actually have him say it was nice. Sasuke turned to Kakashi. Guys, training camp for Asuma, huh? What's the plan? Not here, I'll tell you more back at our training grounds. Break. Team 7 returned from their dinner and headed toward their base of operations. At the gates of Konoha they were met by Neji Hyuga, Guy, and Shizune. At Kakashi's signal, Naruto created clones and transformed them into his teammates and sent them running in multiple directions. It was standard operating procedure. They arrived at their base and gave the appropriate signal to the ANBU station there. Once inside, Kakashi said, "Now I can answer your question, Sasuke, as well as explain why these three are here. Jiraiya-sama has appreciated the results of our rapid response force. We are going to be gaining a second team. That team will consist of Asuma Sarutobi, Shizune, Niji Hyuga, and Mato Gai. This will allow us to go with Jiraiya when he meets with the Mizukage while the second team fills in." Sasuke analyzed the team. Gai and Niji were lethal in close combat, Shizune was support as a medical nin, and Asuma had two strong elemental affinities. While they lacked a genjutsu specialist, they were quite strong. Not as strong as his own team, but worthy to fill in their shoes while they completed other tasks. For the next 2 months we will also be conducting intense training. Gai will train them in taijutsu and I will train them in ninjutsu and genjutsu detection. During this time my own team will also be tutored in Gai's specialized fighting style. Sasuke guessed, Goken? Kakashi seemed amused. No, he'll be teaching a style that has no real name. Gai laughed. I invented it so I would not lose our spars automatically to Kakashi Sharingan. Sasuke instantly put 2 and 2 together. Naruto also connected the dots. Sasuke unconsciously let loose his killing intent. Finally, all of his training would be put to use. The only reason to be learning Gai's style of countering the Sharingan is if they were going to be going after a Sharingan user. That meant Itachi. I will have my revenge. Kakashi held up a finger and moved it side to side. I will have none of that, Sasuke. If you cannot control your chakra presence, you won't be going along. Sasuke didn't argue with the rebuke. He simply said, Hi Kakashi-sensei, it won't happen again. Good, let's get started. Break. When Asuma woke up, he was furious with himself. He had been humiliated by a kunoichi half his age. It wasn't a Kekkei Genkai or hidden bloodline, it wasn't a mastery of ninjutsu or taijutsu, it was none of those. He was outsmarted by someone with 1/10 of his experience. It was humiliating and altogether frustrating since he would be sidelined against the Akatsuki. His temper was reined in when Kakashi had told him that they would still use his talents and that the 3-month training period was to get him up to par. 3 months of the harshest training he had ever gone through was on the table. Blistering taijutsu workouts with Gai followed by rapid expansion of his repertoire in ninjutsu were just the beginning. Asuma likened combat to a game. He found parallels to it with shogi and he enjoyed the thrill of the sudden twist, the risky gambit that worked and the pleasure of a good fight. A good fight in his mind had an opening where each shinobi felt the other out, an exciting middle game that brought out more advanced jutsu and skills that ultimately concluded with a dramatic climax with him smoking in victory. Kakashi's version of combat was far different. Kakashi had the lead in the operation and so Asuma had to play by his rules. If you knew the opponent's capabilities, you should move to kill within the first minute. If you didn't know the opponent's capabilities, you learned them by keeping your distance and letting clones feel out the enemy. Kakashi was obsessed with analysis and made Asuma go through every step of his fight with Sakura. Every weakness exposed and every counter explored. Spars were interesting. Kakashi and Sakura would take on the role of Itachi. In the spars, the participants were not allowed to touch Sakura as she simply represented Itachi's genjutsu while Kakashi moved like he thought Itachi would. It was humbling in how badly he failed to even lay a scratch on Kakashi. He suspected the point was to show that Asuma could not fight alone against their target. Gai and Naruto rotated, taking on the role of Kisame. The tailless beast was strong and wielded one of the legendary swords of the mist. Rumor had it that he favored Kenjutsu but had a dangerous repertoire of Suiton Jutsu. His sword was said to be able to eat chakra, making him almost the perfect foe to go against Naruto, Kakashi, and Sasuke. Instead, if Kakashi had his way, Gai, Asuma, and Niji would work together to take him out. Gai did not use ninjutsu and Asuma and Niji would provide backup. His own team would deal with Itachi and Shizune's primary task was to stay alive and provide medical support. The first 2 weeks were hell on Asuma. He was being pushed further than even his old man had done when he was younger. But Asuma persevered. He would take part in wiping out the organization that took the best thing in his life away from him. Break. A month had passed since Team 7 had begun their training with the newcomers. Jiraiya looked through Kakashi's report and was satisfied with their progress. 2 more events had occurred, and both times the rapid response team had saved lives. The economy was booming as the elemental nations looked to Konoha for their missions. Konoha's teams were kept busy as nobles from all lands sought their shinobi. Naruto Namikaze was requested daily, but each time the request was rebuffed. Despite that, Konoha's reputation hadn't stood this high since the time of the Shodai. First, the failed invasion that proved that Konohadakur could survive a surprise attack from 2 villages at the same time. Then the return of 2 of the Sannin. That was followed by the utter destruction of Otogakure. The Chunin exams in Kumo, Naruto Namikaze reveal, and the slaughter of the IWA assassins, all built on the past successes. The Land of Fire was populous and had a strong bond with its hidden village. Konoha had renewed a strong alliance with Sunagakure and was making inroads with the Land of Water. IWA was defanged, and proud Kumo was looking nervously at the growing might of the Leaf Village. Shikaku entered and without preamble said, "For Chunin have gone missing." They were on an internal patrol near the Land of Waves. Jiraiya frowned. The Land of Waves hadn't produced anything dangerous since Gato hired Zabuza a couple of years ago. Their economy had recovered and trade with them had flourished, but there wasn't anything dangerous in that region. Were there signs of combat? Shikaku shook his head. The initial thought is that they went rogue, but based on their personality profiles I find it highly unlikely. It was times like these that Jiraiya wished he wasn't the Hokage. This would be the type of mission that played to his strengths. He was tempted to send Kakashi's team, but that would be a waste of resources. For Chunin dead or turned missing Nin was unfortunate, and he would mourn their loss, but it was not something he would send his combat specialist team to look into. Have Anko and Irika draft 3 Chunin each from the pool and send them to investigate. Shikaku frowned. You are aware that Anko and Irika are an item? Jiraiya grinned. Oh, I'm more than aware. His sensei's crystal ball was now one of his prized possessions. Putting them together could jeopardize the mission if hard choices need to be made. Jiraiya let his perverted grin fade. I completely disagree. The strength of Konoha is in the bonds between comrades. 2 shinobi in a relationship will know each other better than a random assorting. Irika is a censor, and Anko has the snake contract that will prove invaluable in an investigation like this. Shikaku didn't argue the point. Jiraiya was passionate about a few subjects, and this was one of them. We have a month still before the meeting with the new Mizukage. I must still object at the meeting location. On an island a day's journey by ship? If they wanted to ambush us, they could just destroy the ship and there would be little you could do to escape. Jiraiya shook his head. They aren't going to try anything. They can't afford a war with us. I'm taking Kakashi's team with me, so even in the unlikely event something was to happen, we can fight our way out. You can't fight your way out of an entire village. Jiraiya laughed. If they think they need a village, then they aren't going to try anything. If they don't think they need a village, we can escape. I know you think I'm being overconfident, but I trust my gut on this. She isn't going to try anything. Shikaku bowed his head. Very well, I'll make the preparations. We'll need to leave in 3 weeks then. Jiraiya nodded. He was looking forward to getting out of the village for a bit. Break. Tsunade, Inoichi, and Ibiki had worked closely together. Tsunade felt soiled by the tests that they had performed on Haiden. His healing had slowed after a time, and it was obvious he needed something or he would perish. It could be calories from food, sunlight, ritual sacrifices, or maybe something else. Either way, he was slowly dying. Chakra was life, but it was not thought. At least while a shinobi was on this side of death's curtain, this was true. That meant that manipulation of the brain itself could be done. On any other human, poking around their brain with metal and surgical equipment to measure the consequences would kill them. In Haiden it wouldn't. They found ways to stop an area from healing, typically through the use of inserted objects. With that done, they were able to eventually shut down whatever protective chakra Haiden had around his thoughts. That accomplished, Inoichi was finally able to glean information from Haiden. His thoughts about the other Akatsuki members were of great use. Sadly, Haydn had been kept in the dark about the group's ultimate purpose, but they were able to confirm that the capture of the Jinchuriki was one of their objectives. Other tests were performed on Haydn. Tests that made Tsunade feel like Orochimaru. If parts of the brain were removed, could cognitive function continue? Which parts? Could the part of the brain that was responsible for pain be severed? Could chakra be used to deaden that area by a shinobi to make them resistant to torture? What poisons and toxins could cause brain death the fastest? Was total mind control a possibility? Haydn was their test subject for all of this. They had long since ceased to allow him speech. Frozen vocal cords could not regenerate. Parts of his face and head would jerk during their experiments, but they ignored the movements. As Haydn's head starved, they wound down their experimentation. Just in case, they kept all his body parts sealed in a scroll that did not create stasis. His various parts were incinerated and stored. They created a schedule for when they would check on the ashes to make sure they had not started to bond and revive the creature. However, based on their analysis, Haydn was well and truly dead. Chapter 37, The Mizukage. Naruto eventually had to take his jutsu training outside. Team 7 moved a few miles away for Naruto to test his ideas. Naruto had already figured out what he wanted to do, he just needed to figure out the best hand seals to make it as efficient as possible. The Jinchuriki's idea was to gather ever-increasing forces of air pressure in the air and then drop it down like a mighty hammer from the sky. His first attempt was a bit underwhelming, but Kakashi told him that was to be expected. Naruto kept at it and freely tapped into the Kyuubi chakra to allow him to test his technique multiple times. Each day that went by, the wind grew stronger and the impact grew wider and more lethal. Finally, after several weeks, Naruto had most of the final touches to his jutsu finished. He decided to unveil the technique in front of his team as well as their backup team. Naruto began a long string of hand seals. Despite the rapid speed he completed the seals, it took him several seconds to finish. All the while, an ominous chakra grew from the heavens. Kakashi and Sasuke saw waves of wind-natured chakra gather and fold in on themselves. When Naruto finished the hand seals, he gave out a massive shout, "Futon, Sora Tonkatsu, wind release, sky hammer." The folded air screamed down from the sky and smashed into the ground with horrific force. Trees were pulped from the blast as it crashed down. The ground shuddered as the howling fury created an approximate 500-foot diameter circle of destruction. The backlash of dust and debris crested over the shinobi watching. Kakashi hastily put up an earth wall. The jutsu wasn't targeted at them, but a tremendous amount of wood and earth was flying through the air. When the winds died down, Kakashi dropped the earth wall and the 8 shinobi looked at the massive hole in the ground. They were impressed. Asuma shook his head in amazement. Sasuke gave a short, satisfied nod. Guy let out a shout, "Naruto, your youth can level mountains." Kakashi was used to Guy's antics and let out a chuckle as the others winced. "Good work, Naruto. This jutsu doesn't have a huge amount of utility in small squad-based combat, but against an army or a fortified location it's perfect." Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Thanks, but it sure drains me. Summoning Gamabunta takes less chakra." Kakashi turned to Sakura. "Your job is to create a practical seal that would protect a building from this jutsu." That would be quite the challenge. The seals she created to be placed on the armored plates of gloves were one use only and wouldn't stop a jutsu like that. The problem with a Fuinjutsu seal that could stop that kind of attack is that it would take a lot of chakra. The more chakra, the less stable the seal. Nearly all seals also leak chakra, so even if she could push enough of her chakra into a more or less stable seal, it would leak badly and wouldn't hold up for long. Sakura frowned but said, "Hi Kakashi-sensei, I will see what I can do." The group returned back to their training grounds. It would soon be time for Team 7 to head out with Jiraiya to meet with the Mei-Terumi. After the meeting with the Mizukage, Naruto would begin training Senjutsu with the Toads. Reverse summoning doesn't take a great deal of effort, which would allow him to continue being part of the rapid response team while mastering Sage Mode. Kakashi was happy with how things were going. Asuma had been true to his word and took the training seriously. Everyone was making progress with Guy's training. Itachi won't be easy, but the hardest part may be in just finding him. With our spy network only now being rebuilt properly, it will be difficult to get a location. Break. Shikaku was by nature lazy. Being made Jonin commander was one thing, but filling in for the Hokage was far beyond merely troublesome. Not having the massive chakra reserves Jiraiya had made it impossible for him to use Kage Bunshin the way he did to finish all the paperwork. His spy network was growing slowly but surely. In his mind he had a web of strings outlined from agent to information broker to mole to spy. Some were unreliable and he had their information weigh little within his own internal scales. But he tested them in subtle ways. An information broker who claimed to know many things could be approached by a third agent claiming to be loyal to another power. That agent could ask something about Konoha that only Kakashi, Jiraiya, and he would know. If the information broker provided false information, it gave him knowledge on how the broker would act. He discarded no one. An information broker with no scruples would be an excellent way to pass out false information. Unless, of course, everyone in the game knew about his falsehoods. Then it may be wise to provide true information to him but false information to trustworthy individuals, allowing him to control the flow of knowledge to the other villages. Outright infiltration was another avenue, and he had been given half a dozen ANBU and half a dozen former root infiltration specialists to use as he saw fit. He didn't trust Danzo's dogs, but they too were a tool for gathering information. Currently he focused his energies on Kumogakure and learning about the Akatsuki. Shikaku was deep in thought when Anko and Iruka's report came in by bird. The news was not good. Despite both of their talents, there was absolutely no trace of the four shinobi. Iwana Akane was the leader of the Chunin squad, and he would have wagered the man was completely loyal to the Leaf. He's dead then. Either his team turned on him and became rogue ninja, or someone far strong than them killed them and left no trace whatsoever. No witnesses and no signs of battle. Shinobi like Kakashi and Jiraiya could do that to four Chunin, but even other S-class opponents would leave some sign of a struggle. With regret, Shikaku listed the four Chunin as missing nin and would have their names added to the bingo books. Their bounty would be small since Chunin without specific secrets or bloodlines were not that critical. Shikaku would be glad when Jiraiya returned. He fervently hoped everything would go well with the meet. Break. The Godame Mizuki's auburn hair streamed behind her in the face of the headwind. She was lost in thought as she considered the implications of her meeting with the Hokage. Jiraiya had a reputation for honest dealing and a desire for peace. He had shown mercy to Sunagakure after their betrayal. On the other hand, the man could be ruthless as well. The utter destruction of Otogakure was sudden and personal. Jiraiya was not afraid of getting his own hands dirty. He had also laid the trap for IWA using his student son as bait. And before he became the Hokage, he had two faces as well. The lecherous old man or the fierce toad Sannin who had helped turn more than a few battles in the Second Shinobi War. I can't assume his request is benign, but I can prepare for any treachery. The island that had been selected was a training ground for the Kiri Hunter Nin. They had both agreed to only bring one vessel, dock on opposite ends of the small island, and bring with them no more than 4 bodyguards onto the island. May had a score of her best hunter Nin in the catacombs of the island that not even the Leaf's Dojutsu could detect. Ao had personally tested his Byakugan eye against the natural chakra-blocking rock formation. More than that, she also had a dozen Jonin-level shinobi on the vessel with her, not counting her 4 bodyguards. Beyond even that, there were a fleet of ships 10 miles away with a large number of shinobi. That far away would foil even the Sharingan and Byakugan senses. It was with confidence that Mai Terumi stepped onto the island and her 4 bodyguards shadowed her. Ao was dour as always. Kojuru, her newest bodyguard, was incredibly nervous, almost embarrassingly so. However, he was also a Kenjutsu prodigy. Tsurugi was the head of her Hunter Nin squadrons, and he had been drafted into her guard as well for this meeting. The final member was a kunoichi by the name of Talia. Her face looked like someone had taken a hammer to it. Mai knew that the rest of her body was also scarred and disfigured. She had been in the forefront of many battles in the Civil War, and her body had paid the price. The scars and damage had weakened her taijutsu considerably. However, his Suiton mastery was second to none save Kisame Hashigaki. And even then, Mai believed Talia's mastery of the water element was more thorough. Mei was under no illusions. If the two ever fought, Kisame's vastly superior chakra reserves, stamina, physical strength, and kenjutsu skills would allow him to slaughter her bodyguard, but one couldn't be expected to have everything. The island was not large, so it would only take them an hour to arrive at the rendezvous point. If the meeting went well, the Land of Water could begin rebuilding its economy far swifter than it had been. It would also free up shinobi to go on missions who were now carefully guarding against any aggression from the Leaf. Kirigakure was paranoid after finally ending the civil war. They knew that they ranked at the same level as Sunagakure. Any of the other major powers could end them. Worse still was the fact they had no Jinchuriki. Utakata's defection was an S-class secret, and she knew that Tsurugi was anxious to get back to his hunt. The wrath of the Six Tails and their unique geography were their two best deterrents to outright annihilation. Mei's thoughts were interrupted when Ao said, "They have arrived." They walked another half a mile and came through the clearing. There stood Jiraiya with his formal Hokage robes. Mei thought they suited him. His tall stature and commanding presence ended any thought that the man was harmless. This was the one who ended Orochimaru and fought Hanzo. He was of the generation prior to Mei. He was one of the legends she had grown up hearing about. Mei internally shook herself. She would not allow nervousness to show. While her history was not as long as Jiraiya's, she too was a Kage and not someone to be trifled with. Mei's eyes glanced at the four bodyguards. Unlike her bodyguards, they were attired in full ANBU gear, including face masks. It was Konoha's tradition to have animal face masks for more important operatives, however these masks were blank. Mei and her entourage moved into speaking distance, and the Toad Sage stepped away from his guardians. He bowed, slightly lower than warranted, and said, "A lovely island for a lovely meeting with a lovely woman. Your hospitality is appreciated." She inclined her head to the same degree and replied, "It was my pleasure. I have enjoyed our correspondence and would like the opportunity to strengthen the bond between our two villages." The Sannin moved closer and Ao stepped forward. None of the Hokage's bodyguard moved a fraction. She hastily signaled Ao back. The man was loyal and normally full of wisdom, but he was overprotective, and the wrong move could be disastrous. "Pardon my guards, they are a bit overzealous at times." Jiraiya calmly nodded. "Were I guarding one such as you, I would also be overzealous." Does he really think I can be bought with flattery? Mei wasn't sure if Jiraiya was disrespecting her due to her being a kunoichi, or if he was trying to continue to play the harmless old pervert card. It bothered her when she was not able to get a good read on people. "Perhaps we should begin our negotiations," she replied. The Toad Sage smiled warmly. "Of course. As I have written, I desire peace between the villages. I have lived through 2 wars and do not want to see another. Your land is recovering from years of civil war. In exchange for providing goods and supplies at a discounted rate, I ask very little." Mei pursed her lips. "What is this very little?" "I want assurances that Kirigakure will be the Hidden Mist village and not the village of the Bloody Mist." She wondered at what his angle was. And what would these assurances look like? Peace between villages requires trust. It begins by demilitarizing the border, allowing our merchants to trade freely by sea, and restrictions on missions inside Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire, and Kaze no Kuni, Land of Wind. A hidden village's lifeblood was the ability to take missions. Restrictions? What restrictions? The Hokage explained. Sanctioned missions offered by nobles, merchants, or the daimyo would be acceptable. However, missions taken against the interests of Hai no Kuni within its borders would be disallowed by my proposed treaty. The reverse would also apply. We would not take missions into the Mizu no Kuni, Land of Water, that are against your interests. Mei paused to consider. Kirigakure specialized in assassination missions. Hai no Kuni was one of the largest elemental nations, and not being able to authorize their favored missions there could curtail that income. On the other hand, bringing in much-needed goods and supplies would more than make up for it. There were also internal considerations. It could be perceived as being weak and a threat to their autonomy if the Leaf mandated what kinds of missions could be taken. But she could always agree to the terms temporarily, and once her village was back on its feet, do what she wished. Mei finally spoke. "In general, your terms are agreeable for now. However, the restrictions last only as long as the discounted goods last. Jiraiya frowned. My dream is to have a world where attacks on other nations do not occur, where we can live with our neighbors without threats of violence. Chakra can be used to better the world instead of war with one another. She kept a scowl off her face. It was obvious that the Hokage was contemptuous of her. His talk of peace and living without war or conflict was absurd. Did he think he could trick her into believing all he wanted was peace and an end to conflict? I'll make the deal for now, Jiraiya, but I won't forget this insult. May's countenance was free of any of her inner thoughts, and instead she laughed lightly. One step at a time, please. Our negotiations will make an agreement that lasts only for a limited amount of time. As we draw closer to the end of the terms, we can always renegotiate. Jiraiya seemed to want to say something but kept his silence. After another moment he eventually said, "Very well, let's get down to business. The negotiated period of time will be for a year and..." The two hammered out the details. May was pleased with herself. Her nation could begin rebuilding with the lumber, chakra paper, ore and foodstuffs that were heavily discounted. In exchange, there would be no authorized missions to attack targets in Hai no Kuni outside of bandits and missing Nin. In addition, merchants from the Land of Fire could freely trade by sea without fear of attack, and there would be no tariffs or punitive taxes on the goods they sold. As the negotiations wrapped up, Jiraiya gave her a smile. This is the first step on a long journey of peace between our villages. They shook hands and the two withdrew back to their respective guards. Ao made sure she was all right, and then they returned to their vessel. Ao asked, "Did the negotiations go smoothly?" "Yes, they did. Jiraiya thinks I'm a naive girl, but the offer was more generous than expected. Some will be upset about the conditions, but they are only temporary." Ao had yet to relax and kept a sharp watch. The sage of Mount Myaboku was a canny individual. Ao had studied all the known information about him in preparation for the meeting, and it had been frankly terrifying. The legendary Sannin had more than justified the title of Sannin. One could tell much about a man by his students. His most famous student was Konoha's most deadly assassin, the Yellow Flash, who had killed over 100 shinobi in under a minute. Underestimating him would not be a mistake he made. He only marginally relaxed his guard when they were several miles away from the island. Tsurugi asked for leave to continue the pursuit of Utakata. May gave him permission and said, if possible, have him come willingly. It would take a long time to train a Jinchuriki from scratch, and we can't afford to lose such a weapon. Tsurugi bowed and quickly rowed a wave to another ship that he ordered in another direction. Break! Jiraiya was back on his own vessel with Team 7. Kakashi, how do you think the negotiations went? I believe for the first year they will honor their word. Beyond that, it would be difficult to say. I had my Sharingan active and the Mizukage doesn't trust you. She masked her reactions well, but I saw minor changes to her physiology during the discussion. A pity. I wouldn't mind getting to know her better. Sakura twitched from behind her mask. Kakashi turned to Naruto and began to quiz him about the Mizukage guards. Naruto was able to provide detailed descriptions of each of their abilities and skills. Kojuru was the only one he had difficulty with due to his age. There wasn't a lot of information about him available. The random quiz was more a holdover from their early days. Hatake had complete confidence in Naruto's ability to recall information about shinobi that were listed in bingo books or those that Konoha had intelligence on. Naruto was a walking library of all the data Konoha knew about its potential enemies. When the questioning was over, Naruto looked at Jiraiya. Alright, Pervy Sage, I've mastered 3 tails worth of chakra. I want to train with the toads and learn senjutsu. Jiraiya's initial goal was to get Naruto to practice using the Kyuubi chakra more and more. That was the point of holding out senjutsu training as a carrot if he advanced his ability to use the Kyuubi chakra. He was certain that the seal crafted by his student was designed to facilitate full use of the Biju's power. Naruto and Kakashi were not thrilled at all about the idea. Naruto was worried about losing control, and Kakashi had concerns about just increasing power without increasing control. Kakashi wanted to treat it as a giant well of chakra to use as opposed to the primarily fighting style of a Jinchuriki. Jiraiya understood the concern. Kakashi wanted Naruto to advance beyond the power of a Jinchuriki. S-rank shinobi have taken down tailed beasts in the past, and Jinchuriki rarely ever unlocked the full power of a Bijou while maintaining control. Kakashi didn't want Naruto's development stunted where he would only rely on the Kyuubi for power instead of improving himself. But the Yondaime had obviously made the seal to allow his son to use the chakra. And Jiraiya didn't doubt Minato's seal expertise or his reasons. However, a promise was a promise. Jiraiya just hoped that Pa kept a close eye on Naruto during the training. It could be lethal if Naruto wasn't careful. Very well, Naruto, when we get back to Konoha, I'll have the toads reverse summon you. Naruto grinned. Awesome. With Sage Mode, I'll be unstoppable. Believe it. Sakura spoke up. All right, enough talk about unimportant stuff. Hokage-sama, I need you to look at the new formula I designed for this sealing matrix. By inversing the tethered chakra draw, it should allow me to. Jiraiya blanched. Sakura's theories were making his head hurt. No one had done that to him in the art of Fuinjutsu since Minato. While his knowledge still surpassed Sakura's by a great deal, her innovative approach was pushing his understanding of seals to the limit. She had a knack for figuring out how things worked, and it wouldn't be long before she, like Minato, had surpassed him. Alright, let me take a look. Naruto wouldn't forgive me if I let you blow yourself and Konoha to pieces. Break. The moon lit up the night sky. Temari arrived at the meeting spot and met with the Akatsuki representative. The man was easily identifiable. He was Deidara, the S-class missing nin from IWA. Once captain of the IWA Explosion Corps, he had an impressive bounty on his head. Right on time, my partner would like you. Temari glanced around looking for signs of a second shinobi. Don't worry, Temari-san, he is busy elsewhere. I've come alone just like what was asked. Temari nodded. Temari had faith in her abilities. She had trained with the best of Sunagakure. Her drive had only increased ever since the disastrous Chunin exams. 12 hours a day she devoted to training that included taijutsu, ninjutsu, chakra control, jinjutsu, and even a bit of bukijutsu. But the man in front of her was a master of Doton. Earth had the elemental advantage over her affinity. She had faith in her abilities, but if Deidara desired it, he could probably kill her. I bring a message from the Kazekage. You have a deal. Deidara smiled. Excellent. Make sure you get a front row seat because my art is sublime. Temari ignored the comment and turned to go. The Akatsuki took a moment to watch the future Kazekage leave. Using some clay, he created a bird and flapped back to meet with Sasori. It was best not to keep him waiting. The rakage smashed a desk into kindling at the latest news. Mabui had handed him another report of an attack within Kaminari no Kuni, Land of Lightning. The attacks were targeting shinobi on patrol as well as major merchant trade caravans. Mabui winced at the loss of another desk. This is the 5th attack this month. Someone is trying to weaken us, and I can think of only one village who would dare, growled the rakage. We don't know that it's Konoha, Darui replied. Don't be a fool, look at what they are doing. Darui shrugged. It could be them, but until we capture and interrogate one of them we would be jumping to conclusions. The rakage was pacing. Finally he stopped and said, I want kill teams stationed at strategic locations. And I want you to personally take care of this Darui. Find whoever is doing this and capture them alive if possible. Darui bowed his head. I will leave immediately. The rakage waved him off and looked out the window. It was a mistake to let the Namikes go. We should have killed the boy and Sharingan no Kakashi while they were here. He barked out the next order, begin stockpiling supplies. Kunai, ninja wire, explosive tags, and food pills. Mabui left the rakage alone with his thoughts as she began to carry out her orders. Chapter 38, Time marches on. Naruto took to Sage Mode training like a duck to water. His chakra control would never be like Sakura's, but it had been honed to an extremely high level. At a minimum, he had a few clones every day just work on control, which over the course of 2 years meant that he had decades of chakra control experience. This helped him quickly adapt to the Sage Mode process. The fox's chakra granted him the ability to create the shadow clones, but the downside was that Pa was not able to merge with him. He would have to sit still in order to achieve Sage Mode, which made its battlefield applications limited. However, Kakashi taught him to see underneath the underneath. If he couldn't spam clones to help him learn Senjutsu because when they popped they would transfer the unbalanced chakra to him, then once he had mastered Sage Mode he could create clones to harness nature energy and have them dissipate when needed. He was able to hold onto Sage Mode for roughly 5 minutes, which in a fight was an eternity. Sage Mode allowed him to move faster, hit harder, and power his ninjutsu even further. While not as durable as the Kyuubi chakra cloak, it was still a nice upgrade. And the best part was that he didn't have to fight murderous rage and hate to use it. All said and done, he much preferred using Senjutsu than his Jinchuriki powers. Naruto also found the ability to sense chakra with Sage Mode to be very useful. He could close his eyes and still sense every living thing around him. He couldn't detect weapons, but that was a small price to pay to avoid Itachi's deadly Jinjutsu if they ever managed to track down the bastard. My time here is done. He thanked Ma and Pa for everything again and returned to Konoha. Naruto didn't know when they would be called on to move, but as soon as they were called he would be ready. Darui signaled his team. The enemy had been absurdly hard to track down. Darui was starting to think there may have been traitors to Kumo manning the internal patrols and border stations. He needed a change of plans, and that was why he was currently masquerading as common merchant guard. Darui and his team had picked a route that had been preyed upon, and now he could sense the battle was about to start. Time to find out who they really are. The attack came swiftly with 2 enemy shinobi letting out blasts of fire. Darui used Kawarimi and avoided a fiery death. Darui saw the others on his team having to deal with a Jinjutsu and a stream of kunai. The attackers were fighting at upper Chunin level strength, possibly low Jonin. Their ability to suppress their chakra was above normal and they worked with flawless teamwork. A point in favor for the Raikage theory that this is the work of the Leaf. Darui went on the offensive with a burst of speed that showcased why he was considered the 3rd most powerful shinobi in Kumogakure. Few would guess that behind his relaxed personality there was an absolutely lethal S-ranked shinobi. His speed surprised the Katan Jutsu users, and he was able to deliver a vicious kick to the midsection that cracked ribs. He turned on the other and let out a right ton jutsu designed to stun and paralyze. The attacking shinobi managed to dodge and responded with a volley of kunai with explosive tags attached. Darui was again too fast and closed the distance, easily avoiding the projectiles. He didn't bother drawing his blade and instead just pummeled his opponent with superior taijutsu speed and strength. As Darui prepared the knockout blow, his opponent bit down strangely on something in his mouth. His opponent immediately dropped to the ground, foaming at the mouth and bleeding from his orifices. The right hand of the Raikage felt a surge of chakra from his now dead opponent. In a flash he rushed away from the area. A moment later a massive explosion ripped through the dead shinobi. Darui's second opponent attempted to flee but didn't have the speed necessary to outrun Darui. Another explosion lashed the area. One of his team had taken out another of the attackers. Darui was determined to take the fleeing enemy alive. It was clear that the shinobi had instructions to kill themselves to avoid capture. Darui stopped in his tracks and allowed the other shinobi to gain some distance. I'll need to surprise him or it's useless. The third explosion signaled that unless he captured this last attacker they were out of luck. Darui shrank his chakra presence as much as possible and took a circular route to intercept his prey. Coming at another angle he let loose with a right ton, Kuropansa, Lighting Release, Black Panther. The attack deliberately led the target, allowing it to miss but forcing his opponent to halt his forward movement. And then Darui was on him in an instant. His hand grasped the jaw of his opponent, not allowing him to bite down. With his other hand he delivered vicious lighting-infused strikes to the torso, paralyzing and disrupting the man's ability to form chakra or move. "Sorry, but I need you alive," he told Shinobi. Amusement flickered in the eyes of his captive and the same chakra began to build up again. Darui cursed and leapt backward to avoid the cacophonous explosion that nearly killed him. The attack scorched him, but he had no serious injuries. His team were all elite shinobi and none of them had fallen to the explosions. However, one had suffered third-degree burns that would need to be treated by a medical nin soon or there would be permanent scarring. Darui had memorized the faces of the enemies he had fought and had not detected any jinjutsu on their bodies. He hadn't recognized them from anyone in a bingo book, but he would do a thorough check when he returned to Kumogakure. Something bothered the S-class shinobi. All of their targets had the ability to suppress their chakra signature to a remarkable level. While this was something most jonin could do, they hadn't really fought like jonin. Those with smaller chakra pools could also do it fairly well. However, there were two ninjutsu specialists among them. Typically, someone with a small chakra pool did not become a ninjutsu specialist. It was also obvious that they had some kind of suicide seal on them, which suggested someone with a high level of fuinjutsu. What also bothered Darui was why the first shinobi had used a suicide pill in his mouth when it appeared that dying wasn't the only way to trigger it. Why not just activate it? It would have given me half a second less to get away. Something isn't right about all this. Sakura was on cloud 9. Sasuke had finally asked her out on a date. He was going to take her to a romantic restaurant and there they would begin their beautiful relationship. 2 years ago she would have worried about what to wear. Now she confidently picked out an elegant dress that was sure to wow him. Sasuke and Sakura were seated in a private booth away from prying eyes. Sakura flushed when Sasuke complimented her on her outfit. They settled in to enjoy the meal and making small talk. And then Sasuke's expression turned serious. He looked into Sakura's eyes and said, "Do you remember the goals I told the team when we were first assigned to Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura nodded. "You wish to rebuild your clan and to kill a certain someone. I know that you were talking about Itachi." Sasuke nodded. "I will not rebuild my clan until Itachi is dead. I am now confident our team has the ability to kill him. I find myself thinking about the future." Sakura felt her pulse quicken. If she was on a mission she could suppress it, but she wasn't, so why should she? Was Sasuke going to ask her to marry him? That would be absurdly sudden. She probably would tell him to take it easy, but that if he played his cards right the answer would one day be yes. Sakura smiled at Sasuke. "And what are your thoughts about the future?" Sasuke's piercing stare caught her. "The rebirth of my clan will require my wife to bear my children. If this is his idea of a marriage proposal, I swear I'm going to hit him." The last loyal Uchiha continued, "Many children. As soon as she recovered from one birth it would be expected that she carry the next." Now Sakura frowned. "And while I would only have one wife, it would be foolish to confine the Uchiha bloodline to one pair of genetic material. There would be others I would have to impregnate in order to be sure that the Uchiha can rise again to prominence." Sakura felt a cold chill crawl up her spine. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you are a strong kunoichi. Because the idea of a shinobi of your skill playing housewife sickens me. Can you be satisfied retiring as a shinobi at the age of 16? Will you be content as I make love to other women?" Sakura's thoughts were whirling around a mile a minute. There are other ways. You wouldn't have to actually sleep with other people." Sasuke frowned. "Don't be obscene. The honor of my clan would never permit its sons and daughters to be raised from a laboratory. I will never give my genetic material and seed to the village. Any children I father will know me as their parent, something I cannot guarantee if I were to give out samples." Sakura pondered the reality before her. She wouldn't be content with giving up fuinjutsu to bear as many children as her body could handle. She would never even consider allowing a husband of hers to sleep with another woman. Sakura bowed her head. "I see. Tell me, Sasuke, did you ever care about me?" Sasuke's eyes became heated. "Sakura, I have never felt what you want me to feel. I don't know if I'm capable of it. And even if I was capable of it, it would not change my decision. My own happiness and desires cannot come before the needs of my clan. But I value you as comrade and as a friend. I would risk my life for you." Sakura steeled herself. "Very well, I understand. You didn't have to bring me here and get my hopes up." The raven-haired teenager shrugged. "It seemed like the least I could do was to provide you this." Sasuke paused and then continued, "I am not trying to push you off on someone else, but I must ask. Why not Naruto? He does have the capacity to love. He adores you. He is the brother I should have had. He's right. Naruto has always been there. He's no longer the pariah and he genuinely cares about me. I'll have to think about it. She wasn't about to tell him that though. Not after dragging her all the way out here in her fancy dress. They left the restaurant in silence and returned to their hidden training grounds and living quarters. Sakura had a lot to think about. Darui reported back to the Raikage. In the room with the Raikage was only Mabui, his assistant, and Samui, a trusted jonin. Well? The Raikage asked without preamble. Darui bowed and said, "We were unable to take any prisoners. All of them had a suicide seal on their bodies that prevented their successful capture." "Who were they?" Darui was silent for a moment and then answered, "All 4 of them were Konoha shinobi recently listed in their bingo books." Mabui winced as the village leader pulped another desk. "Do they think we are fools? If they want war, I'll give it to them." Darui responded, "Lord Raikage, I don't know if it truly was Konoha. Things aren't adding up. How did a squad of Chunin run circles around our border guards? What were they hoping to accomplish?" The Raikage frowned angrily. "We may have traitors and they could have allowed them to pass." "Possibly, but I rotated the guard squads. I don't believe we could possibly have that many disloyal shinobi." Mabui asked, "Could the Namikaze have the Haration? And he would reveal such a weapon to put 4 Chunin in Kumo to raid merchants?" Darui hadn't put even an ounce of scorn in his voice, but his disbelief was evident. The ruler of Kumo asked, "Well then, what do you think is going on?" Darui casually shrugged, "I don't have enough information. I see 3 possibilities. One is that Konoha is probing our defenses and actually wants war. In this case, they are using some new training method or jutsu to hide chakra presence and they didn't expect to run into a kill team of my caliber." Darui held up a second finger. 2. A third party is trying to drive us to war with Konoha. They have presented just enough evidence to point to the leaf as the culprit. And the last option is that the Hokage or possibly someone else with the Leaf Village is attempting to create a war but wants us to be the aggressor so their allies in Suna will back the conflict. Danzo, the Raikage muttered the name like a curse. No one spoke as they pondered the possible options. Finally Samui asked, "What will be our response then?" The Raikage let his gaze wander toward the window. The view was always peaceful but it did nothing to calm him down now. "We prepare for war. 2 of those options lead us directly to conflict with the Leaf. And if it isn't the Leaf, then someone else is to blame and needs to pay. Mabui schedule a meeting with the feudal lord. Darui make arrangements with IWA. I am going to visit the old man personally. If war comes, we will need IWA at our side." His subordinates went about their tasks as the Raikage let some of his right-ton chakra flow over his body. "War is coming. We will be ready. My father was right, there will be always war. The only difference is, do we wish to be the winners or the losers?" Break. Team 7 was starting to get frustrated at the lack of news. It had been another 3 months and there wasn't any information about their target. They had gone out on only 1 rescue operation and despite their rapid response time they had been too late. Sasuke continued to add more and more jutsu to his library but they did little to enhance his power. One only had enough chakra to do so many jutsu in battle. This was why Kakashi, the master of a 1000 jutsu, only used a reliable handful outside of extreme cases. Naruto was reaching a plateau in his weight and speed training. There was only so far you could take your body before it was functioning at maximum ability. The increase in speed and strength did not continue climbing to infinity. His kinjutsu was improving as was his fuinjutsu abilities under Sakura's tutelage. Sakura had made progress on her barrier seals. Stopping the futon, Sora Tonkatsu, wind release, sky hammer, was incredibly difficult. However, she had come up with a workable model. The new seal she had designed did not stop the power of the sky hammer and instead spread it out horizontally. The seal tags had to be many miles apart, but doing so allowed the impact to be dispersed by a factor of 100 if the diameter was expanded by a factor of 100. The shock wave of the attack would feel little more than a heavy wind. And because the force of the blow wasn't actually being repelled, it didn't take a massive amount of chakra to create. Jiraiya loved the concept, and soon the village became dotted with those barrier seals as well as others of her creation. Sakura's next project was to delve into space-time jutsu. Recreating the fourth Hokage's jutsu would allow her team to flash to an ally in need of aid in a moment. And there Sakura reached a massive brick wall. She simply could not understand the Yondame's seal structure. It didn't make any sense. What he developed was impossible. Sakura was quickly becoming very grumpy to be around. Kakashi also was perturbed. He could feel it in his bones that something was going to occur. Shikaku had done a great job of standing up a spy organization, but the data was untested and Shikaku himself stated it couldn't be fully relied upon. But what it did say was that Kumo was preparing for war, and the number of exchanges between IWA and Kumo had increased rapidly. Jiraiya had made several attempts to open up negotiations with the Raikage, but they were all rebuffed. The Akatsuki had been sighted in a few minor villages and in the Land of Wind of all places, but none of the sightings were of Itachi or his partner Kisame. Kakashi was tempted to go out and attempt to capture these Akatsuki members, but he suspected, like Haiden, they would be nearly impossible to break. Events were heading to a boil and Kakashi didn't know the lay of the land. Every operation he had done with Team 7 had been methodically planned and involved overwhelming force and backup support at the ready. Kakashi had a sense of dread that the next real battlefield would be on the enemy's terms. Break! Temari was impressed. She observed the battle from quite a safe distance with a squad of highly trained jonin around her. The Ichibi, the great Shikaku, roared and the desert rumbled with its power. But for all its might, the Ichibi was losing. It was losing against a laughing man screaming about art across the horizon. Over and over again the tailed beast attempted to swat the offending Akatsuki member out of the sky, and each time the bird-like clay construct swooped out of the way. Deidre rained explosions that could level entire villages down on the raging Bijou, slowly weakening it. All it would take was on hit from Futon, Rinkuden, Wind Release, Drilling Air Bullet, to end the laughing blonde, but that strike never occurred. Eventually the one-tailed beast collapsed utterly exhausted. Its near-limitless chakra had temporarily dropped to near-critical levels. Deidre had a partner who had yet to be identified by Suna. Whoever the partner was, he was good with Fuinjutsu as a web of chakra laced around the fallen demon. Slowly and inexorably the demon was dragged across the sand. If the demon wasn't the reason for her brother's death, she could almost feel pity for its echoing cry. Deidre approached and jumped to the sand. "Well? What did you think?" Temari neutrally responded, "It was effective." "It was more than that, my dear. It was the perfection of a single moment. You are honored to have seen it." "Right, well, I'll leave you to it. Take it out of our territory." Deidre grinned. "Have no fear, Kazekage to be, the Ichibi will never be seen again." Good. Team 7 had been invited to the wedding ceremony. Anko and Irika had seen no point in waiting. The life expectancy of a shinobi was all too brief, and they wanted to make their happiness official. It was not a wedding for the masses. The lingering suspicion of Anko had not fully departed. Not that Anko really helped in that department, as she openly talked and seemed to delight in her work as one of the chief interrogators of Konoha's torture and interrogation department. In addition to Team 7, the rookie 9 were there as well. Irika was a well-liked teacher. In addition, Ibiki and others from the TNI department were present. The ceremony did not last long. Naruto was all grins, glad to see one of his precious people was happy. Sakura looked at the scene wistfully and Sasuke stoically. After the ceremony was complete, everyone congratulated the happy couple. Naruto said, "Congratulations, Irika-sensei. I got you a gift." Irika took the package and then opened it to reveal the complete Ika Ika series. "I know you already have the full set, but these are all autographed." Irika blushed crimson. He did not have a collection. It was smut, and its literary content was devoid of all value. He caught a flash of Anko's killer intent, and he looked at her with wide eyes. He's lying. I don't read it, I promise." The killing intent faded and Anko laughed. "Oh, that was perfect. Great job, Naruto." Naruto was laughing up a storm at Iruka's expression. Iruka composed his face and tried to salvage what was left of his male pride. Naruto snickered, "I'm just looking forward to being an older brother to your children, so don't take too long." Iruka refused to rise to the bait and went to greet the other guests. Prank complete. Naruto went to take the books away and Anko pulled out a kunai. "Hands off, you gave them to us fair and square." Naruto looked at Anko and blinked a few times. "Oh, not you too?" Anko smiled, "You'll understand when you are older." "I'm 15. Anko waved goodbye with the books well in hand. "Damn. I'll need to get Jiraiya to sign a fresh set of copies for Kakashi-sensei or I'm so dead." Ibiki let out a rare chuckle as Naruto's forlorn expression. "Kid, you might be a dangerous shinobi, but you need to learn to read people better." Naruto was surprised the Ibiki of all people had approached him. The head of the TNI wasn't known for his outgoing personality. He shrugged sheepishly, "Most women hate the series." "I know Anko is weird, but what were the odds?" Ibiki just chuckled again, "Like I said, kid, you got a lot to learn how to read people better." The young Jinchuriki frowned at Ibiki's retreating figure. What was he implying by that comment? He let the thought go. For all he knew, the guy was just trying to mess with him. He had heard stories about him from the rest of his peers going through the first round of the Chunin exam a couple of years ago. Naruto passed the time by catching up with the others who were in his class. Choji's artificial foot had not hindered his shinobi career after the initial rocky start. He still couldn't use his clan jutsu at a 100%, but it was close enough. Shikamaru was a bit less lazy and Ino was just as he had remembered her. Hinata was no longer shy. She and Kiba had gotten closer. Shino was the same old Shino, he never really could tell what was going on behind the coat and glasses. He greeted each in turn and asked how they and their teams were doing. As the celebration wrapped up, Naruto reflected fondly on the day. It was a nice change of pace, and he knew based on Kakashi's tense state that something big was going to happen soon. This could be the last time he saw all of his friends alive. What a morbid thought. Naruto was not for pessimism and so quickly buried the thought and started thinking of what new cool jutsu he could come up with next. Chapter 39, War Plans. Deidre stretched and yawned. "You've slept enough, let's go," Sasori's artificial voice growled out. "Some people actually need to sleep, you know. I don't like to be kept waiting." Deidre waved off his concerns and popped a few of his joints. After a few moments he said, "All right, my man, let's get going. Have your spies found out where the Isabu is hiding?" "Yes." Sasori began moving and Deidre followed. If it wasn't for the fact Sasori was another artist, of a different style of course, Deidre would be most irritated at having to work with him. He rarely spoke other than to complain that something was taking too long and making him wait. His partner's dour attitude couldn't keep Deidre's spirits down. His battle with the Ichibi was glorious, and now he was going to get to showcase his art a second time. He was already planning out the series of ever-escalating explosives. The only dark cloud on the horizon is that he would have to hold back somewhat. He couldn't risk killing the three-tailed beast. Pain would be livid, and as much as the Akatsuki appreciated his talents, he may not survive if in his zest for art he killed the bijou. It wouldn't be dead permanently, of course, but Pain was not a patient man. "I wonder what our next target will be," Deidre idly mused. His gravelly-voiced partner responded, "With Itachi and Kisame dealing with the two tails, I suspect will be responsible for the Yanbi or the Gobi." Deidre wondered when their leader would get his hands dirty. Pain was a bit of a mystery even to the rest of the Akatsuki members, though none doubted his power. Deidre attempted more idle talk, but Sasori wasn't much of a conversation partner. "At least I'm not paired with that bastard Itachi." Break. Tsurugi had not made any progress in his search for Utakata. His hunter nin were spread to every corner of the land, but no one had sighted him. And then out of the blue he felt demonic chakra on the wind. Signaling his two companions, he raced toward it. Could Utakata be in a battle? Had he loosed the Rokubi on an enemy? As he got closer to the demonic chakra, he started to hear the sounds of explosions. His thoughts were racing as he broke out of the clearing. In front of him was not Utakata but the three-tailed beast. It was thrashing in the water of the lake as explosion after explosion sent great plumes of water rocketing to the sky. Tsurugi looked up and saw the tailed beast's assailant. The man wore black robes with red clouds and was standing atop a massive clay bird. Explosions filled the water and air, and Tsurugi weighed his options. By rights the bijou belonged to the hidden mist village, not to these intruders. Tsurugi moved to interfere when a second figure in robes shuffled in front of him. Tsurugi of Kiritakure, this battle does not involve you. Leave or die. Tsurugi didn't bother replying and instead created several water clones and charged with his blade drawn. The head of the Kiri hunter Nin was a feared and powerful opponent. He well deserved his A-ranked status, and while he had no Kekkai Genkai, he was highly skilled with Suiton and Kenjutsu. Against Akasuna no Sasori, he and his companions stood no chance. The hidden mist ninja were soon dead, and Deidara had finished his battle with the bijou. Deidara landed next to Sasori. Oh, it looks like you managed to have some fun too. Sasori ignored his loud-mouthed companion and sealed away the bodies and a sealing scroll. Tsurugi would make a fine addition to his collection. It had taken far longer to set up the meeting with Inoki than the Raikage would have liked. But finally, after much negotiation by proxy and messages sent back and forth, the two were going to meet in the no man's land in between the land of waterfalls and the newly renamed land of rice fields. In the past several months the Raikage had not been idle. He had spoken with the Lightning Daimyo, and the man had also been concerned about the growing threat that Konoha presented. The Daimyo fully backed the request for additional funds and manpower. Shinobi wars were determined by shinobi, however trained soldiers in numbers had their uses as well. The Raikage had C and Darui with him. Both parties had agreed the smaller the entourage the better. He was nearing the border of the land of rice fields when a shinobi messenger raced toward them. The Raikage could clearly see the Kumo symbol on his forehead protector, and so they waited. His bodyguards tensed slightly, not nervous but wary. Lord Raikage, I have an urgent message. Darui took the message from the Chunin and read it. Darui rarely showed his expression, but in this instance he did. His face fell and he looked toward the leader of his village. What is it? The Raikage asked impatiently. Yujito Ni has been abducted. The leader of Kumo's normal reaction to hearing bad news would be to smash his desk to kindling. But with no desk in sight, he merely slammed his fist into his palm. Who did this? Darui shrugged. It isn't unclear. There weren't any witnesses left alive. At some point Yujito transformed because the report states that demonic chakra could be felt for miles around. The Raikage radiated killing intent and rage and looked out across the border. It was Konohagakure. Who else could get into our territory and attack one of our best shinobi? This changes everything. Regardless of what IWA will do, we must strike now. Darui wasn't completely convinced that Konoha was responsible, but the evidence was starting to become too damning to argue against. C spoke up. I guess that makes the meeting with Old Man that much more important. The Raikage nodded and they took off at a brisk pace toward the meeting spot. It took another half a day of travel to arrive. There was no sign of the Tsuchikage yet. They were a bit earlier, spurred on by the news of Yujito's capture. They waited in silence, and then C subtly signaled Darui and the Raikage. They were being watched. Whoever was hiding their chakra was incredibly skilled, but C was one of the world's most sensitive sensors, and so he picked up the faint trace. The Raikage and Darui both attempted to sense the shinobi but could not locate him. C signaled the direction and indicated that their opponent was hiding within the earth itself. That made sense since they were meeting someone from IWA. The immediate thought was that there could be a possible ambush and that the Tsuchikage had betrayed them. The Raikage was impatient and was in no mood to play games. Come out already. Tell the fence-sitter that we came to talk, not fight. C felt the chakra presence shift and then disappear. He waited a few moments and then said, Lord Raikage, whoever it was, they are now gone. Maybe the spy reported back to Inoki. The old man can be cautious at times, the Raikage declared. They continued waiting, and a few minutes before the appointed meeting time, C let them know that a party of 3 individuals were approaching. The Raikage asked, does one of them have the same chakra as the first? The blonde shook his head in response. Soon the 3 came into view. The first was obviously the Tsuchikage. His appearance was known throughout all of the elemental nations. On his right was Juro Suzumori, a skilled sensor thanks to his bloodline. To the left of Inoki was Akatsuchi, his regular bodyguard. The Kumo-nin didn't know too much about the large man other than the fact he had to be quite the capable shinobi if he was acting as a bodyguard to the village leader. The Raikage stepped forward first. I'm glad you agreed to meet with us. I wouldn't have asked you to come if it wasn't vital to both of our villages. Inoki made a harumph sound and replied, I'll be the judge of that. The Raikage proceeded to explain in detail what happened. The attacks within his country, the missing leaf nin, and most troubling of all, the abduction of the Manatabi. Jiraiya speaks of peace, but he is two-faced. He is making alliances with other villages, increasing the strength of his village and gathering resources. Konoha's strength grows by the day. Their shinobi are in highest demand and all are afraid to trespass within Hai no Kuni. They dealt your village a heavy blow and now they have taken one of my Jinchuriki. I ask that you join with me and end this threat before it is too late. Inoki rubbed his chin. I miscalculated badly last time I attempted to hurt the leaf. I lost dozens of jonin and over 100 chunin. My village has yet to recover and our income is low. My village isn't prepared to fight a war. We haven't been building our military strength like yours. The Raikage refused to mock the older village leader for his lack of foresight. He needed his help after all. All the more reason to strike now as opposed to later. Do you wish to wait for the Namikaze brat to finish growing up? He was already jonin level when he took the chunin exams. When he reaches adulthood there is little doubt he will be S-class. That was one argument that was very convincing to Inoki. His village had lived through the terror of the Yellow Flash and he had little desire to ever feel that powerless again. It was part of the reason why he had sent so many shinobi after Naruto in the first place. Inoki had a choice. He could try to stop the leaf now or let Kumo face off against them alone. Ideally the two would decimate each other, but with names like Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi he wasn't certain that the infamous AB combo would be enough. Have you received support from your daimyo? Have you gathered any other allies? The Raikage responded, I have the full support of the feudal lord. Moyagakure, village hidden in the haze, and Shimagakure, village hidden in frost, will be providing shinobi support. Yugakure, village hidden in hot water, will be allowing passage through their lands. Inoki knew that the minor villages weren't going to be a major factor, however even an extra bit of help could swing a battle. In the end the choice for the Tsuchikage was based on his hatred for the name Namikaze. Very well. You have your alliance, together we will raise Konohagakure into the ground. The discussion didn't end there, of course. They had plans that needed to be made as well as a lengthy discussion on how to divide the potential spoils. Kumo still greatly desired the Byakugan and IWA would love add a third Jinchuriki to their village. In the end the Raikage knew the history of his village and the number of deaths it took to finally control the Eight Tails. IWA could have the Kyubi and Kumo would retake the Manatabi and gain access to the surviving bloodlines of the village. In regards to the actual war the plan was very direct. IWA would make the first move and launch an attack on Takigakure. Konoha was likely to respond to the aggressive action against one of their allies. After Konoha moves to defend their ally the Raikage would personally lead an assault on Konoha. A secondary force would strike towards the Fire Daimyo and again Konoha would be burdened with having to split their forces to protect the feudal lord. A third group would attack the major villages and cities of Hai no Kuni. The third group would be made up of primarily the Lighting Daimyo's soldiers, samurai-trained mercenaries and shinobi from Moyagakure and Shimagakure. Suna would likely attempt to aid the Leaf, but by the time they were mobilized the battle for Konoha should have been decided. If the Raikage failed and a protracted war ensued, IWA would square off with Suna. As the negotiations and plans were wrapping up, Inoki dropped a bombshell. I will be going with you on the attack on Konoha. The announcement even provoked a reaction from Darui. The idea that the leader of another village would be part of their attack group was surprising. The Raikage replied, it would tip off Jiraiya if you joined your forces with ours. The Tsuchikage shook his head, no, my forces will not be joining yours. I alone will personally be joining with you on the attack. The power of 2 village leaders together will be nearly impossible to stop. Darui asked, You seem to trust us quite a bit if you are willing to join us by yourself. The old man's face twisted in a frown. It isn't so much that I trust you, it's that I know that Konoha is the bigger enemy. Harming me would harm your chances of victory, so you won't do it. Inoki's 2 bodyguards protested, but the Tsuchikage was firm in his decision. Kitsuchi is my heir if something were to happen to me. Return back to IWA and let no one know where I am. Juro, I need you and Kitsuchi to plan in the invasion of Takigakure. We will play our parts fully, so do not stint on resources. They bowed and vowed to be successful. Inoki turned back to the Raikage. Let's go. Pain had new orders for Itachi and Kisame. Zetsu had learned that IWA was going to be invading Takigakure, and that put the Seven Tails at risk. While IWA would likely try to capture the Jinchuriki alive so they could facilitate resealing the Bijou into an IWA host, there existed the possibility in the heat of battle that they could go overboard and kill the demon container. Stealth will be necessary as you are entering into a war zone. Do not try to destroy everything in your path, take the Nanabi and leave. The 5 tails will be there as well, but it would be too risky attempting to take both. Kisame grinned. That takes the fun out of it. Pain was in no mood to banter. Do not argue. I refuse to wait another 3 years for my plan to reach fruition. Kisame inclined his head in a semi-mocking fashion. Yeah, we'll be careful. Kisame and Itachi both headed out, leaving Pain alone with Konan and Tobi. Pain looked toward the one he believed to be Madara Uchiha. You wish to capture the Anbu yourself? The Uchiha responded with a deep voice. Yes, it will drive IWA further into warfare with Konoha. Both IWA and Kumo are convinced Konoha has developed a new infiltration jutsu. The Yanbi had been recalled back to IWA and was now stationed there as the village's most potent defense against attack. Pain watched the man disappear without a trace. They had succeeded in capturing a third of the Jinchuriki, and he had no doubt the 4 tails would be captured. Kisame and Itachi was his best 2-man squad, and he had little doubt they would also succeed in capturing the Nanabi. They wouldn't be able to extract her Bijou from her yet. That would have to wait until the 5 tails and 6 tails were in their grasp. But it wouldn't be long now. The 2 largest hurdles would be Killer Bee and Naruto. At that point, Pain would intervene personally. The Godame Hokage was in his office when the urgent request for aid from Takigakure arrived. He read through the missive. IWA wasn't bothering with a surprise attack. They had thrown down the gauntlet and declared war on Takigakure. They had stated they would allow nothing less than unconditional surrender. To back their words, they were massing an army that would soon reach the borders of the land of waterfalls. While the small village liked to think they were hidden, they couldn't actually hide a village with chakra presences from good sense or shinobi. One member of the Suzumori clan would be all that it would take to locate them. Jiraiya would have to move soon, but they had a couple of hours for the issue to be discussed. Jiraiya called for the larger council to meet within 30 minutes. Technically, Jiraiya could order shinobi to do what he wished, but war with IWA was something that the clan heads needed to weigh in on. The Hokage who ignored the wishes of its strongest clans would likely have a repeat of the Uchiha crisis. He didn't have long to wait until the clan heads and Kakashi arrived. In attendance were Tsunade, Danzo, Hayashi, Shibi, Inoichi, Choza, Shikaku, Kakashi, Hana, and one of the Sarutobi elders. Hana had formerly taken leadership of the Inuzuka clan and was leading with a steady hand. Kakashi wasn't here as a clan head but as his advisor. Jiraiya didn't waste time and immediately laid out the issue on the table. IWA has decided to attack Takigakure. In order to stop them, our forces will have leave within the next few hours. Takigakure reports that an army far greater than their shinobi force is marching on them. Shikaku asked, were they able to give any specific numbers? Jiraiya shook his head. Sadly no, but we know Takigakure has a little over 200 shinobi if they pull back everyone on missions and bring out their few retirees. An army far larger probably means many times their size. Tsunade let out a growl. Hasn't IWA had enough death? We left 200 of their best shinobi dead and now they want more? What could they possibly hope to accomplish? Perhaps they wish to acquire a third-tailed beast? Shibi ventured a guess. Kakashi had been considering what IWA was after. A third Jinchuriki would make IWA fearsome, but it took time for train a Jinchuriki, and in the meantime a weakened village with 3 potential powerful weapons would be a tempting target. Kakashi voiced his opinion that Suchikage has to know we won't stand for their aggression against one of our allies. Jiraiya nodded. Could this be another attempt on Naruto? Shikaku shook his head, doubtful. They have no intelligence on where Naruto might be right now. It would be incredibly foolish to start a war on the off chance Naruto is available to be part of the relief force. The oldest individual there was Danzo, who raised his voice. This is obviously a trap of some sort. They must be anticipating us and either have allied with Kumo or have a plan to trap and kill any support forces we provide. Jiraiya calmly looked at the former leader of Root. I won't sit idly by and let an ally fall because there might be a trap. Danzo looked around at the gathered clan leaders and knew he had little backing. Jiraiya was a respected Sannin and the one who had avenged their beloved Sandaime. Hayashi might have backed him if there was anyone else at the table that would, but in that absence he remained silent. Danzo suppressed a sigh and finished saying his piece. You are intent on your course, I am merely suggesting caution. Jiraiya gave him a level look and the council debated how many forces they should send. In the end Jiraiya decided on sending 50 squads, or 200 shinobi. No genin would be participating in the conflict, so the bulk of the forces would be chunin. There were however a number of jonin that would be going with them. Based on the squad selections, Shikamaru Nara, Aoba Yamashiro, Gekko Hayate, Kanden Takuno, and another half-dozen jonin were part of the relief force. Hana Inuzuka also volunteered. Jiraiya attempted to convince her otherwise due to the guilt he had over her mother's death, but she was adamant. While no jonin from the Hyuga were taking part, the clan was contributing a dozen branch family members whose eyes would help guard the force from ambush. In addition to that, Konohagakure's heavy combat squad, Team 7, would be at the forefront. Kakashi would have leadership of the amassed Konoha shinobi. Jiraiya also gave additional orders. From this point forward Konoha will halt all missions. Inform the fire daimyo that war is on our doorstep. Call up all retired shinobi and place them in the reserve forces. The academy will be temporarily closed so that the instructors can assist if this war spreads. Konoha prepared for war. Many of the seals that Sakura had pioneered were reinforced and now dotted the village. Weaponsmiths worked double time to create additional kunai and other ninja tools. Word spread by bird to the defense posts and shinobi stationed in the towns and villages that dotted Hai no Kuni. The Godame Hokage hated war, but he was more than prepared to fight one if it turned out to be necessary. Less than 2 hours after the council meeting concluded, 204 shinobi left Konoha and headed for Takigakure. They traveled a brisk pace that pushed some of the chunin to their reserves. Kakashi wanted to get there swiftly in case IWA moved faster than anticipated and prepared for their arrival. Kakashi had spoken with Shikamaru Nara. Despite the boy's youth, he had made him second in command. And since Kakashi intended to be with his team in the thick of things once the battle began, Shikamaru would be the one calling the shots once battle was joined. Shikamaru pulled some strings and had taken Ino and Choji out of their teams and onto his command squad. It was rounded out with Rock Lee. Kakashi himself had suggested Guy's protege as the 4th member. The boy's taijutsu was at jonin level, and with access to the Hashiman he could temporarily fight almost anyone short of an S-class nin. Sasuke of course was itching for a fight. They had defeated IWA right after their chunin exams and had only gotten stronger since then. He hoped they would bring Han to the fight again because he really wanted to deliver some payback on the IWA Jinchuriki. Sakura was a bit perturbed about her Fuinjutsu research being put on hold while they dealt with IWA. She was also concerned about the loss of life. She disliked killing. She had become desensitized to it in the heat of battle, but she still longed for the Hokage's dream of peace. Naruto was also ready for a fight. He had trained in Sage Mode and had sparred with his teammates, but this was going to be the real deal. He knew his taijutsu in Sage Mode was nearly unstoppable. In fact, in a pure taijutsu battle he could defeat Kakashi-sensei. If ninjutsu was allowed, Kakashi still had the edge. Naruto moved over to where his former classmates were and started a conversation. "Hey Shikamaru, how's it feel to be the official number 2 of our army?" "Troublesome." Ino laughed. "You used to make me so mad when you said that." Choji shivered slightly. "You were scary back then." Somehow, despite moving at a brisk pace, Ino managed to look affronted. "Me?" Naruto laughed at the byplay between the former members of Team 10. Rock Lee interjected, "It is good to fight by your side, Naruto. We will showcase the flames of our youth and protect our ally." Naruto agreed cheerfully, "Believe it." Shikamaru was regretting listening to Kakashi when it came to their fourth squad mate. He didn't have anything against Lee personally, but he was loud and talked about youth far too much. The Nara looked at Naruto closely. "Naruto, my father said that IWA was up to something. Since you fought them a while ago, any idea of what we might be facing?" Naruto gave it some thought and responded, "I'm not sure. We beat their face in pretty badly last time." Kakashi agrees that something else is up. He thinks it's likely that IWA cut a deal with another major village. Kumo sounds obvious, but we were there when Jiraiya met with the Mizukage. She doesn't trust us and might be willing to help launch a preemptive strike. If that's the case, it's doubtful they will play a part in this battle, Shikamaru mused. It's also possible that Suna is going to backstab us again. We figure the probability of that is low, but the chance exists. Kakashi respects what your dad is doing with the spy network, but it's too new to be relied on. Shikamaru considered the possibility and also came to the conclusion it was unlikely. Any other possibilities? Naruto nodded. A lot of them. It could be IWA cut a deal and is being betrayed. It wouldn't be the first time. In the Second Great Shinobi War it happened quite a bit. That would probably be the best outcome, honestly. Naruto went on, and then there's always the chance that the Tsuchikage is just going senile. It might be misinformation being fed to us, but the word is that the Tsuchikage has a hair-trigger temper and all of IWA is afraid to be near him. Lee chimed in, "How unyouthful of him." Naruto laughed, "Good one, Lee." Lee looked confused for a moment, trying to figure out why the others were laughing at his remark. The irony of calling one of the oldest shinobi alive unyouthful was lost on him. Ino looked at Naruto impressed. "Wow, you've come a long way in 3 years. I never would have thought you would know so much based on how you studied back in the academy." Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Yeah, well, I've been reading a lot and Kakashi-sensei is simply amazing." Shikamaru had to agree. There were few shinobi that earned his father's respect. Really, it was only the Hokages and his teammates Inoichi and Choza. However, Kakashi was also held in that same esteem, if not greater. What Kakashi had done with Team 7 was nothing short of miraculous. It was unheard of that a genin with almost no combat ability could defeat an elite jonin in less than 3 years of training. Nor was it heard of that the dead last of the class could be turned one of the most lethal shinobi in all of Konoha, a virtual one-man army. While everyone expected great things from Sasuke, it was what he had done with Naruto and Sakura that had shown the village that Kakashi was a genius sensei. Naruto warned them of one last theory. It might also be possible IWA is looking at quality over quantity. I don't think it's likely, but if the Tsuchikage is desperate enough to save face and bring home a win, he might be coming personally. If he comes along with both Rashi and Han, we could be in for a serious fight. Those 3 together would be incredibly deadly and we would have our work cut out for us. Shikamaru's eyes widened a fraction. Trying to figure out a plan on how to defeat a monster like Inoki backed by 2 Jinchuriki with a strong mastery of their bijou would be a nightmare. He fervently hoped that wasn't the case, but if it was, he was already working on stratagems that might prove effective. Juro and Kitsuchi had followed their leader's orders and had not shortchanged the invasion force. An argument had risen when they needed to decide who to leave behind in charge of the village while the Tsuchikage was gone. Both Kitsuchi and Juro wanted to be on the front lines, redeeming Iwa's honor and reputation. Ultimately, Kitsuchi pulled rank and Juro was forced to stay behind and run the village until the return of the Tsuchikage or Kitsuchi. Since he was not going, he sent several members of his clan in his stead, including his son and heir Jutra. He had made Jonin a year back and was still somewhat headstrong, but his skill with Doton and their bloodline abilities were solidly above average. Kuratsuchi would accompany her father Kitsuchi into battle as well. Akatsuchi would be acting as her bodyguard, much to her annoyance. Iwa's forces were somewhat scattered and on missions when the orders came to mobilize. The invasion force, however, was still going to be considerable. Over 1,000 shinobi would be taking part. Unlike the 400 shinobi that went with Juro to ambush the Namikaze, these were not all made up of Chunin and Jonin. A number of their soldiers were genin. Kitsuchi was primarily using them for non-combat roles, but there was a chance many of them would die if the fight got ugly. It was a necessity, but he disliked it. The solid core of their force was Chunin. Kitsuchi wished he had more Jonin, but so many had died in the failed mission against the Namikaze that there just weren't that many left filing combat roles that weren't on important missions. A and S rank missions were only performed by Jonin, and many of them took time. The order to recall them had been sent out, but the timetable that Tsuchikage and the Reikage were working on prevented most of them from being here for this battle. Still, they had a number of significant names. And they had their summons. Atreides the Dark Vulture would be appearing in the skies again for IWA. Maru had been lost, but his children were able combatants even if they lacked his sheer power. And of course they had Han. The dangerous Jinchuriki was Iwa's chief weapon, and it was comforting to Kitsuchi that he was there with them. Rounding out their force, they had hired some mercenaries. A missing nin from the defunct Sound village had brought a score of other missing nin from a variety of villages under their banner. Kidamaru was a strange and disturbing individual, but he had experience fighting Konoha shinobi that could prove valuable. The army moved at a steady if not hurried pace. The goal after all was to draw the Konoha forces away from Hai no Kuni to allow Kumo's invasion to be a success. The real enemy was the Leaf, not Takigakure, so they didn't need to rush. Kitsuchi had done all he could to make sure his army would survive the inevitable Konoha response. He hoped it would be enough. Chapter 40, Dawn of Battle. The Konoha army had sent word ahead of them, and Takigakure met them in the forested area around their village. Shibuki, the village leader, spoke with Kakashi along with 2 jonin from the village and Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Seven-Tailed Bijou. Shibuki bowed deeply. "You have my thanks for answering our call for aid." Kakashi inclined his head and replied, "Hokage-sama believes in our alliances. We will gladly help defeat the IWA invaders." Introductions were made. Shikamaru, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were introduced, and then the 2 jonin and Fu were as well. Naruto looked toward Fu and smiled. "Good to meet another Jinchuriki that isn't crazy with bloodlust." Naruto paused for a moment. "You aren't actually crazy, are you?" Fu looked at Naruto oddly. She had not met any of the other Jinchuriki. The young man in front of her was taller than her and was proudly wearing a white haori that proclaimed him the son of the Yondaime Hokage. Fu smiled and said, "No, I'm not crazy. The village doesn't like me, but I leave them alone and they leave me alone, so it could be worse." Naruto frowned. "Ouch, that much get lonely." Fu forced herself not to tremble and shrugged it off. "My home is beautiful, I can live with it." "You shouldn't have to," Naruto insisted. Fu didn't say anything, and Shibuki interjected into their discussion. "Namikaze-san is correct. You shouldn't have to. After today, hopefully the village will see that Jinchuriki are human just like they are." Polite introductions and small talk was complete. It was time to plan the battle. IWA had not communicated anything except a rehash of their demands for unconditional surrender. Iwa's forces were several hours away, so they had time. Kakashi was forceful with his plan. "IWA will expect you to fight a defensive battle, and so they will have planned for it. Instead, we should confront them and try to fight in open terrain. We can march forward 2 hours and do battle in a sparsely forested area." One of Shibuki's jonin advisors scoffed at the plan. "This is foolish. Even with your help, we are outnumbered. We must fight a war of attrition. We have already begun laying traps throughout the area. We will make IWA bleed to get to our village." Kakashi listened to the man's arguments and then explained his decision. "At a basic level, that would be a good strategy. However, there are a number of reasons why we will do things my way. We have specially made seals that will cause tremendous damage in a wide area, however their efficacy would be diminished if there are natural barriers like trees in the way. Kakashi continued, Naruto has a wide area jutsu that will also be effective. Within the trees it will be a series of small battles and there will not be as many shinobi in one area. By being further away from the village it will be less likely that we will lose track of some of their shinobi. Iwa Nin are masters at Doton. They could scatter in many directions and it will be difficult to pin down a dispersed force. Within my army I have Hyuga whose sole role in the battle will be to monitor underground movement. Again, a dispersed battlefield is to our disadvantage. We are still outnumbered and the Jonin advisor began and Kakashi ruthlessly cut him off. How many battles have you fought in? How many wars did you help end? Pardon my directness, but I know what I am doing and this isn't up for negotiation. If you want our help you will follow my battle plan and we will win. Shibuki saw his advisor grow angry and cut into the conversation. Our apologies Kakashi, we will of course follow your plan. How should our forces be arrayed against them? They began to discuss the particulars. The majority of the Konoha shinobi would be arrayed on the left flank. The Takigakure shinobi would be deployed on the right flank. The center would be held by Team 7 and clones. Clones would also be dispersed among both groups and half of the Hyuga would also assist Shibuki's force. Fu would fight with beside her village's shinobi. Their battle plans made, they quickly marched out to confront the 1,000-strong Iwa force. There were 204 shinobi from Konoha and 163 shinobi from Takigakure. Despite being outnumbered nearly 3-1, Team 7 was confident in their chances for victory. Break! The Raikage was a man of action and therefore was in the forefront of the attack on Hinokuni. He personally led the first attack at the border garrisons. The two squads of Chunin that were stationed there very nearly failed to send off the signal that they were under attack. The Chunin barely had time to react as the Raikage charged forward surrounded by his right ton no Yoroi, lighting release armor. His first strike smashed a Chunin in the chest, instantly turning his body to pulp. In less than half a second he had killed another 2 Konoha shinobi. One of remaining Leaf shinobi burned the tag that would alert the village that the Land of Fire had been invaded. One Kunoichi tossed a handle of kunai at the leader of Kumo whose retaliatory punch crashed into her face with such force that it snapped her neck. The last Chunin activated one of the new seals that Sakura had created. Buried seals around the fort activated in response and a barrier Fuinjutsu surrounded the structure. The Raikage wasn't a fool, he knew that the Fuinjutsu was a trap to destroy would-be attackers. He immediately put on a burst of speed and smashed into the pale blue barrier with all of his strength. Incredibly, the power behind the blow was not enough to destroy the barrier. It shivered as chakra was pulled toward the area of the attack in order to maintain the trap. Green gas inundated the area coming from the ground. In under a second the Raikage lashed out at the barrier with a dozen blows enhanced by his lightning armor. The barrier Fuinjutsu could not hold up under the assault. He burst free before the poisonous gas could pose a threat. C rushed up next to the Raikage and made sure nothing had been inhaled. C was skilled at medical ninjutsu and after careful observation he said, "That is a nasty combination of sulfuric gas that could corrode a breathing mask in seconds. It was mixed in with a nerve gas. If you had remained in there for much longer even you may not have survived." The Raikage growled, "Jiraiya talks about peace and makes chemical weapons. The mask is gone now and we will not let him succeed." All along the border garrisons were hit. It didn't matter whether they were guarded by Konoha shinobi or the daimyo soldiers. It was a lightning assault that struck down dozens of shinobi and scores of soldiers. The first step was a success, not that there had been any doubt. The Raikage and the lighting daimyo had mustered a massive invasion force and had moved it into position at startling speed. Kumo had left behind most of the administrative shinobi, a large amount of the genin and a sufficient force to guard the village itself. They had brought with them 7,000 shinobi. The bulk of the shinobi were part of the primary attack group headed for Konoha herself. They numbered roughly 5,000. 500 shinobi were tasked with purely scouting. 1,500 shinobi and 4,000 of the lighting daimyo's shoulders were heading for the capital of Hinokuni. With the numbers being even, the idea was that Konoha would also split their forces. If they did so, the secondary group under the command of Samui would withdraw and avoid direct conflict. The third attack group consisted of a collection of 500 shinobi from Moegakure, village hidden in the haze, and Shimagakure, village hidden in frost. They were backed by 5,000 soldiers of the Lighting Daimyo. Their task was to strike at the major towns and villages of Hi-no-Kuni. If the attack on Konoha was less than completely successful, this would start the process of crippling the Land of Fire's economy. The Raikage felt vindicated by his actions since the end of the Third Shinobi War. Unlike all of the other villages, he redoubled his efforts to train shinobi and increase Kumo's military might. His militaristic action meant that he outnumbered Konoha significantly. While he was proud of his efforts, he knew large numbers didn't make his army invincible. Konoha specialized in katana attacks that could devastate whole squads. There were several names that also kept his hubris in check. Tsunade Senju, considered widely to be the most powerful kunoichi in the elemental nations despite the rise of Mei to Mizukage. Jiraiya, their Hokage's name, needed no explanation. Kakashi, an S-class nin who had mastered over 1,000 jutsu. Hailed as a genius and trained personally by the Yondaime Hokage. The infamous Ino Shikacho's squad. None of them were S-class, but they had taken down S-class opponents together. Danzo Shimura was an enigma, however. If not for Hiruzen, he would have been the Sandaime Hokage. Had age brought low his Kage-level power? The Raikage wouldn't count on it. He was one to be treated with utmost caution. Daimedo, Konoha's noble green beast, was someone the Raikage would have liked to spar with without his lighting armor. It would have been interesting to see who the greatest taijutsu master in the world was. If they did meet, he would use his lighting armor and Guy would his Hashiman. The Raikage was confident he would win unless Guy opened up the gate of death. In that case, all bets would be off. The Tsuchikage had not participated in the attack on the border defenses. The old man wanted to keep his attendants a surprise until they were upon the gates of Konoha. The Raikage was still a bit surprised at Inoki's decision. It all came down to hate in the end. Inoki wanted to see Konoha burn, and he couldn't do that if he was with the army from IWA. Break! Guy raced from the response team's base of operations back into Konoha proper and to the Hokage Tower. Distress seals had been trigged throughout Hi-no-Kuni. They were being invaded, and Jiraiya needed to do no right away. It didn't take long for him to reach the Hokage, who reacted with a curse. Jiraiya gave orders swiftly, and word was being sent to every major gathering and garrison of Leaf Shinobi. Jiraiya also ordered a dozen scout squads out from the village to begin gathering information on the forces attacking them. Jiraiya again summoned the village council. It was the second emergency meeting in 72 hours. Jiraiya didn't waste time. He ordered Inoichi to work with the rest of the Yamanaka to make contact telepathically with the scouts that had just been sent out, as well as any available forces throughout Hi-no-Kuni. The first thing we need is solid information on the enemy numbers and where they're going to be striking. Hayashi murmured, such a large attack will probably mean they are coming for Konoha, assuming we had sent much of our shinobi to help our ally. In reality, Konoha had sent only a fraction of its strength to help Takigakure in terms of raw numbers. Shinobi force size was always a rather imprecise number. Half of the shinobi were not actually designed to fight. They were the genin, the administrators, the retired, the hospital staff, the theorists, and those that used their chakra to help with civilian work. Of the half that were chunin or higher that actually regularly saw combat, also did all of the missions that could end in violence. This meant they were dispersed out all across Hi-no-Kuni and beyond. Jiraiya had thousands of shinobi to call upon that were in the village right now. However, most of them were not significant combat threats. All of them had gone through the academy and would be superior to a civilian soldier, but that didn't mean their utility was high. The 200 shinobi he had sent to combat Iwa's aggression was only a small fraction of the total shinobi force in Konoha, but it was a much more significant fraction of their combat-worthy shinobi. However, the real loss was felt in the absence of Kakashi and his team. Jiraiya was tempted to recall them, but he refused to allow an ally to fall. The only way his dream of peace could come to fruition was if allies actually trusted each other. A common defense that would deter aggression was his goal. This proved to be a contentious decision. Hayashi, Danzo, Choza, and Hana's temporary Inuzuka stand-in wanted Team 7's immediate return. Hayashi spoke, Team 7 has proved themselves. I would be honored to fight by their side. They are 2 days away, and if the enemy is heading for Konoha, they will arrive in 2 days. They can arrive just in time, and with the strength of our heavy combat team, Konoha and all of the villagers will be safe. You want to risk that for Takigakure's sake? All the elitist contempt Hayashi could muster lingered on the village named Takigakure. Danzo, glad to have an ally for once, stepped in. The village is more important than an alliance with Takigakure. Consider the number of lives that would be lost if we failed to defeat our invader. Takigakure is a fraction of our size. Jiraiya was firm, we will defend the village with what we have available. I have faith in the shinobi of this village, and you should too. I will advise Kakashi to be quick about it, but there will be no more discussion. I value your input, but decisions must be made now. A steady stream of data began to be collected in the room as Inoichi made contact with shinobi on patrol and those in towns and villages near the border. Shikaku had placed a massive map of Hi-no-Kuni in the council chambers that was being updated as frequently as possible. The greatest minds of the Leaf watched as markers indicated the number of invaders were moved and calculated. Soon they were able to tell that Hi-no-Kuni had been invaded by Kumo as well as by Moegakure and Shimagakure. The Hokage ordered messages sent to Suna. I want to believe Baki is still our friend, but I won't risk another village's shinobi on our soil. It is clear IWA is working with Kumo. Send word that we ask them to honor our alliance by keeping IWA busy. We'll handle what was sent at Takigakure, but after that it's Suna's fight. Send word to Kusagakure and see if they will honor our alliance as well and have them work with Suna. As the map updated, they could clearly see 3 large formations with different targets in mind. One was clearly headed for Konoha and another for the capital of Hi-no-Kuni, the seat of power of the Fire Daimyo. The third formation was headed for one of the more prosperous trading towns. Based on the geography of Hi-no-Kuni, it would be virtually impossible to intercept the force heading for the trading town. However, it would be very easy to send aid to the feudal lord. When Jiraiya brought this up, Danzo said, the daimyo has his 12 guardians as well as his soldiers. We need to defend the village before all other considerations. Shikaku took on a thinking pose. Kumo is assuming we will send aid. Allowing the capital to fall would be disastrous to our economy and standing, but letting Kumo dictate our strategy is also a problem. The Toad Sage didn't see much choice in the matter. As Hokage, he was responsible for the defense of Hi-no-Kuni as well as Konoha. The Fire Daimyo would have to be defended. He said as much to the council, and some sided with Danzo. Jiraiya overruled those concerns and forcefully stated, "This is my decision. We will help defend the capital and drive back the attackers here. In both cases we will have a home ground advantage." Danzo respected Jiraiya's power and the moves he had made since becoming Hokage. Now, however, things teetered on the precipice of ruin. It would be dangerous to use Kodo Amatsukami with Shikaku in the area. The man's intellect would discern a change had come over the Hokage. Once Kodo Amatsukami was detected, it was simply a matter of willpower to break the suggestion. The key to success was never allowing the victim to be aware that their thoughts were being influenced. Danzo did not know the Raikage's assessment of him, but the Raikage's assessment was correct. Danzo was a Kage-level fighter. However, much of his strength could not be used in the open without dire ramifications for his position in Konoha. His choice became clear. Hokage-sama, you rule Konoha-gakure, and it is your choice. If I cannot dissuade you, allow me to take root and only root with me to defend the capital. The integration of root into the rest of the village has not been as successful as you hoped, and they will regain all of their operational effectiveness if you allow me to take them all with me. Jiraiya was instantly suspicious. There are only about 40 root operatives in the village. What could you hope to accomplish with just your personal army? Why do you not want others with you? Danzo responded calmly, I intend to use Kenjutsu to be victorious. Other shinobi may not understand or would get in the way. What Kenjutsu? Jiraiya growled. Danzo raised a hand in a placating manner. It will not be the Edo Tensei, since I do not know that jutsu. I will tell you no more. Ask your advisor if splitting our forces down the middle will likely lead to a victory here in Konoha. Do this and you have a much better chance of defending the village. I swear to you now that I will die before the fire daimyo falls, and let all the clan leaders hear me. If I fail, you may have my life, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya glanced at Shikaku, who was furiously thinking about all of the different variables regarding the invasion and Danzo's possible motivations. Finally he said, Jiraiya, based on the numbers facing the village and working under the assumption most of them are shinobi, we need as many of our own shinobi we can get here in the village. If Danzo believes he can turn back the attack on the capital with just root and is willing to stake his life on it, then my advice is that we let him. Jiraiya was unhappy but reluctantly agreed to it. Very well, Danzo. If you are playing a game, know that there is nowhere you can run that I won't be able to find you. Kakashi will also know all that transpired here. Danzo bowed his head and turned and left. He truthfully intended to stop the invasion. He had a plan in mind. Much depended on who the commander of the Kumo force was. Summoning his operatives was a simple matter. Despite the integration efforts, all of Root's loyalty was firmly with Danzo. They quickly set off for the capital. At a moderate speed, they would arrive in more than enough time. Back at the council chamber, which had been tuned into their strategy room, Jiraiya continued putting the defense of Konoha together. Bring Anko and Irika here, the Hokage ordered. Soon the two arrived. The Hokage swiftly informed them of the invasion size and their route. I want the both of you to lead half a dozen ANBU squads and slow the invaders down. Use traps, hit and run attacks, and whatever other devious ways you can think of to hurt the invaders. You know the land better than they do, but be careful. This is an S-rank mission, but this is not a suicide mission. I want both of you alive and back here when the attack on Konoha begins. Anko let a feral grin slip onto her face. This should be fun, Hokage-sama. Irika looked far more nervous than Anko, but he had come a long way thanks to the extra training he had been convinced to take on. The Hokage wished them luck and turned back to the map of Hai no Kuni to see what updates had been made. Break! Naruto looked out at the battlefield. He had created 50 clones for the battle and 2 additional clones that were gathering nature chakra. Currently the real him was also gathering nature chakra. He intended to start the fight in Sage mode and do as much damage as possible before it faded. From there he would fight normally until he came across a dangerous foe and pop one of the clones to transform into Sage mode again. Sakura was confident and ready for the fight, however she was a bit queasy about her newest seals. What was about to happen would probably change how warfare was conducted in the elemental nations. Half of her wanted her seals to be a complete success so that her and her allies would win easily with minimum casualties for her village and friends. The other half wanted them to fail because of what it would herald in the wars of the future. Sasuke was just ready. He longed for battle and a chance to bring glory to the name Uchiha. The long months training with little action had made him antsy. He looked over at his comrades and gave them a grin. There were very few individuals who he wanted to fight besides, but those 3 were definitely worthy. Kakashi looked across the battlefield and readied himself for the slaughter. Team 7 had grown significantly since their first battle with IWA. Sakura in particular was about to unleash hell with her seals. When the battle was almost ready to begin, he heard Inoichi's voice inside his head. Kakashi, Hai no Kuni is under attack from Kumo. The Hokage wants you to complete your task there and then return home. Do not overly endanger your forces or Takigakure, but press for a quick resolution sooner than later. Kakashi mentally responded, how bad is it? There was a pause and Inoichi replied, it's bad, but I have dozens more messages to send. Understood, I'll let Shikamaru and my team know. Kakashi relayed the information. They kept the information away from the rest of their shinobi. It would not be good for morale for their ninja to be worried about home in the middle of the fight. Focusing back on the looming battle, he saw IWA was almost in range. He signaled Naruto, who summoned Gamekin. At this distance it was now obvious to IWA that either Jiraiya himself or Naruto was in the battle. Kakashi saw IWA respond by summoning Atreides the Dark Vulture and several massive bears. Gamekin rumbled, I may be clumsy, but I'll do my best. IWA continued to advance and Kakashi again signaled Naruto. The clones led the charge with both flanks trailing slowly behind them. Naruto was at the head of his clone army. Predictably, IWA unleashed a wave of Doton Jutsu and projectiles at Naruto and the clones. Naruto blasted the projectiles aside with contemptuous ease using his Futon Jutsus. In Sage mode, his ninjutsu was more powerful and he could mold the chakra and hand seals faster. The clones focused on dodging the earthen dragons, rivers of mud and spikes that attempted to dissipate them. Now they were in range and they opened the modified kunai scrolls. In the face of a swarm of projectiles, the obvious response was to use Doton. Dorihiki, Earth Release, Mud Wall. Predicting this in advance of the specially made kunai scrolls, Naruto unleashed a massively overpowered Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. The nature-enhanced over-chakra-infused ninjutsu smashed the walls down, allowing the swarm of 40 kunai per scroll to fly into the ranks of the IWA shinobi. But that's not where it ended. Every single one of those kunai had been etched with kanji that was used in storage seals. Those kunai exploded with a variety of effects. Some had shrapnel, others had more kunai with explosive tags, and still others had combustible gas that was further triggered by the explosive tag variety. Fuinjutsu seals were also on some of the kunai that had been expelled from the original kunai. This further provoked a chain reaction that turned the heart of the IWA formation into a mass of shrapnel, corrosive gas, kunai, and explosive tags with yields 10 times greater than the standard. And even at that point it wasn't done, as kunai and shrapnel that came from the second set of Fuinjutsu sealed kunai also had even more Fuinjutsu seals on them. The amount of metal, chakra paper, ink and gas that had been used had cost more than a few S-class rank missions. However, their effect was awe-inducing. Any shinobi without a Kekkei Genkai, the foresight to tunnel underground to escape, or were at the edges of the chain reaction of explosions, gas, and kunai were dead. Takigakure and Konoha forces began to advance in earnest. Cohesion among IWA was severely undermined as 200 shinobi had just been annihilated. Break! Kitsuchi's first reaction after surviving the onslaught was relief that he had ordered his daughter to the rear of their formation, overseeing the medical nin and genin corps. His second thought was horror at the devastation that had been wrought among his friends and allies. His third thought was that he had to do something before the battle turned into even a larger massacre. He took a quick stock of the battlefield and saw the bears had been shredded by the attack. Han was still standing, of course, as were several of the smarter shinobi who had used their Doton Jutsu to move underground. The flanks were staring at the devastation and were ill-prepared for the main force of Takigakure and Konoha shinobi bearing down on them. He roared out orders and through sheer force of will demanded they ignore the death around them and fight. They still outnumbered the enemy. The battle was not lost. He had little time to continue rallying his men when Naruto Namikaze slammed into him. His hasty Doton, Kingdon no Jutsu, Earth Release, Fist Rock technique, coated his arm and would normally have blocked the blow easily. However, Naruto was different and far stronger than he had been previously. The rock shattered beneath Naruto's attack and Kitsuchi was thrown backwards. Naruto didn't give him more than half a second to get his bearings from the sudden attack. He was on him in an instant, and only a desperate Kawarimi saved him from the earth-shattering blow. Somehow Namikaze knew exactly where he had subsisted to and sent a futon-charged kunai directly at him. Kitsuchi couldn't completely dodge in time, and the kunai sliced into the upper part of his shoulder painfully. The wound wasn't significant, but it would bleed. Han came to his aid, steam billowing around him. Naruto clashed with the other Jinchuriki, and the indomitable Han was shockingly driven back. More IWA shinobi entered into the fray, and Naruto had to deal with them. Kitsuchi used the time to create a pair of mud clones. With growing horror, he watched the son of the Yellow Flash draw his katana and massacre the IWA Jonin and Chunin who had come to his aid. He couldn't detect a whiff of demonic chakra, but the boy was moving with blinding speed and power. Han may have been driven back, but he was far from defeated. However, the rest of the Team 7 had now arrived. Kakashi's Chidori neatly killed one of his clones. The other clone put up a mud wall to block a stream of shuriken that Sasuke had rained down with vicious power. Kitsuchi couldn't even spare a glance at the larger battlefield as the most deadly team in Konoha brought the battle to him. Break! Kuratsuchi saw what had happened to the front of their formation. She had never known why all of IWA had hated the Yellow Flash so much, but now she had an idea. How many lives had been snuffed out in an instant? Was that what the previous war had been like? Dozens of comrades dead in an instant without any defense? She knew her father was in the heart of those explosions. She knew he was tough, but she had to make sure. She ran off toward the carnage. Akatsuchi called out, "Wait, Kuratsuchi, your father ordered you stay and guard the medical nin. Don't try to stop me, I'm going to make sure he's okay." Akatsuchi knew trying to argue with the Tsuchiki's granddaughter was a losing proposition and so quickly hurried after her. Inoki would never forgive him if he let his granddaughter die. Break! Itachi and Kisame watched the battle. Once it had become clear that Naruto was among the Konoha shinobi, Itachi knew he had to act. He didn't have much time left and he had to have his confrontation with his brother soon. He turned to Kisame and said, "Can you handle the nanabi on your own?" Kisame grinned, displaying his shark-like teeth. "Of course. I'll keep the rest of Konoha busy. I'm sure my brother will go after me when he knows I'm here. If he does stay out of the fight." Kisame gave him a level look. Itachi was playing a game that didn't serve the Akatsuki's interests. He wasn't stupid, but he was loyal to his partner. He would let him play his games. He enjoyed their partnership, and if he wanted to fight his little brother, that was fine by him. Kisame put on a burst of speed and headed for where the Takigakure nin were taking the fight to IWA. Itachi suspected Sasuke would be in the thick of things, but he needed to draw him away from the heart of the battle. He disliked harming Lee Shinobi, especially in the midst of a major battle, but what he had to impart to Sasuke was too important. Carefully guarding his chakra signature and presence under a Jinjutsu, he stalked toward the Konoha lines. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 5. Peace.